if you're at my fucking
guys.
channel and you're there to fucking hate
Hi,
on me,
guys.
you're just an antagonist.
Again, Cynthia still hasn't learned in these areas the fact that she took the vax is the only thing we need to hear or see to deem her perpetually non-credible. So the day comes when she finally says, I'm a complete duped out slave who got tricked, and it wasn't hard because I'm just not that bright, and I'm spiritually in deception a lot of the time, right? Till that day comes, because there's repentance and reformation for everybody. If not, I wouldn't be here. But until that day comes, there's no point in her even giving her opinion in these areas, especially about someone like me, because she's a bought and paid for, hoed out, duped out slave who's unrepentant.
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna pause it there real quick in case you're tuning in. OTW is live and they're reviewing my live stream from earlier today. Now, Paul's up there, and of course, you know, Paul's always got something to say. But the reason I'm playing this is because OTW is gonna take it down. I'm actually blocked from the chat. We know the games that these people play. So hey, step up and enjoy the shit show tonight.
It's beyond delusion and denial and dysfunction. So,
and
again,
she just went live.
Waste your breath. Yeah, I mean, again, that's all this was. And
right.
again, wink and a nod, Cynthia.
Live.
I gave you what you were looking for,
Wink,
right?
wink.
Like you didn't game me. You didn't like the. I'm giving you what I already know you want. I just called it out. You didn't think I knew what you were going to do and why you did all this. There you go. Have it. There's your.
You know, guys, it's just me. It's just me. And I could be wrong. But I feel like if these guys really wanted to have a conversation with me, they wouldn't have blocked me. In fact, they would have invited me up to the chat. Please, as we saw on this live, don't ever believe a word that Paul Enslaved is saying. We all know this man's full of shit. We all know he's full of shit. The only person who doesn't know he's full of shit is Paul.
Your free one on the house. There's two options, right? And it's all basically what I give you. That shows who's in the power position. You need me to watch your video and respond to it so you could go do a live about it and try to get some motion going, right?
So the claim is I need him to go. So I need to do a video about him so he will talk. So I will go live so I can get motion going. Paul, you obviously haven't watched me. I've been going live every single day. I don't need you to get any motion going. I merely stumbled across this gym this morning and I said, oh my goodness, I would love to share this information about Paul with my viewers, because sometimes people tend to believe Paul is somebody who could be believable, but the truth of the matter is he can't be. And most importantly, and guys, do you know what he has the audacity to say right now? Paul is up there going, hey guys, I've never told anybody to go and do this. You do it at your own risk. This little piece of shit can't even take ownership. This poor guy, I feel sorry for that guy who was sitting on the side of the road, looking at his kids on the side of the road. And let's not forget, Paul Enslaved doesn't have kids. Paul Enslaved can't take care of a dog, can't take care of a cat. Sure as the fuck can't take care of a woman. And the audacity to think that he could ever take care of a child is hilarious to me. That man can't do shit right, much less give people advice. And I feel like it is up to me. And it's my opportunity, my platform. I can use it any way I want to point it out. And if he has a problem with it, here's a thought, dumbass. You could have a conversation with me about it. Instead, you want to sit over there and bitch and cry and play your little power games. But okay, baby boy. Hang on. Hold, please. Oh, hold, please. Okay, hold, please. Okay, Paul. If you want to play today, let's play, Paul. Let's play. It must be sad for you, Paul, that you're actually reaching out and trying to have issues with me today, Paul. That's wild, me. How fucking low have you come? Woo, Paul, I remember when once upon a time, a few years ago, you were somebody. But now I look at you and I think, man, how far they fall. Don't you, big boy?
See, it's all right there. I don't have to do any of that.
Yeah, we kind
to-
of know
to
the
get or keep an
recipe.
audience.
Yeah,
We've been here a while. We kind of
Right. We dealing, all right. So great job, Cynthia. This is like A1 content. You tried to parasite the host again, and the host went to go swat the fly, and we're going to make a whole however many hours out of it that 3 people are going to watch. You're not going to get a fucking dollar for it, and it's not going to make your or anybody else's life any better.
Oh my gosh, there he goes. You're not going to get a dollar for it, unlike you, Paul, and OTW, which, by the way, don't think everybody doesn't know you ran off the internet because you didn't make money. How the fuck were you really that upset about that stupid ass award show from NPC? Who cares about that dumbass title? You should keep going. But you got in your feelings and you stopped making money and you ran off. Like, boy, come on, man. I ain't never been monetized. I'm on this bitch 5 years. Don't even care enough to monetize. You think I'm about to play y'all's game? Get the fuck out of here. Paul, you could never be on my level. You know what? I'm responsible. In fact, Paul, I raised 2 kids. That's something you can never say, Paul. You will never know what it's like to take care of a child. You can't even take care of yourself. From what I hear, Daddy bought your trailer. But that's just what I heard. I could be wrong.
Nor is it really entertaining. Well, I mean, I guess I am sometimes. So long as you have me talking and describing things and bringing my energy, it won't be so bad for you, right?
Well, you know, while she's talking about you and making videos about you, she's not doing it about anyone else, right? So
yeah, it was just this gym.
2 ways of looking at this.
Well, it's because I was watching one of my new favorite content creators, Sergeant Curtis, who is a former, I think, is he a former police officer or law enforcement officer? Not sure if current or not. And he was reviewing the video. And I love watching Sergeant Curtis. I look forward to every single one of his videos because he's always ragging on some sob sid somewhere. However, this morning, as I'm watching it, he brings up Paul Enslaved. I was so giddy like a child, because I couldn't wait to show people how much of a bitch Paul Enslaved was. And lo and behold, he's still acting like a bitch right now.
Right. We're keeping the YouTube safe from a desperate, depraved individual who's got that broken look in their eyes, right? Looking for their next host to parasite off of. So we're in a way.
He almost said looking like for their next fix. See, Paul, you almost said that, but you see, you know what, Paul? I'm not like you. I ain't never had to do nothing like that. Okay. I was about to just end it, but I see this. Oh, I know.
We're doing a service. We're protecting all the other hosts from this parasite. From that, there's the
God. I wish I could zoom the screen.
Yeah, the new creature, and I'm not even kidding. You can look this up. It's called a New World screwworm. Okay, and if you zoom in on it enough, it looks exactly like that face that you just had up there.
Oh my God!
It's got its mouth puckered. It's like,
this is what I mean. This is a child. Like, these are children. These are children up here. Like get to the video, Paul. Notice Paul is not letting OTW play this video. Notice that. Take observation of that. Paul's not letting that video play. He's not letting that. He doesn't want his audience to see this. He doesn't want that.
it swims around waiting for the next thing it's going to latch onto. It's actually called a New World screwworm, and there it is. New World screwworm right there.
Yes,
Totally have
that's
fun.
it. Yes.
Thank you, Cynthia, for once again proving that no matter what I do, how I live or act, or what my content is, folks like you will continue to do what you've always done. Latch on and parasite. Instead of just becoming better, doing better, being better, having better. It's
Latch on and parasite. That is what Parasite, Paul, let's explain something to you. You were a parasite to Jennifer. You're a parasite to your father, and you're probably a parasite to those people you live out there in the community with. You know, the ones that can't stand you, but somehow you're out there. I feel for those people, you know. As far as that, I don't care. You think you do better? Listen, baby boy, Like, hold please, hold please. Do better than this, Paul, please. It's easier to do better than this. I take care of myself. My daddy doesn't pay my rent. Understand that? My daddy doesn't take care of me. In fact, Paul, I did so good. I brought 2 lives into this world and I raised them. And they grew up to become better men than you, Paul. Paul, you know why I say that? It's because they're married. Paul, they actually took the vow and said, for better, for worse, I take these women to be my wife. You know why, Paul? Because they could support those women. Because they could take care of those women. Unlike you, Paul, you live off of women. But let's continue. Again, it's just my opinion.
It's, it's a shame, really. I mean, very satanic in its own way.
Oh, my father loves it.
Yes, even Axis Rat Blood is agreeing with me about that. We're seeing the same thing here. You guys can't create anything. You can't create anything. Your best efforts are only.
I can't create anything, bitch. I created 2 life. Trump that, bitch. I live on a property with my dad across from me. My parents and I were going through that right now. I think every parent, now they're not going to live with me, but they're going to live with my sister, but they're fighting us. I'm happy I'm able to help him whenever he needs, as you should be, as what every child should be. You see, that is kind of like the circle of life. We take care of our kids take care of us. But you see, Paul never had kids, so his dad's just like taking care of him forever and ever. We have some solar panels around 6 feet, and I helped him put that up. Indeed. Let's see. I love that you and your dad were out there working on the land. You see, big boy over there, Parasite Paul, he can't do that. He can't do that. You're never going to see a video of Paul working on the land. Yes, man. They lived with me until the end. See, they're being stubborn, Chuck. And if they think for 1 second I'm not going to kidnap them and transport them, I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to say to them.
Only to take what has been created that people are looking at and co-creating with, right? Like they're experiencing it, and try to corrupt it, try to twist it, try to reframe it, and then pretend that it's yours. Right.
And then when we try and do that,
again,
guys, they're not discussing the video of the Sergeant Curtis that I reviewed. Just notice they're doing just enough to create the narrative, but they're not showing what really happened.
Look what we're left with. This is it.
Yeah. That's all we get.
That's what we get,
guys. This is what we get.
It's like, what do I have here to work with? Nothing. I was like, what's going on?
Oh, you have something.
No wonder God turned his back on the world.
Don't even worry about it, guys. We've got something to work with. Don't you? If they don't show the video, you best believe I'm going to show it again tonight.
Yeah, well,
nothing to work with here.
Yeah, the same reason the aliens landed and left. No signs of intelligence, right? Do we need to do a Browns boy here and look up that picture in the background? Isn't there some occult significance to that picture in the background? Or is that a Beatles album? I forget. I think that's maybe even a Beatles album. But
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
it looks like a cinema reel thing, like.
No. The man with the apple and the top hat.
Oh,
yeah, apple face.
It's
You got to look.
Those ignorant asses. They are talking about the Renee Magritte picture. Like, they're so stupid. They're so dumb. Like, you're so uncultured. You don't even know art. Oh my God.
Past the screw worm is hard to look past.
Oh
I think that's why sometimes they do that to mock the public, right? They know you're going to be so focused on the screw worm that you're not going to see what's over their shoulder, right? And then they mock you with pictographs.
Indeed.
Paul, we're giving away my secrets.
Sorry,
let me look at it.
I'm gonna put it up. So
I'm slightly entertained by it as much as I'm not supposed to be. I'm not a good Christian because I'm slightly entertained by the antics.
It up.
Yeah, me, myself, and I. I'm guessing a new account.
I found
maybe?
it.
So, oh my gosh. Oh, it's in there. Wait, it's in mine. See, they're talking about this picture right here. I hope y'all see what I'm talking about. Gosh, I hope it's pointed in the right direction. Sometimes it doesn't. This is a Rene Magritte picture. He was from Belgium artist. This is, I think, from the 60s. Don't quote me on that. And this was an self-portrait of himself, representing how he had to become something he didn't want to be to go to work, which represented the apple, which is unique because probably a majority of us are sitting in front of an Apple device right now. I think for me, I always thought, damn, Rene Magritte was onto something. But I digress, But guys, if you're listening, I hope you took a little bit of art class. I hope you got a little culture amongst yourselves. I know it's hard for you to think that art is important or that art is something. However, it is. When you're dead inside and when you have no soul, such as something like this, say, perhaps, you don't understand that. And I get it. I get it. Art is probably hard for you to understand. But let's get back. Let's get back to the show before they take this down.
It's the apple face painting. Right
all right.
Oh,
all right. Take us down this road briefly.
All right. So let me see. It's the Son of Man.
Son of Man.
Yeah, that's the name of the painting.
Interesting.
Son of Man statue.
Rene Magritte.
Maybe it's a reference to the fact that the serpent and Eve had sex. And, whenever Cain and Abel were born.
This little Satanist, I can't even with him. I don't even want to hear anything he says. As long as his little avatar is moving, I'm not listening to a damn thing he says. You know why? Because it's worthless. It's worthless. Anybody who prays Satan and says, hey, I have no morals, has nothing that I'm interested in hearing about. In fact, I wish he would just stop talking. Let's see. Oh, he did. Good. See how that worked?
You gotta go. Yeah, there's more there though. I got my intuition is usually not wrong about this, although I can go full Browns boy sometimes and not make any sense or really, really it goes nowhere. But
holy shit, they want to sit up here and say, look, Cynthia's got nothing else better to talk about but Paul and Slave. Holy shit. Y'all are talking about a picture that is behind me. A picture that is behind me, because between all three of y'all, between the Satanist and dumbass and this guy, between the Satanist and this guy, and I'm not going to say shit about OTW because OTW is an artist to artist. I get it. I dig it. But jargon, none of y'all didn't know what this is. You have to resort to Google to look it up, to gain some culture and couth about yourself. Who the fuck loved y'all as children? Nobody cared enough to teach you about art. Holy shit. This is why y'all needed a mom in y'all's life. This is why you need a woman in your life. This is why you need feminine energy in your life. Like, I can't believe I'm looking at three men. Y'all got nothing else better to do. And notice they still ain't played the video about Paul, about that guy in handcuffs on the side of the road screaming, it worked for Paul. I listened to Paul. See? Notice that behavior.
I don't know. I just get the vibe that there's usually what I've learned by studying these events and these types of people are that there's always something there that gives it all away. Like it's like you're in some kind of hologram simulation where you look over the shoulder of the screw worm and the picture somehow tells the whole story of everything we're experiencing, right?
Oh,
and then you just see that happen over and over again. Yeah, it's kind of something. I guess it's a sort of a pastime of mine, I guess you could say, is looking into the relativity of things.
This is the pastime of his, you stupid ass. So why is it a pastime of yours to learn about art, dummy? Look at you, sit up there trying to sound smart. And y'all they still got Google up. They're still trying. Ooh, what is this? I want you to know, when I was in college and took my art appreciation class, I had to make a museum, had to make a model scale museum. I want you guys to, I'm not trying to brag, but let me brag. My model they asked me if they could keep it to display it. Of course you can. And it was all Rene Magritte's art. This has been one of my favorite artists. This isn't my favorite picture of his, but he is one of the artists that I'm like, all right, I dig you. I can dig it. Oh, panel is open. But we're sticking on this subject matter, okay? Just so you guys know. Don't be coming up here trying to throw me off. I am not doing it today. Oh, I have them on.
I think everything's relatively associated by a degree because
I'm thinking that you should stop talking. I'm thinking that I don't want to hear. Bitch with snakes 32. What are all of them thinking? She did say that, didn't she? Well, I mean, it's, I don't know, you know?
To reveal the self.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Margaret described many works as conflicts between
Magritte. It's Magritte.
Just live on the air example of what I do regularly, and that to me is God. See, I didn't do that. I'm just aware that God does that, and then I look for what God does. And then I know that is what you're
of man statue.
This word salad, shall we?
Not wrong about this, although I can go full Browns boy sometimes and not make any sense or really.
Sorry about this, guys. We're definitely gonna have to break this one down because this is a word salad, and we're gonna see what this salad is made of tonight.
You know, really, it goes nowhere. But I don't know. I just get the vibe that there's usually what I've learned by studying these events and these types of people are that there's always something there that gives it all away. Like it's like you're in some kind of hologram simulation where you look over the shoulder of the screw worm and the picture somehow tells the whole story of everything we're experiencing, right? And then you just see that happen over and over again. Yeah, it's kind of something. I guess it's a sort of a
come on
pastime of mine, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
Is looking into the relativity of things.
Looking into the relativity.
I think everything's relatively associated by a degree because there is nothing new. We only discover things. We don't actually create things.
We're bashing Paul.
The bowler hat often suggests conformity and modern anonymity. The apple adds a second layer. It suggests temptation, everyday desire, and a stubborn refusal to reveal the self. Margaret described many works as conflicts between the visible and the concealed. This son of man statue.
I think that there it is. OTW.
Pretty much what you were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew. See, that was a lot.
Hey, Mike. Good to see you. How are you doing this evening?
Oh, hey. I'm doing great. I was about to do my thing, but I seen you, and I'm like, why not? Like being supportive.
Oh, thank you. I'm just reviewing this, and like I said, I'm blocked in their chat, or else I would be talking with them.
I promise also not to throw you off or talk off topic.
No, but you make sure to promise to always bring your good, positive energy, especially when I might get a little spicy.
You know, I go with the flow, right? Like I just go with. But in terms of this, I would love to actually comment on what's going on. But yeah, as long as we, as you said, as long as we stay in the topic, right?
Yes. Okay. Awesome. They do eventually play the video. Did you see the video this morning that I played?
I didn't. Oh man, I missed it because I'm in Asia.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I was thinking about you when everything started popping off. I was like, oh my gosh, are you A, safe where you're at? B, does the things that are happening, does it affect your travel plans?
Not really. Not at the moment, at least.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I'm in Indonesia right now. I'm moving around. I was in Thailand, and then like in maybe perhaps in 2 or 3 weeks, I'll go to Vietnam.
Okay. Well, alrighty. I'm going to keep up and make sure everything's good. But let's get back to this.
Live, just live on the air example of what I do regularly. And that to me is God. See, I didn't do that.
Okay.
I'm just aware that God does that. And then I look for what God does. And then I know it can be very Brown's boy schizophrenic at times, right? We all.
Well,
but the thing in me goes, what's that painting back there? And out of all the paintings that could be back there, why that one? Let's look into that because there's going to be something there. And then, bam, you have that right there. Give me that again, that paragraph, because that's the person.
Yeah, it says here
right now. Conformist, modern day worldly conformist slave who refuses to reveal their true self. Now, that's not me, see? And it would make sense that this preacher would be attacking me for being the antithesis of who and what they are. Yeah. And it would make sense that their symbology would be right over their shoulder, revealing who and what they are.
This is truly a paranoid man speaking. Again, it's art that I like. You can believe me or not believe me, but the fact that you got to read all into that to make yourself feel better about the word salad you just say, I look for what God does and then I see what God does. What was that? But let's continue.
So they don't even need to speak. It's all right there.
It says here, it suggests temptation, everyday desire, and stubborn refusal to reveal the self. That is like right there, that last sentence, man. Wow.
Right. She was tempted to make a video about me hating on me, even though she's a godly Christian, because she's got the desire to get more numbers and more attention.
Hating on Paul is what he said. He said, now listen to this bullshit. He's creating the narrative that I made the video to hate on Paul. No, I made the video about Paul because it was about Paul. And it wasn't hating on him because I didn't say anything that wasn't true. You will see the video. And if you haven't seen the video, stick around.
Can I ask you something, Cynthia? Like,
sure.
Joe Cott is in the mix.
Who?
Joe Cott.
Who's that?
I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing the guy he's trying to be like a messiah. He's like, oh, praise Jesus, live without fear and all that.
Oh, Jack Talcott. Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Jack.
Is he in the mix right there? Or
no, this is OTW.
Okay.
And then next to OTW is Access Rat Blood. Do you know him?
No, I don't. And then like about I call him albino.
Right, and then next to him, but he does have the Jack Talcott picture.
I see. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so that's probably why you think that, but no, that's not.
Yeah, cool.
And she can't do it by being who and what she is, so she's got to pretend either about herself.
Oh my God, they are really reading too much into this.
Or about me. Yeah, it's all right there.
Huh. Well, thus Eve being tempted in the garden. That's why I went there, man.
Right, because she believes if she eats of the apple of this tree, she will become like the God of all media. The snake.
No, that is absolutely not what I believe. In fact, I'm already not you, buddy. I've had children. I've raised kids. I am definitely not you. Did I kick you off by mistake?
No, I'm having bad connection. It does that sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
And most importantly, anything that I ever say will not have a family on the side of the road with the dad in handcuffs. That is something I never want to be, Paul. Never, ever. Not in this lifetime or the next.
Snake told her, no, screw worm creature, you will surely die. Little creative license there. I got to throw a little sauce on there now and then, OTW.
Yeah.
How do this concludes my one day I'm gonna, if they'll have me, right, they'll pay me like minimum wage. I'll get like $12 an hour, and we'll just do at a college somewhere like a study how to expose yourself without even doing anything, without even.
Oh my gosh. Who? Never mind. Let me not be mean.
But speaking, right, and I'll just, you know. I'll take some THC from time to time. I'll roll out of bed. I'll stagger down to the room. you know, and we'll put this on like once or twice a week, right? If I can give myself enough proper instruction to motivate me to, because I mean, again, part of my job, and this is why you guys have to like, you know, be graceful with me, because part of my job every day, job, non-job, is I got to wake up every day and look at this. Can you full screen that again, please?
Yes.
This is who this is who or what I wake up to every day and have to.
You hear that? He wakes up to me every day, guys. Every single day he has been waking up to me. I mean, he's being a bit dramatic in this moment, but it's his feminine energy coming out. You understand?
Yeah,
because he's not a man.
Yeah, you kind of wonder. This guy has a life. He has
no.
Or
I gotcha. No, absolutely not. And again, he's creating the false narrative. This is what I have to wake up to. This dude blows his own horn.
That's like me saying I have to wake up seeing Rocky.
Lucky him, right? I would go and type that in the chat, please.
I mean, hey, Rocky, and I have to wake up to seeing Rocky. That means that your life is over.
I'm reviewing.
I don't know. You like, I'm sorry that you know what I mean? Like if that's all you have, that this is what I mean, and all you have is YouTube, that means that you're just pretty much done. Like what the fuck
are you talking about? What the fuck you talking?
No, not you about Rocky. I'm sorry, Rocky, but I'm just saying that this guy he just basically making it seem as if like the only thing that he has is all like watching Cynthia, right?
Well, no, not watching Cynthia, but YouTube in general. That's probably one of the reasons I've never monetized is once this becomes a job or a money maker, it becomes a different type of beast. And I do enjoy the freedom of just going live whenever I feel like it, covering subjects, playing these clips. All of these clips that I paid get me copy strike. I could never even be monetized if I wanted to be, but I enjoy that content more. For him to create this narrative, to create the narrative that I do this every day in hopes of getting my numbers up, in hopes of becoming more like him, he's lying to himself. He's creating a false narrative, and anybody who can see, and I'm talking even Ray Charles and Helen Keller, can see that's simply not true. Rocky, we're talking about Paul.
You mean the guru, Paul?
Paul Enslaved. Did you see? I played a video today of Asaf Sid getting pulled over, and when he was arrested in the back of the police car, he kept saying, "But Paul Enslaved told me." Like it worked for Paul Enslaved. And so now, of course, so we're going to review that. But they're supposed to be reviewing the video, but they've somehow stopped and had
the only sovereign
class about this painting. It's bizarre. It's bizarre, but it's whatevs. But let me continue on for a few more minutes.
Look at.
Well, you were fantasizing about having a Cynthia bot.
Yeah, but see that, and then this is the tortured world that I live in. Right? Is that like, you know, if you this is a lot to unpack, OTW. You had to bring me down that road again.
A Cynthia.
That's not even. You know what? Sorry, I'm sorry I said that. Let's retract that.
Yeah, but we could keep it for another day though.
That was a bit non-bit to be clear, and we could go down that road, but I'd rather even not right now. I don't want to look at the creature and then have to do the bit of pretending to have sex with it. Well, I know that Paul, it's going to say
I want you to know that I'm so happy about that. I want you to know, Paul, in fact, I've never once thought about what would it be like to have sex with Paul. In fact, Paul, I question your sexuality. I do question if you are actually a heterosexual man. In my opinion, you're a bisexual man. Strictly my opinion, for entertainment purposes only. However, looking at your, failure to launch in life, looking at your lack of suave when it comes to women, looking at your inability to communicate with women, but you're getting this around all men, it does make me question that. Perhaps I'm wrong. I don't know.
I'll say it. He has a hard-on for Flo. I'll say it. That microphone, the way he positioned that microphone, it's just weird as fuck. And I'll say it.
I want you to know I agree with you.
He wished that that Flo would be like, oh, finally I could suck your penis. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
he wished that moment that he could actually be one-on-one with Flo. I'll
That's
say it.
easy.
I mean, that's
Salty Siren says that I am a man. This is obviously someone who's just sucking up to Paul, because if anyone thinks that I'm a man, they're lying. They're lying to themselves, in fact.
That's a man.
Well, listen,
Here's the wonderful thing about AIs. AIs are not jealous if you have multiple AIs. So you could have a Cynthia, you could have a whatever of your dreams, you can have a gender binary, whatever.
I can't with this guy.
See, the thing is that all these people are broke losers. Birds of a feather flock together.
Indeed.
And very clearly they get along because it's like, well, I mean, I'm going to get kicked out of my apartment. And, the other guy, he's trying to beat the system. And, he understands me because he has no car insurance, and, no license, and trying to beat the system. All these motherfuckers, all they do is trying to find a way, and then they're trying to justify themselves by being a loser.
I agree, Mike. Absolutely.
To be convinced that God wrote a book, and only that book, and also that you have to take 10 vaccines to be healthy.
See, again, he twists that all along. He twists that, and keep in mind, he's always bringing up my decision to take that shot. I've talked about that several times. However, he doesn't understand it. He can't even begin to understand it. So, and what does he do? He just tears me down with it. Yet, keep in mind, he's an actual heroin addict. Okay, what they say, once an addict, always an addict. Yes, that was his drug of choice. And somehow he justifies it. Well, I was doing it because I forget the reason. It was a bullshit reason. And somehow he can justify that. If you ever think for 1 second, Paul Unslaved or OTW, that I'm going to be concerned about what a heroin addict thinks about me, you seriously underestimate me. And you truly don't know me. So go pull up an AI and see if you can figure that shit out. I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
No, it's amazing that that they're very support. I mean, it baffles me that the fact that like they're just bullshitting each other, and no one has the audacity to be like, okay, buddy, like, do you realize that you're not living realistic? They're all living a fantasy. And then the factor is that you have that painting. By the way, that painting is very famous. And they're trying to say, oh, she must be Satanist. And like, what the fuck? Seriously. And
they're just making up things because they're childish. They're little children. They are immature behavior.
But like the very people that are watching and they're very supportive of the channel, I would bet you $1,000, Cynthia. I swear I mean it. That they're all losers themselves. They're living in a mommy's basement. They just want that. Yes, someone understands me. This is the channel. Because I'm a loser, and guess what? I don't have anyone.
Of course they are.
It's so amazing. I can't. Crazy times.
I want them to get off of roasting me, and let's see how they react to the video of this guy talking about, but it worked for Paul Enslaved. I want to see how he responds.
That's all I said. I didn't say how the screw worm looks and all the rest of it. I just said that's the best of both worlds, right? Theoretically, and I was theorizing. I wasn't saying that it absolutely has to be this. I was considering that maybe that's what I need. I need somebody
for me, I can bring that
enough that I can convince them to love me for a long time and have sex with me and look at me naked and not be
grossed out.
Well, I can bring that into reality for you, Paul. That's not a problem.
Fuck wants to see you naked?
Yeah, we're talking. You should have just said that.
Yeah, you don't think I haven't prepared and been saving for an attack?
Nobody wants to see this guy naked. Nobody's interested in seeing Paul Enslaved naked. Nobody.
The fact that this guy OTW,
Mm-hmm.
that he's basically going along with it. It's just chaotic.
Well, he's going along with it more so though. It's content, and he knows it's content. Like that. Never underestimate OTW. OTW's a slime ball and was COE, content over everything.
Yeah,
For
he's on his way to being broke. OTW.
Autonomous body for Aslan?
Oh my
You're mistaken.
All right.
You know, they've gotten down now.
This is what I mean. Like, guys, seriously, guys, we come here every day.
All right, here we go.
You know, like you were Jesus. But Paul enslaved it. It was good.
Oh, wait. So that guy was originally doing the video where the guy talked about me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she was reviewing this guy talking shit about, in other words, sovereign citizen. You know, the funniest sovereign citizen couple arrest in history is the name of the video.
Boy, his dumbass now figured it out. They've been thinking I made a video about a video from 3 years ago. They're not even have sense enough to know what I'm doing. And he just now figured it out. How far into the stream is? I don't know. But OTW's been live for a few hours and they just now figured this out. Holy shit. Somebody go get a gold star and pin it on Paul's chest.
Yeah, just more cowards. None of them will address me or get in the room with me and have the back and forth and go to the fact.
Keep in mind, nobody's going to get in the room with me. Nobody's going to address me. Nobody's going to have the back and forth with me. Keep in mind, I'm blocked in the chat. They don't have the link down. Don't buy this bullshit that Paul says. That was the point of my video this morning. When Paul sells the bullshit about sovereign citizens, don't buy it. As you will see with the video that they're reviewing, the one that I reviewed this morning, you will find yourself in a world full of shit. And you know who's not going to care about it? Paul Enslaved. Parasite Paul. He's going to find his next victim and he's going to go on and you will be nothing to him because you know why? He has no conscience. He lacks the ability to even think outside of himself because he has no children. He has no wife. He has no family. He has nothing to offer the world but to come up on this panel and make fun of people because in reality, like Mike said earlier, he's nobody.
Yeah, the sovereign citizen stuff is crap.
Thank you. And this gentleman, Sergeant Curtis, that's all he does is he covers sovereign citizen stops. So yes,
God is sovereign.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't know, and if you can get yourself in trouble thinking you know shit when you don't know shit at all.
You can get yourself in trouble and you can cost yourself money.
Paul don't have nothing to lose because he's a loser. And so he can go about and do that shit. They can pull him over. He can spend time in jail. But if you're a dad, you can't be in jail.
Rocky, the gentleman that the stop is on, has 3 kids in the car and his wife, and they're left on the side of the road. Oh, and he kept saying, it worked for Paul. This is what happened with Paul and Slade did.
You're right. It's all bottom of the barrel, canned material, just repeating the same shit that everyone else does with a broadcasting platform, you know.
Did he just say the bottom of the barrel? Let's go. Let me pull up Sergeant Curtis numbers on YouTube because Sergeant Curtis is not the bottom of the barrel. In fact, let's see. I'm sorry if I'm yelling. I'm really passionate right now. In fact, that video, the funniest sovereign. Oh my gosh. Oh, it was 2 months ago. Hang on. Let me go to my history. That video was up 2 months ago. I wish I could see it there on OTW side. But I want to see how much that video is up to.
Mm-hmm.
I will let you. I'm gonna play this while I look for that.
It's actually hundreds of thousands of subscribers, right? Cover me, but I don't have the hundreds of thousands of subscribers, right? It's so obvious.
He's a police officer, so he's kind of like he's explaining the perspective of the police officer, right? You know, and pretty much rooting for the police at the same time.
Amen. On them, he's great. And so this morning, I'm like, ooh, another Sergeant Curtis video. I love it. This video is actually from 2 months ago, but let me put it out here for you guys. And now, just a side note, in my fantasy world in my head, one day I can have a conversation.
Stop it already. We're never going to get through this.
And Sergeant
It's never going to happen. I'll tell you right now. Not with me here. You're going to have to throw me out. It's not going to happen. I can feel it. Did you just hear what she just said? The godly Christian woman who's a follower of Jesus says she wakes up every day, goes to YouTube and goes, yay, another video from a cop. I mean,
what is having to be a Christian having to do with enjoying a video from Sergeant Curtis? It's not a pornographic video. They're not over there eating babies. They're not harming other people. Why did he throw in? What kind of Christian woman gets up and do that? I enjoy watching those videos. As I was eating breakfast, I came across it. Why is he trying to make that something that it's not? That is his own insecurity speaking. Oh, I love it, Paul. I love it when you reveal yourself.
Yay, another file from the Epsteins. Here today. You know, it's like they get up every day and they're excited about their slavery and about the corruption. And it's just incredible. They wonder why I'm as cynical and sarcastic and bitter at times as I am. Because I woke up in a world today where this is the average person around me. Rolls out of bed and goes, yay, another video from a...
Yeah, the average person around him. I don't even go to Paul's page. He needs to stop. In fact, I haven't been on a panel with Paul in months.
Sergeant, about how we're all supposed to be enslaved and like it. Ooh,
it's funny you say that
on there.
Because this guy is literally a modern day whip. You remember in Egypt they'd whip the slaves.
Yeah, he's a house slave.
He's a whip holder.
Yeah, house slave.
Wow, Curtis, because Joe Cool, of course, is anti-police officer. Oh, police are bad. They're kidnapping us. Sergeant Curtis here is like, no, police officers are good. I would love it. This would be a great conversation, right? Great conversation. So this morning, as I'm eating my tacos, I come across a video and we're going to watch it. And there's something so interesting in this video that brought joy in my heart.
To put exempt plates on their vehicle to show that they are exempt from the law. But look what happens when this sovereign citizen decides not to put a plate on their vehicle at all.
They fast forwarded the video.
No plate, paperwork out the window, officer caught it within a few seconds. He's dealt with this before. If you notice here, it's your rear window. This is incredibly dangerous. I hate doing stops like this because I can't tell what's back there. Is it a danger area? Is there a person sitting back there? A lot of things could be going on. So that's
one of the things that I really enjoy about Sergeant Curtis's his commentary on these videos, because he also gives you perspective from a cop's point of view, not just necessarily the citizen getting pulled over, but he does give you the perspective of a cop, and he's pointing out, hey, as a cop, and that's true. Like, as much as we don't like cops, and when I say we, not everyone agrees with law enforcement. Everyone thinks that they shouldn't get pulled over. They don't need to do this. They don't need to do that. But I do wonder, how many times do people take into consideration from the perspective of the law enforcement? Again, in the sense that the back window is all full of stuff. You don't know what's back there. Potential danger could be in the backseat of that car, correct? I mean, I would assume so.
This is definitely a stop. It's much more concerning than most. Tire inflation device put in the rear tire. These guys have definitely dealt with stoppers before. They almost have a playbook on how to deal with this, and so far they're doing everything right.
I didn't even know they did that. I didn't even know they did that. Period. They pull you over. A couple of the videos I've been watching lately, when they do get. Did you know that they do that? The police now, that when they pull you over and they think that you're going to kind of give them an attitude, they'll automatically put stop sticks under your car.
I didn't know they did. They don't do that up here.
Really? Yeah, and a lot of the videos I've been watching, especially when they start off with the soft sit, immediately somebody just walks to a tire and starts sticking sticks down, which is right. Like, what if they do they? I wonder if accidents have happened because of that. Get pulled over, they will put the spike strips down. You're not moving. You don't even look like you're going to run, but just in case, the law enforcement is now prepared. They are prepared for you to run. Hey, remember this when you get pulled over and you're like, oh, I'm going to go for it. Are you ready to lose tires? Ask yourself.
No, I don't think.
Hey, thanks for the tip. Now I'm going to go buy myself airless tires, like full tires of rubber. Make sure that they can't pop the tires. Yeah.
And when you're done with this, from the cop's point of view, you can pull up Barry. I have to double check on his name. He's a confirmed highway patrolman. #1 arresting officer when it came to number of arrests, like 10 years running, who quit the police force and admitted to everybody that a good portion of the time when he would pull people over, he would hope they would run because he wanted to chase them and get his adrenaline fix.
Why would he not just pull up the video instead of telling you a bullshit story? Again, Paul just talks a lot. Paul can never walk the walk. I'm sorry, Rocky, were you going to say something?
Well, I like the fact that we have too many cops and they don't get enough training on like the first 10 amendments or nothing. They usually hire dumb fuckers that probably got beat up in high school, and they just take it out on everybody. Who wants to be a cop? That's stupid. Who wants to be a damn cop anyway? Unless you've got some kind of like little dick syndrome or something.
I have been thinking about that. Like, who wants to be a cop? Nobody likes the cops. Not every single time they pull people over, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say a majority of the time that they pull people over, they're going to be met with attitude. Like, who wants that? But there are some, though. It's just
good reason why they did attitude too, because they will fucking fuck you up and beat the shit out of you over some little stupid thing. And there's plenty of pictures of them doing that. It's not like we don't know they do it. And there's more freedom in countries that don't even have cops, like Colombia, like Cambodia, and probably Vietnam. They probably don't even have cops because you don't need fucking cops. The fucking cops good for anyway.
No, that's not true. That's not. No.
Yeah, I heard they don't have cops in Cambodia.
You're sorry.
No, go ahead.
All right. So if we're talking about, like, let's say Costa Rica, where like the cops don't wear guns, like stuff like that. Costa Rica, like doesn't they don't have like the officers the way United States does or like other countries does.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have to see that depending on the country and depending on the example, you imagine if New York City, you imagine if there's no officers, and it's like, okay, guys, no cops is going to stop you. Do you think that would actually work in New York City, Rocky?
Wow. New York sucks, and nobody wants to.
You know what I mean? So we have to also now.
I think like, just let everybody in New York kill each other. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, like if so, for instance, look at Japan. Japan, and you see that you could have like at least toilet, in Publix, and people are so respectful, and not to mention that in the how clean the system is, right? Like
I lived a year in Japan, and there weren't that many cops. There might be a few, but not as many as we got here. And I used to drive all around Japan, and I never hardly seen any cops. You'd see once in a while. You see a cop on the like, it's not the Autobahn, but they have a similar system where you can drive almost as fast as you want to. But
sorry. I'm just saying that you do, because I'm in Indonesia. Like, you do have cops and all that. If you want to say that the laws are, to a certain degree, might be a little lenient, but then at the same strength, that people know the consequences. See, like when you have like people in the States where, like I said before, where us Americans, we're privileged in terms of complaining and bitching. You cannot do that in other countries. Don't even dare. You can't.
And they actually, you go to jail for shit, and there was a Marine over there that got caught doing something. I think it was rape, and they were gonna
wait. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Hi, everybody. So what is going on with this rapist?
They were gonna execute him. And the Marines.
We're not going to use the word. Don't use the word.
Yeah, the essay.
And what's going on is we're reviewing a video.
Yeah, we're just talking in general. But you see, like, let's just say that what was it? I even in OG. There's some. I forgot. I'm sorry, my brain is fried. But when that person that basically was, I forgot. I'm sorry, scam or was taking payments or something like that. Was it?
I'm not sure what you're.
Yeah, but anyway, and I mentioned that, and it would have been in China. That person would have been executed.
Mm.
Do you remember that comment when I said that?
No.
Okay. Well, so there's certain things.
And if you go to jail, they feed you fish heads and rice, and you don't get much to eat.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that could be the case. But if you're a scam artist and so in Cambodia, there's been a couple of the Chinese that they were doing scams, and they're going to get deported back to China. They already and then they're ready for execution.
Mm.
And I think so. Cynthia, remember how we mentioned how if you commit a crime in Saudi Arabia, and then I said that, and they put your kids, the kids is like, okay, kids, watch how a criminal is going to get punished. And they got kids. Remember that?
Yeah, one of my friends, I was talking about her family worked in the U.S. Embassy, but they had meetings, and it was obviously talking about God, and apparently in the compound they were safe, but outside of the compound they weren't, and they got caught out there one time, and the police had sticks that have nails on them, and they beat her with them when she was a little girl. When we worked together, she lifted up her shirt on the side, and she still had all the scars from that beating. So they're pretty brutal over there. But let's get back to this really quick, just because he takes video.
I mean,
no worries.
Okay.
So you want to talk about from the point of view of a cop, and then do this victiming for them? Oh, they have such a scary job. Well, then don't use your emergency lights to push people over to the side of the road through coercion and duress, and then try to force contract on them. Because
I don't even know what he's talking about. Rocky, I'm going to hope that you're going to listen and break it down for us.
Because I got the cops admitting they want you to run. They want to chase you. They want to be involved in some action because this is their addiction, slavery, and acting like a wannabe slave master.
You see?
Okay? No, go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, man. He sounds like a Joe Cool sometimes.
There is some
See,
truth.
that's the thing that,
But,
sorry.
There's some truth? What do you mean?
well, he has to realize that the cops don't follow the Constitution. They don't study it. They don't know it. And so for you to stick up for your rights to a cop, that's stupid. You should take it to court. Just get the ticket. And if you want to fight something, fight it in court. Don't sit there on the side of the road with a man with a gun and fight with that guy telling, I don't have to do what you say. If you want to do something, take it to court. Don't do it on the side of the road and argue with a man with a gun.
I agree. Rocky, I absolutely agree with you.
I do agree with that. It's just like, it just baffles me. The fact is that and it's just, that, first of all, you can't drive a car without insurance. You can't drive a car without a license. You can't drive a car without plates in registration. But they're trying to beat the system somehow in the hopes that some way that they could, this was what baffles me, that they put themselves in situations. Like, did you know, motherfucker, that you were told if you do this, face the consequences? They're going to be consequences. But somehow
you can do that in court. You can fight against those things. You can use the Constitution. Because the Constitution.
But here's the thing. And rather than
you have a right to travel. And
No.
I remember when growing up, you didn't have to buy insurance. That's forced on you back in the
Correct. But what year was
70s and
that?
80s.
Like Rocky. Like what year was that? I get it that at a certain point in time, people were able to drink and drive. By the way, you know that. True story. In the 80s,
And we didn't have to wear seatbelts.
you didn't have to wear seatbelts. But Rocky, throughout the years, bro, you know what? People
It's because you're a
abuse
fucking
them.
slave, and they don't want their slaves to get in an accident. They want
No,
healthy slaves. So
What
really,
is slaves to you?
insurance and seatbelts, all that stuff
But-
used
but
to
the-
be.
Okay,
mean,
I'm sorry, Rocky.
So
It's
if
my-
it
so
wasn't
sorry.
against the law back then, how come it's against the law now? You can't just make up laws as you go along.
The reason why it's because some, and I have to say, some bitch lady, by the way, in the Bronx, was driving the opposite direction, had 2 bottles of vodka. And I agree with you. Before, the cops were more lenient. You're like, you know what? I just have several drinks, man. You know what? I just want. Oh, okay, we get it. But then some bitch lady, I have to say this, Rocky, that had 2 bottles of vodka, and she's like, "Hey guys, did you want to bet how much if I pass out?" And she was driving the opposite direction. She had 2 kids, you see, and then all of a sudden she was facing and she's driving the opposite direction and almost got the kids killed. You have to understand that, Rocky. That these laws,
but you know,
for that reason.
Mothers Against Drunk Drivers started all this.
Oh yeah, I forgot about them, Rocky.
Yeah, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. It's almost like pre-crime. If you're driving and you have a certain amount of alcohol in you, they consider it's like a pre-crime. You're gonna get in an accident and kill somebody, so we're gonna treat you like a murderer. But in reality, you know, I can drive better drunk than most fucking cops can drive.
All right.
So,
No, we do not promote that here, Rocky.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that
Okay,
they have pre-crime that if you have any alcohol in you, they consider you guilty of almost like, you know.
Rocky, let me ask you a question. Very simple. If you were intoxicated, can you operate a motor vehicle?
Me?
No, I'm talking about like in general.
Well,
Okay,
I can. I'm a professional driver.
No. So let me ask you again. Let me just simplify it this way. Thank you, Chuck.
Yes, you can drive when you're intoxicated.
So you're saying that if you're driving intoxicated, that there's no chance that you are not going to kill anyone in the process. Not only that, but you're going to drive safely, and then
if you commit manslaughter, then you should be tried for manslaughter. But don't.
But my point, the point, Rocky, please. The point of all that shit is to prevent from anyone getting killed.
It doesn't prevent
Rocky,
them.
do you know how many people innocent got killed in the process? You imagine if you're driving with your daughter and coming out of the fucking movie theater and some motherfucker decided that he wanted to drink, and then because of this cockhead, your daughter gets killed in the process.
Do you really think that
right?
laws are going to stop people from driving drunk?
No, you don't understand. That
I do understand. You're the one that don't understand.
So it's not entirely. I get that you're you know, like, it's not going to stop many people from doing the crime. But the factor is that the reason why these laws are in place is to prevent them. And I get it that people are going to still do it. But
so why do you have to buy insurance again? What does that prevent?
So what are you talking? So in other words, we shouldn't have these laws. Is that what your point is?
Okay, the seatbelt law. What about that?
They can continue doing them. That
we definitely need the seatbelt law.
Is that for my protection or for other people's protection? Since when is the government responsible for my safety? Force me to wear a seatbelt. And since when is the government responsible for my financial?
Because you drive it on their roads.
They don't own the roads.
Sure they do.
But But who cares if they don't own the roads? It's still a law.
It's a law. What if they made a law that said you couldn't eat French fries while you were driving, or what the fuck? I don't know.
Oh,
Illinois put a new one in. You can't smoke in a car if there's any children.
Oh my
why? That's stupid.
You understand that you have to. You can't come on, Rocky. You understand that being impaired driving causes you to get into accidents. Am I correct?
What causes you to get in accidents?
Being impaired
Under the influence.
Under the influence.
For some people, yeah, but
Well, the data shows most people have impaired faculties.
yeah.
When
But
they-
you don't have to. You don't have to have too many faculties to fucking drive. It's pretty simple.
What's incorrect? I would love to know what's incorrect.
Anyway,
There's-
I'm not.
There's an average of
Let's dive
40
into this a little bit.
I think there's an average of 42 people a day.
Okay.
I'm not condoning drinking and driving.
not-
What I'm
alright.
saying is,
There's a
It-
lot of accidents that happen, even when there's no consumption of alcohol. But let's face the reality: if you're drinking, it creates impediment and basically like makes you drunk, which means that you're most likely, when you're operating a vehicle, most likely you're going to get into accidents.
no, not really.
Not really.
I used to be a drinker, and I used to drive drunk all the time and never got in an accident. But I'm not condoning drinking and driving. I'm just saying that it shouldn't be like, I don't know. If someone gets in an accident and causes injury,
Do we need to watch videos of many
so you
drunk
believe in
driving?
pre-crime laws.
Do you
believe
see
in
that
pre-
lady, the fucking
believe in
young
pre-crime.
lady? By the way, I'm sorry, Rocky. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Do you see the young girl where she like the car flew and she killed her cousin in the process?
Yeah.
many
She
people
should
out
be
there
I killed a telephone pole once.
Drunk, right, Chuck?
Yep. Yep. Busted
Wow.
that sucker right in half. I flew through the air off of the road, hit that sucker about midway, and the front end of the car wrapped around the pole and kind of spun around the pole till it got to the ground, and then the pole busted in half. Oh, that was a fiasco.
All right, let's get back to the video.
I'm sorry.
No worries. Y'all had a good conversation.
I'm sorry that you're sorry.
You are sorry.
Pennsylvania versus Mims. Does anyone know anything about that case? I'm sure people do. If you do, please leave it in the comments. If not, I'll be happy to go and research it and learn more about myself.
I'm not hearing no commentary from the peanut gallery over there.
Oh,
That's only
Landry
radio traffic,
popped
something that a lot
up.
of people might not pick up on. When he says give us the channel, that means we have a high priority, high risk situation going on. Our radio traffic will be only traffic that goes across the road.
Oh.
Anytime in these situations, other officers will roll to the scene because they're about to conduct or do something that's high risk and dealing with a person who's non-compliant.
High
You hear that,
risk
guys?
is-
If you hear the
High risk is code for anti-American, by the way. All you got to do, we need a code book so we can decode what these folks are saying to what it actually is.
high risk means anti-American, I don't believe that.
It's Barry Cooper. He also did a broadcast about me. A few of them, I believe. Yeah, we're about to do something high risk, aka interfere with somebody's rights and try to take their property without a judicial determination, aka a warrant. So
Wrong.
these are all the supposed Americans and godly folks who not only don't give a fuck about rights and freedoms, they don't even give a fuck about legal process and procedure because nobody's following it anymore. And the majority of folks don't even care because, hey, they're gods in uniform and they're just keeping us safe, right? I can't wait to see where this all goes. It's going to be fun. As if
He's all right.
I can't.
Go ahead.
No, he's hilarious. Go ahead.
I done forgot now. Motor
Oh.
mouth there with all the word salad.
Word salad.
hasn't been already the last 5 or 6 years, right?
Yeah.
They need more.
The police say, "Yo, give me the radio, give me the channel." Red flag. They're serious. They're serious. But let's continue to watch this video.
All right, here's the thing, man. We're giving you a lot of order. At this time, you are under arrest. Now they're getting a window punch. Because the next step in this is that they're going to reach by punching out the window and extracting them. That's exactly what it looks like to happen. These guys have done this before. So if you don't want to step out of the vehicle, we will remove you from the vehicle. We would like to not do that, but if we have to, we will. I'm not threatening you. I'm explaining what's going on. At this point, your tires have deflation devices on, so if you want to drive away, your tires are going to go flat as well. All right, step out of the vehicle. This is your last opportunity before we take you out of the vehicle. Last opportunity, man. They're ready for the next step in this, so the talking looks like it's done.
Yeah, last opportunity. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you going to believe the last opportunity? Or do you think that you're going to be able to talk your way out of them following their procedures and policies? I'm curious. I'm curious to know how you would react. I feel like in this circumstance, the police officer is communicating clearly and saying, hey, this is going to happen. If you don't do this, this will occur. Which is, I'm not seeing anything wrong with this yet.
Of course not. You know, 10 jabs later.
Dr. D had in chat, who, you know, he's another one where, you know, he's hot and cold. One, you know, every other day he's got choice words for me, which whatever, but he just goes, I hate these people. That's it. I hate these people.
I told you that.
High risk. We're going high risk. Yeah. We're going to make you safe.
You see that knife they pulled off that dude, Cynthia?
Yes. And then
they found it. Then she pulled one out on him later on.
Right. That was like, what was she thinking?
And I think she had a driver's license.
Yes, she did.
She did. Not him, but her.
Yes, she did. She had one. And they have another car that's registered, but the timing belt's messing up. So they took this one instead.
But that knife was huge.
The state gave you to give to me. Now we got to keep you safe.
Did you hear that? He says, you know, I can travel with my private property. And this is something that Paul is always constantly speaking about. And not just Paul. I'm only referencing Paul because the majority of my viewers are going to know who I'm speaking about. But several people who follow this, ideology of like, hey, I'm a traveler.
I'm fractuating in reality right now. My reality is being fractured. Like these people talk, and it's just like
God, that laugh.
Of course, the people. We all roll in the same community. The fact that he's making it something bigger, it's about him. Watch.
Breaking news that Paul had a crazy idea that we could move our property around without asking our servants, man. Holy crap. Holy crap. You believe this fucking guy? What I'm over here doing? Man, it's almost like I was born in a land where they taught me that this was a free country and that we were supposed to be brave. Anyone remember that? Anyone?
The land of the free and the home of the brave, yeah.
Just free enough to ask permission to move your property around and just brave enough to do everything you're told or else, I guess.
Ask permission.
Yeah. And it's amazing.
We love these people. These are our
you don't have to get insurance. You don't have to register your car at all. You have the freedom not to do that. However, along with those choices come quick consequences. I know. Don't I know it, right?
Yeah, you don't have to get insured. You don't have to basically have registration. You could easily drive around the country. See, this is what happens when you listen to these people. The very people that are broke, you know, don't live in mommy's basement. You keep listening to these people. That's the consequences.
Yep.
And about everyone. Go ahead, Rocky.
Yeah, if that's
you have a right to travel.
Oh,
you do have a right, but the problem is the country doesn't follow the cops don't follow the Constitution no more.
Yeah, and so if
you
you're
want to fight that fight, what I'm saying is, if you want to fight that fight, do it in court. Don't argue with the dumb cop because he don't know shit about nothing.
If you're driving intoxicated, the cops has every fucking right to arrest you.
I'm not talking about driving intoxicated.
And
in order to be tested for DUI, when they pull you over, they have to have a reasonable suspicion that you're fucking drunk. They can't just pull everybody
you're swerving, and then like your car's swerving, and like okay.
Well, yeah. They got a right to pull you over, but they still have to go by the Constitution and do it according to the law. And if they don't, then they're breaking the law.
All right.
The cops break the law all the time. They do things they're not supposed to do.
The Constitution part you're talking about is strictly the right to travel between states freely.
So
is what that's about. Entering and exiting one state.
The right to travel is similar to the right to bear arms. It should not be impeded. There should be no laws stipulating that you have to have a license is permission to do something that's illegal.
Oh my Lord!
License means, look it up, you dumbasses.
License means to do something illegal. Are you serious?
License is permission to do something illegal.
What are you talking about, like Rocky? What the fuck?
You know the difference between what's legal and lawful?
Dude, you lost all your hair. Why is it pop?
I didn't lose
Rocky,
all my hair.
What the fuck is going on?
Hair, you dumb fucker. My hair is short. It's not. I'm not.
Dude,
bald.
you lost all your hair.
No, I didn't lose it.
Yes, you did.
I didn't lose it.
You're
I cut
getting
it
old.
Oh man,
your kids are abandoning you.
Yeah, you should listen to your elders once in a while because you have so much disrespect.
I have respect from dude.
You could learn something.
You
could learn something, but you don't. You just
learn. What do you learn from you? Look at you. You're alone.
Yeah, go learn that shit from Flow State. Flow State to teach you. Go spend some money over there.
All right, let's finish the video. Let's go.
Miserable. I don't even be like that, Rocky. Listen, I swear, I wish all the I'm not really a bad person.
I'm smart because I'm rich and I live in Vietnam. Therefore, I'm smarter than you.
I'm not living in Vietnam.
I'm living somewhere.
Not yet.
Okay, let's finish. Let's remember. Let's go.
Yeah, this is the best we can do, folks.
This is the best we can do, folks. This is what we have to offer. It's what our system produces.
Trust the government.
Yeah.
When you pull me over, I can hand you this paperwork, and somehow I'm going to be exempt. You're going to read my paperwork. Things are going to go smoothly, and I'm going to go on about my way, and you're going to go on about my way. Your way, the police officers.
Don't take my consent. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm traveling. They don't like the term sovereign citizen. In fact, many times they consider it an oxymoron because if you're sovereign, how can you be a citizen of anything? Because sovereignty means that you're of your own being, not attached or engaged in anything else. All right, that's time you're under arrest. For what? Failure to comply, resisting arrest.
And I got to say, from my personal opinion, just watching the show, this guy is not combative. The gentleman being arrested, he's not being combative. He is genuinely, it does believe that this paperwork does clear him. He genuinely believes that he did nothing wrong. So when he hears that he's under arrest, he's like, what? I'm under arrest? It does seem sincere that he's confused in this moment.
Yeah. Didn't she just, before this video, show a video of me, the guy in question, giving out this information, getting arrested as well?
Yes.
So what am I missing here? Can someone tell me what I'm missing on this chain of events?
Oh my God.
This is crazy.
Right? Because
what
the issue is you keep telling people they can get it dismissed. It's not going to be an issue. And this guy believed you. He actually heard Paul speaking with all his repertoire and believed him. And as you see, he's now in handcuffs. He has a wife and 3 kids with him.
Does that mean it worked?
Well, according to Paul, no, you get arrested. But this guy, when the cop's like, where did you learn this from? A YouTuber? He's like, yeah, it worked for Paul Unslaved. And he kept talking about what Paul said. And that made this video is because don't pay attention to what Paul says. This is what happens. You need to know this is what happens when what Paul says.
Yep, you put misinformation out there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so incredible that people still follow it. And this is the end results.
Because they believe him. He speaks with such authority.
But then this is the end result. And you still keep on.
He even said it in his video. He went all through this and in the end got arrested. And what point does that prove? You got arrested.
Chuck, I just don't get it. And then you get arrested, and then everybody, what's going on here?
He should have fought
this goes with what Rocky was saying. Fight it in court.
There's nothing to fight. That's the problem.
I mean,
short 5-minute
what is
video
to fight?
about when this.
Well,
This
if they
all
think
started.
they have it and they have the right to travel, then take it to court. Let's see. Well, let's see.
He watched me get arrested more times than I succeeded and concluded that his paperwork was going to what? Let him not talk his way out of this like I didn't? I mean, it's bizarre.
Well, essentially, what she's trying to do is call you out for spreading lies on YouTube.
Yes.
That's the whole point of this video.
Yes.
And, you know, and again, forgive me for like asking these stupid questions. But, like, who's going to determine what the truth and what the lie is exactly? I'm guessing her. She's going to be the arbiter of truth here. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like,
and
okay,
Sergeant Slaughter here.
I have a perspective. I can cite code and philosophy even, or correlate with philosophy in the code for where I get my understanding. And I practice that understanding oftentimes
is not
to my
law.
own detriment. So
philosophy.
That's a lie?
I know. I even now what he's saying isn't making sense. It's wild.
Or is it just we have different beliefs and perspectives about how living on the land known as of the free and the brave should look?
If this guy could, if he could
Exactly.
talk this shit, I might as well. You know what? I'm the king of England.
That felt good.
Yeah.
Multiple times what was going to occur if you failed to act. We
I'm the king of England.
All right. So we've given you off orders.
And all you guys have to bow down to me.
You need to refuse. So we did minimal damage is necessary to remove you from the vehicle. At this time, you are under arrest. Okay. Didn't work out how it showed on Facebook or however.
Didn't work out on Facebook or ever how the person who told him to do it this way. I need you guys, viewers,
Yeah,
hate
pay me
watchers, I need you to
taxes,
put that in your
Rocky.
head. Ever who told him how to do it this way. Sergeant Curtis is saying, hey, it didn't work out. Ever who told you wrong. Just keep that right here. That's all I'm asking. Just keep that right here in your head.
Work out that way. Could you please give my step What's your first name? You have the right to remain silent. And please say if you use municipal law. If you have the right time attorney present during 40 questions, it's not important attorney when they be appointed to represent you. Anytime you decide not to answer a question or making statements. You understand that? You understand? You understand? All right.
So overstand is just another plain word. They don't want to be under anything. They can overstand a situation, so they're over. It's just plain word game.
Word games. Word games. I don't like the word under because it infers that I'm under something and I'm over something. So I understand. I don't understand how that is a fight word. I understand. I don't understand. But hey, to some, it's something. It's something. And apparently to this gentleman, it was.
So what happens if you don't give your name or information can be identified, you get booked as John Doe. What happens is you sit in jail until you're identified by some means through the court. So you can end up sitting in jail for an extended period of time, and that's why it's not your vote. Most people say, I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. I'm going to just give my information and my name because I don't want to sit in jail.
All right. Do you have a driver's license or anything? Or this vehicle's
Wait. This is great. You got to pause that right there. So you get my foundational principles. When I cite the law, like American jurisprudence and corpus delicti and all these maxims, the cop who's enforcing the law, his standard is do this so you don't spend time in a box. That's it. These are people who obviously clearly know more about the law than I do. I'm in a fucking trailer, guys. What could I know about the law? Now, the guy who just told you, hey, let me give you a lesson one from Sergeant Douchebag. Right? Lesson one from Sergeant Douchebag is American fundamentals of law. Just do whatever the guys in suits tell you so you don't have to go to jail. Wait.
Amazing.
That's not what Sergeant Curtis said. And what Sergeant Curtis said was, hey, if you don't identify yourself, you will go in as a John Doe. John Doe doesn't get to go before the judge. John Doe has to sit there until they decide that they're going to try and identify you, whether that be through fingerprints or whatever. So he's saying, hey, you can go that route, but no, you might be in there longer. Let's have,
Yeah. There was a case in Florida where a guy pulled that John Doe, for a name because he refused to tell them and they couldn't identify him. So they just held him in jail till he finally gave in and gave him his name.
Right. And so, but he's saying, no, you don't do that. Hey, this is what I mean. Paul is telling you, don't do that.
Quickest way to get arrested is what he's telling you.
The quickest way. If you've got free time and you're like, you know what? I need a vacation. I've been thinking a nice cell is like the getaway place, the bars. I would just really feel relaxed there, taking the shit in front of all the men. Yes, by all means, do it this way. If you got nothing but money, time on your hands, please, by all means, follow Paul.
Well, you get 3 hots at a cot. Well, not necessarily hot.
Or 3 hot. You get a cement bench.
Yep.
Wait, what?
And
I'm
a
pretty sure that's
bologna sandwich.
Nazism.
If that.
Yeah.
Right. It's literally
pretty much, yeah.
It's literally the antithesis of Americana and American values. So here we are. Go ahead, continue. I'm just. I
Oh,
love
it's
it.
just-
As much
it's
as
great.
it's grotesque and frustrating at times, this is real. This is as real as it gets. Is this
Oh
real?
yeah, this guy is real. He's a living, breathing human being.
None of them ever cite code. They don't even cite statute, policy, and code. They don't cite any process or procedure. They don't quote anything. They just go, guys, just do what everyone else does, so we don't haul you off to jail. And that's America. And they're not only okay with that, they're saying I and everyone else is an idiot if we don't do that and live that way. I wonder how that could go bad. Or go
It
wrong.
reminds me of my interaction with the cop, and he looked at me and he goes, "Why don't you just do like everybody else?" And I go, "Well, it's because I'm not stupid."
Yeah, like Dean had saying down there, as they're loading you into the cattle cart, they're like, "Aren't you feeling safer?" You're like, "Man, Paul and Slade was an idiot. I don't know why he was wasting everyone's time with this whole rights, freedom, principle, spiritual faith thing, and the foundational philosophies of law." Like, if only I would, you guys are all just smarter than me, is what it is.
I have no idea. Again, if you have got extra money to waste, and if you feel like, you know what, I definitely want, to spend some time locked up, is your idea of fun, please, by all means, don't give your name. Call Paul and Slave and ask him for advice, and he will guide you right down that road to hell. I mean, jail.
Thought of, hey, just do what everyone in a supposed power position tells you to do, and your life will be a lot easier for a while. If only I'd have thought of that, right, OTW? I'd be immensely successful in this world. In this life.
Hey, you might have a bigger trailer.
Yeah, I probably would. Come to think of it.
This is a good book on
Now,
the
the police
law.
did it was his wife, common law wife, in the passenger side, and he did ask her, "Hey, do you have a license or anything?" And I don't believe she.
Yeah, she's the man of the house.
If you thought the guy was tough to deal with, he's nothing compared to what you see mistake.
And I do want to point out, just as a layman's, from my perspective, when they were pulled over, she has the baby that she's holding. She actually has the baby sitting in her lap in the front seat, which of course is never how you should travel with a child. The child should always be safe in a car seat. But
sovereign citizen,
put him in
I
jail.
gotta call that out right now. Did Paul and Slave tell you to do that, lady? That was Paul and Slave, wasn't it? Told you could ride around with little people and not put them in the properly designated box holder.
You know why it's easy for Paul to think that and make a joke about this? It's because Paul has no children. Paul has never been in a car with a child that he's had to buckle in and protect. He has no idea. He has no idea what that feels like. He's incapable of that. Instead, he makes fun of it. This is what Paul wakes up to every day. He thinks he wakes up to me every day. No, this YouTube is what he wakes up to every single day.
I'm sure.
What's even worse is that you have these people that listen to this dude, and they're in like I said before, I think I said it in 10th. I actually said that in 10th. The masses, they're trying to cut corners. There's no shortcut. I'm sorry, there is no shortcuts in life. You know what I mean? And they're trying. There was a lady that basically fooled a lot of people and said that she has cure for cancer, and that she was able to, she bullshit a lot of people, and people bought into that. It like the Hatua girl, where and we're talking about this bitch that basically spit on penises, and I don't even know how the fuck people fall into that shit, and then like a lot of people that did the current currency, the cryptocurrency, sorry, and then like, oh, I lost all my money. I just don't understand.
Rocky, how come there's a second Rocky back here?
Sorry.
I don't know who that is. It's not me. Oh, I have a film. It's a short 5-minute film on how they started back in the 20s to take away some of our rights.
Okay. We will definitely see that here in a minute. Welcome, OG. How are you this evening?
I was really, really angry, and then I got really, really sad.
Oh. Well, get ready to get angry again. We are reviewing interesting. We are reviewing this video from Pac. Well, OTW's live about some things. So I was reviewing that before he takes it down. And I'm blocked over there, so I couldn't even comment. so I went live.
You're
I see
blocked.
Lindsay went over there too.
OTW blocked you.
Yeah, OTW blocked me. I expect nothing less. But this is the video I played earlier, obviously.
We're all supposed to have them in. They better go figure out who told her she could do that right there. Right? I know she's the mother, and those children came through her vagina. And some wacky people would say she gets to like decide. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that's really fucking unsafe. And we better figure out who gave this woman the advice that she could like regulate her household and her children how she pleases. You know, you don't do that with your children. The state does that with you and your children. Get it right.
She probably listens to some woman sovereign citizen, right?
Yeah.
And that's because she watches her own shows on YouTube. You know, he watches you. She watches
That's true. That's
some other
true.
woman that's
Chuck's in the back, by the way.
same thing. It's the
She
female
got
version
so
of you.
Fucking crazy. You're right, OTW. I didn't even think of that. She was in the room with this guy while he was listening to me give out horrible advice about how to get arrested.
I already thought you were up here. I thought you were saying I'm in the back to talk if you need me.
No, I was, but my signal walked out.
Oh, well, did he do it here on this panel, OG?
Oh no, it's his own thing he's got going on.
Okay, give us a sec.
Yeah.
Oh, don't.
What a dickweed.
Oh no. That's not why I'm sad. That's why I was angry.
Oh.
Read the next thing. Read the next thing.
Okay.
Sit and beaten and go to jail and all things horrible. And she got some crazy idea that like maybe the kid could ride up front with her. And that's fucking unsafe. And I mean, Lord knows what we're gonna have to do to this woman and this kid now in order to like convince them to
Kill
be safer next
them.
time, you know,
Kill them.
Lord knows how many days in jail or in the dungeon or how much torture we're gonna have to put them through to get them to just be safer next time. You know what I'm saying? You gotta
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Yeah.
You fucking guy was fucking with don't let my children drive. They're gonna pull over a baby one day driving, and they're like, the baby's gonna say, no, the baby's not gonna be able to talk, and then the mother's gonna be in the passenger seat and go,
They're such children. Like they're missing.
Yeah, they're retarded.
They told us that we could have
Oh
a
my
baby.
God.
I'm gonna go out. You know what? Fuck it. I already went on a limb. I already took the credibility I came into this with. Of Bible thumping, president voting, vax takers are so fucking retarded and dangerous for themselves and everyone else. I would almost rather have babies around driving. So I'm going to now and say, none of these people should be allowed to drive. I want this slave system to clamp down on them so hard they have to give urine and fecal analysis samples to even. We need something they need to blow into. You know what? Like the DUI thing has the test, and so am I. Vehicle. I need to know.
Oh my God, listen to
in order for the car
no.
a boot that you have to roll around. The new Tesla car around. Okay, I'm letting you know because
Yes.
let's continue.
Okay. We'll make
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Why are you gonna tell me I'm not playing the game? I'm following the law.
See, this man really believes he is following the law because someone has.
OTW really is Paul's #1 fan. Like, if you've ever questioned that, wondered that, or doubted that, like, let this know he is for sure forever.
Well, yeah, but whenever Paul shows up at Jack melts like butter.
Really?
Yeah, and he giggles. He gets all giddy when Paul shows up. Yeah.
Why? Wait, what do they miss? What am I
He
missing?
worships this man. I don't know why.
It's so bizarre.
Who does? Who
He
worships?
heard from someone.
Do these people smoke meth?
From someone.
It's
This
me.
is what you do.
Spoiler
You get pulled
alert.
over by the
it was Paul.
We're gonna find out in a
I
minute
guess it's smoke meth.
if you all haven't seen this video already. It's on an even older 4-year-old video. You're gonna see, folks, who's behind this dastardly deed. OTW. This is like one of those Scooby-Doo episodes where they pull the mask off and it's me. And I'd have gotten away with this too if it wasn't for the likes of Cynthia and her gang of truthers.
Yeah, and then you pull off that mask and it's me, right?
Oh God.
Oh, God.
The whole time.
That is like what?
Could it be possible that maybe Bino Kid sucked OTW penis? And
No, it would be OTW. Suck it up, Bino.
Oh, that could be the case.
I don't know.
It just might. I just don't get it.
It's so weird, right? It's so weird.
Yes, ma'am.
OTW is actually him and me at the same time.
They didn't smoke meth. They probably smoke crack.
I have
Maybe they smoke crack. You know what? That's why, they get along. They smoke crack and then talk about nonsense, bullshit. Right?
Well, they definitely don't have responsibilities. I mean, they definitely don't have.
Right. That's why we have such good synergy when you're together.
Oh, don't hand over your license. You are a citizen. You are traveling. This law doesn't apply to you. He even had paperwork. What that paperwork is, I don't know. Where he got it from, couldn't tell you. But he had it. Obviously, someone has misled this man. And we're going to see what that consequences happen for him.
I'm not debating anything. We're done with this conversation. So did they ask you to
This guy might even have to go to court.
Does he have a driver's license?
He has the right to travel and paperwork that says that, which he handed to your officer, sheriff, deputy, whatever you guys want to be called.
Please don't leave my family on the side of the road. I might have misunderstood something, but come on, please.
Babe, do you hear that? Please do not leave my family on the side of the road. I might have misunderstood something. Now, at this moment, we can only see the one child, but there happens to be 3 children in the car. So this wife and 3 children are in danger of being left on the side of the road. And this man generally, authentically looks like, hey, I'm concerned about my family. Don't leave them on the side of the road. I was taught that I don't have to give you my license. I don't have to share anything with you. I have this right to do this.
I had my case law. I didn't think I was breaking the law. Please don't. I misunderstood.
This was my favorite part, man. This is to watch the guy bitch out like a hoe.
This is she was the man of the house. We were.
Why would he say watch the guy bitch out like a hoe? That is crazy to me that's what OTW thinks. This man
because he didn't stand on Paul's speech is why.
This man should be concerned about his wife and 3 kids on the side of the road in Florida. And it's not like a neighborhood road. It's an interstate. And he should absolutely, that should be his number one concern. And for Paul to be like, for OTW to be like, watch him bitch out. Like, that is, like, these people are so misled. So misled. And let me say it right. Paul and OTW are misled.
Already saw that whole dynamic, but this is what's so great about this. All the experts at law, including the cop up there, who the only thing he cited so far is a non-code. Just do what they say or else. That's his law he's enforcing. But it's called mens rea, a guilty mind. You're sticking up for these people who are arresting the guy and leaving the family on the side of the road when he's claiming he didn't know. And that's a maximum law. If a man has not.
Absence of the law isn't an excuse because, I didn't know I couldn't kill somebody. I didn't know I couldn't rob a bank. Like, that's not an excuse. No, Paul, it's not the cop's fault. It's not anybody's.
What even baffles me is that the fact that there are people that are listening to this dickhead. That is amazing. You know what I mean? Like, there are people out there that are listening to this guy.
We're watching one of them. Like, in a few minutes, he's going to say, I learned this from Paul Unslaved. We are watching what happens when you claim to learn from Paul.
I'll be right back.
Okay, come back.
A guilty mind when he does an action, then he cannot be guilty of a crime or be convicted, especially if there's no corpus delicti, a victim and a resulted injury or harm, right? Or a loss of property or rights. None of that has occurred. So you're proving my point for me that the cops are willing to take a father to the box, at least for a day or two, and leave a family on the side of the road in the quest for safety to enforce policies that if we didn't follow, no harm would have come to anyone.
The cop's going to address this. Like, the cop's going to say it way better than I could. OG or Mike, do y'all have anything to add to it?
OG, go ahead first.
He might have stepped away for Tucker. Mike?
My brain is fried.
Now he wants to drive without a license.
His mom told him.
And you don't see the point that I'm making here and that you're making indirectly?
It's a paradox. Literally.
No, it's not.
It's a revelation of how fucking Stockholm syndrome these stupid people are and how they'll suck dick to
even know what paradox means
for me while they think they're bashing me and what I do.
I would love to talk to this guy.
Why?
These people don't care about the law. They don't know the law. They don't give a fuck about safety. They put everyone in danger, speeding up and down the road every day for traffic nonsense with their lights, running red lights and all the rest of it. Okay, they regularly, wherever I'm at, block the thoroughfares and just park wherever the fuck they want. They're on a complete power trip, but I'm the problem. Moving our property around freely is the problem. Not them arresting people to go to a box to try them with no claimant on the other side, no victim, no mens rea, no corpus delicti, none of the elements you would need to actually move a court properly. They don't have any of it. That's not a problem, though.
The cop does address all of this. Again, Paul is merely twisting the narrative, creating something that's not there, doing his word wizard games. This is all this is to Paul. Paul has no accountability for nothing other than that trailer that he lives in. So this is all he stands on.
I would love to. I would like to relay put a message for basically say this to Paul. You know what? I'm willing to pay a guy that looks like Flo to fuck you in your butt. If you could actually, you know what? If we could actually find a guy like that looks like Flo, and
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
she's already jamming out.
I think he needs somebody to put him in his place. He probably needs that kind of thing. And maybe perhaps he could think differently.
I like what P said. They act like getting a license is tantrament. I don't know, to removing a limb, just a license. First world problems. Exactly. I suspect, I can't be sure. I suspect they just don't want to spend the money on registration. They don't want to come up off money.
Clearly. Very clearly that obviously they don't want to pay insurance, they don't want to, and they probably got rejected, and then maybe perhaps the premiums are too high because they've been committing depending if they have DUI, this bullshit. Although, so, and that's the excuse. And they don't want to take Uber. They don't want to deal with Uber because they want everything to be easy. That's the point.
First world problems, like P said.
Yeah, and then you have
you could lose your freedom of your property without.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying you have OTW that's probably broke on his way to lose his apartment, and then
he lives in a house.
Okay. Just saying that that for some reason he gives this guy attention. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Oh, I do know. Doesn't it have something to do with what? I don't know. Maybe it was something about protecting him or sticking up for him, or I don't know. It's a connection. I don't know what it is though. But let's continue.
Without creating a victim or without actually doing a wrong with fraudulent paperwork, by the way. Because all these court cases and all this paperwork is fraudulent. The state of cannot be a complainant or a claimant. And that's how all these cases are being moved. State of versus.
Yep.
Santa Claus has a big penis.
Sickening.
He was told. I cannot express to you enough, especially on this app, on social media. If someone tells you something, don't believe them. Don't believe them. You go and you research it. I'll be like, okay, that was interesting what you just said. I'm going to do my own research. Never. Just believe that someone says on this app, unless you can go and research it yourself. Because you know what? If they told you wrong and you find yourself on the side of the road like this with your family, that person that told you wrong isn't going to come help you. They're not even going to care. They're not going to care at all about you.
The driver's license is sent for in order to operate a motor vehicle. You can travel.
He's not operating a motor vehicle. He is not driving. He is not operating a motor vehicle. He is transferring his private property from one place to the next. Okay. He is not driving.
Well, he's going to jail.
You see, that sounds just like the repertoire that Paul and others want to say. You're not driving, you're traveling, and she believes this. Like she is standing 10 toes down in this.
That's crazy.
It's not.
It is crazy.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
You can start to see that she might even be more of the person who's driving the vehicle in a different sense, because it seems like she's very much more forceful in her belief in this whole stopping process. She may have thought him. I don't know.
Don't leave my family on the side of the road. Please. Come on. I'm not trying to play any games. I wasn't playing any games.
At this time, I recommend giving me a side.
You want to know what the bottom line here is?
Are all the kids okay?
No.
Let's really piss some people off tonight. Why the hell not? I'm feeling great today. Back to my old ways, huh?
I gave him that energy. Oh, and by the way, this Sergeant Curtis video is up to 240,000. I mean, I'm sorry, 840,000 views in 2 months. That's crazy. But let's hear what Pa is gonna say.
See, this is why God punishes me, LTW. But I'm gonna do it anyway. This woman was probably listening to me and looking into me and subconsciously saying to herself, I wish I had a man next to me who was really about something.
Oh my God. This narcissistic dumbass really thinks somehow has managed to work in this story about somehow this woman somehow miraculously has probably really been watching him and fantasizes it about him. You can't make this shit up.
And yeah, got arrested.
How could Paul even equate that? Like that's like Paul is such a narcissist.
So she tried to convince this bozo who she's with to stand for something, to be a part of something in this life, and this is exactly how it wound up. And it's a bit of a bit non-bit I'm doing right now, more non-bit than it is bit, because you'd be surprised how many women like this I've had call me at one point or reach out to me and tell me precisely that. Because they went through the 5 years of lockdown and masking, and they finally realized who and what they were and who and what they were married to and procreating with, right? So
I can't believe that anybody it says, I wish I was with a man like you. Because you living in a trailer.
What the fuck
looks like something that I would be at. Like, what?
This is just, I don't even understand.
That is crazy to me that he actually says this is a bit, non-bit, more of a non-bit. Like, he really believes this.
Orthodox, are you here?
I think he stepped away for a second.
Rocky, what do you think about this shit? I wonder what Rocky's going to say.
Paul, he mixes truth with bullshit.
How much would you say is truth versus bullshit, in your opinion?
A lot of this stuff he's talking about, the law, is true. But the problem I have is, if you want to fight that shit, fight it in court. Because, you know, the cop is just a dumb fucker. And he's going to beat the shit out of you and shoot you if you argue that shit on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
So
all the bullshit that he was talking about, do you actually believe that?
Well, listen, I'm telling you, the Constitution specifies certain rights that we cannot be infringed. And it means not to be infringed means you can't make people get a license to do it, to carry a gun, or to do certain things. But you have to realize the government don't go by the Constitution no more.
Oh, bro.
They don't follow the Constitution no more.
I made a mistake by it.
And the cops don't even.
Way to go, Mike.
I know, right? Like, what's wrong with me?
I like when Rocky gets passionate.
Look at Cynthia.
Rocky is just,
there's a 5-minute video backstage that might.
Okay, well, we're gonna watch. Hang on.
Oh yeah. I forgot.
So Chuck, Rocky.
I got you.
Chuck, Rocky hasn't seen his 2 kids, I think, more than 2 years, and then before Rocky.
I'm not talking about Rocky's family.
I'm sorry, with all due respect.
Yes,
okay. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I should have not done that.
Okay, let's just go back to the video.
Yeah, you
That's
are.
all this is. And by the way, this is all one big dog whistle.
I'm sorry,
to
Rocky,
hate on a man and to demean and devalue masculinity, and also do tyranny.
All right,
you're right to be upset.
He apologized. He meant it. He apologized.
Yeah.
He said he was sorry. He said he was sorry, and I'm agreeing with him. He is sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay, remember, let's have this for Pa.
Tyranny and treason at the same time, because they all go hand in hand, one and the same, right? I don't know that. I can't prove that, but I bet anything on that. And I didn't have to bring that up. I wasn't going to bring that up and didn't have to, because he just keyed in on it, right? There's a lot of dynamics in life that we don't need spoken out directly to pick up on them and kind of know what they are, right? So he picked up on the dynamic that that's the man of the house. she's the one who's really inspired and has a passion for this. And she tried to convince that inauthentic corporate beta male to find something in his heart and run with it. Okay. And this is again,
I can see that. I can see that she was the one who influenced him, and that she was the one. Yeah, I can see that.
She's the only.
But
oh my
it
gosh.
didn't work. It didn't work though.
And that's the thing that Bob.
Hi, Ahimsa. Welcome to the
It
stage.
didn't work. Like,
Hey.
what's going on?
Well,
think
in
the
Paul's
answer-
world, go ahead.
It's
No, I
like
think-
he's speaking up as if like these people are just successful. Like everything, the results just worked in their favor. But look, they're getting arrested.
It's sad that like these kids are there. I'm sorry, Ahimsa.
I think Paul had a point,
Because
like
something
what
doesn't
Mike was
work doesn't mean
asking.
it's not right.
Hang on, Rocky. Go ahead. Ahimsa.
Thank you for coming.
I think, to answer Mike's question just a minute ago, Paul's bit, non-bit, it has some validity. Like, chicks, unfortunately, like a lot of them, dig freaking narcissists. I mean, there's so many that have been with narcissists. There's so many, like, self-helps and psychopaths, and they're attracted to them. They're not as attracted to, like, nice, normal guys. So while he's bit, non-bitting, he has some validity. I mean, the fact that her husband would actually listen to her about Paul online is insane.
Cats.
But it's on YouTube. It's got to be true.
Right? Exactly.
Just watch the video.
Right.
Please.
These
Ain't anybody
people-
tells the cop to watch the video?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And they reproduced. That's the scariest part. There's like kids in this video.
You think they should
Holy
make
jeez.
people get a license to reproduce?
Almost, yeah, almost.
See,
Like when you
yeah,
see this stuff, I mean, we gotta pay taxes
Yes.
for this dumbass
We
shit.
know you're kind.
Mhm.
Rocky.
Damn.
What?
Rocky.
You think that
Come
men
on,
and women
Rocky.
should get a license to have
I said
children? That's what you
almost.
just
I
said.
didn't
That's
say-
what you
I
just
said
said.
almost. If you're gonna quote me
Almo-
right.
okay,
Almost.
almost.
That's not a yes. That's not a no. Come on, Rocky.
I think they need adult supervision on the honeymoon. How about that?
They
Free pack of
definitely need
condoms.
something. Pre-parenting counseling, pre-marriage counseling, like they need something.
Free driving counseling.
Oh my
That's
god.
a lot of
That's the
counseling.
responsibility of your
Financial
elders.
responsibility counseling.
Yeah.
The responsibility of your elders in the church.
Indeed, Rocky. Indeed. All right, back to the video.
Good man in this whole interaction, and this is right back to the Hopi prophecy. How many times have I stated it? Because again, at some point I had just revelation after revelation where I was shown all this shit. That the truth is stranger than fiction, right? Art imitates life. So there will come a day when the cobwebs are in the sky where the women will do what the men will not. Folks, we're there. The cobwebs are in the sky,
Lord.
and the women are attempting to do what the beta male boys cannot or will not do because they're too busy begging for handouts and scraps and a position at the table with a bunch of Epstein Island goers. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's no
You
wonder
know
why
what
we
I
find
found
ourselves in the world we find ourselves in, right? If nothing else, you can know that, you can accept that. What we do about it, that remains to
And
be seen, right?
most of these style suits are poorer than dirt.
Or they have money, but just are so stingy with it, they'll go without because they're so afraid to lose their money.
Yeah. Yep.
OTW seems beta
Yes, he is.
to Paul, especially.
Oh yeah.
He is.
Jack same way.
And,
Yeah.
and clearly, Albino kid, he's
You know what I found out about the
I call him
government?
albino. Sorry, he's Paul. That's what I'm talking about. He looks like albino.
Parasite Paul.
Parasite
Paul.
Well, you know, there's a thing in the society we live in these days that you know, the Indian there was the feds wanted to pass a law in our county. So what they do is they get women to present it because men don't like to argue with women. So they put women up front trying to sell us this bullshit, close down the roads in the Forest Service and stuff, and do all kinds of stuff that the men were all against. We even brought our guns and shit. We were going to fight these motherfuckers, these feds coming to our county. But guess what? They put women out there, and none of the men would speak up against the women because, oh, you can't yell at women and stuff like that shit. So women sometimes wear the pants because it's just the fucking way our society is nowadays. It sucks. It's like,
Well, I don't think it's just our society.
I hope Chuck comes back. But
where'd Chuck go?
He probably, he has.
Internet. Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
That's you, Chuck?
Yeah, pay all that goddamn money. Fucking signal keeps dropping.
Oh. Okay.
I guess it's because of
how you.
Go ahead.
I think probably because of the mansion I live in.
I know.
Signal can't get around.
yeah, that's true. That's true, Chuck.
I have the same problem.
You have a lot of problems.
You're gonna react to certain situations you find yourself in. It's
You're
always
poking the bear,
first
Mike.
person perspective. You know, you don't try to do things like other people do things. You don't try to be somebody else. You do shit and you stand on your own understanding, you know?
Like
and when you see that yeah, exactly.
I get it, man.
Are they injured? Did any?
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say I get it because I've been tested and challenged over the last couple of years where my convictions wavered a bit. Like I said, I've done it over and over again. The part of me says, hey, keep doing it. Almost like I'm indebted now, where my soul kind of goes, you can't leave now. Like it's like the mafia, right? You can't leave. You started this and you got to finish it, and finishing it just means at least it's almost like this thing's telling me right now as I speak it, like you got to at least go until they keep you, right? See, that's how, like, you could argue that's how free I am, and that's how fucked up I am. Is how my father would have said it to me at one point in my life. Paul, you're so fucked up. You got to broadcast, right? You get value, you get to do what you love to do. You got people who ride with you, they're entertained by you. Why would you look for trouble? Continue to look for trouble, right? And there's just that thing inside of me, man. It always has been there. And it's like, hey, this is what it is. This is what, it's just like, it's like
a
few things that get me going in this life. And that's one of them. It's almost like it's backing me this whole time just to keep going.
Man, that is
this guy is
He said that the other day that he was chosen. Paul and Jack.
Jack isn't? Wait,
Both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Both. They was talking about that the other day, how they were the ones.
The ones for what?
The chosen ones to do the Lord's work.
Yeah, well, the Lord, the Lord never told us to fight against Rome or anything like that. We're supposed to spread the gospel of Jesus Christ, not fight the system. It doesn't say that in the scriptures, so they don't know their scriptures very well, do they?
Nope.
I don't think Paul identifies as Christian, though. I mean, I was on panel with him once, and I think I asked him, and he doesn't say that.
Well, he's like Jack. He takes all of it, the different religions, and picks and chooses what parts he wants.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He says he's a philosopher, a Stoic. Stoic comes from philosophy, and
he's not Stoic.
And Christianity is anything but philosophy. Doesn't have to do with philosophy.
The day that Jack told me that the Bible was just a fucking book of no use, I was like, oh Lord.
That's crazy.
Did he say that shit?
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy.
That guy's crazy. The most wisdom. It's got more wisdom.
He gets mad at me and he doesn't know what he says.
And the factor is that he's like, oh, I'm here like the mafia. I can't back away. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, what the fuck?
Well, a guy the other day asked Jack, because Jack said, basically God told me to do this. And the guy asked him, how exactly did God speak to you? And Jack deflected to something else. He didn't answer the question.
Because there is no answer, because God speaks through his scriptures. That's the only thing. Because there are no more prophets or, so.
Not according to Jack and Paul.
Rocky.
They are them.
Exactly.
Rocky, sometimes I like that. Sometimes you speak very intelligently. You have your moments.
Damn.
I don't understand sometimes.
That's the kind of shit I do.
All right, let's watch the video some more.
Going and then
I like Mike
worldly
now.
kind of side of me, right? My body's just kind of like I'm tired. I just want to live a regular life,
Yeah, right.
Maybe even work part time, and then maybe that's just all a fucking, me second guessing myself and doubting myself and wondering if I'm supposed to just live like everybody else, right?
I asked myself the same question. I've been asking myself that for the past 2 months. I did maybe 3-4 live streams in the past 2 months.
He's run into another brick wall.
I think I'm
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's definitely lost his steam. And by the way, let me just go ahead and toot my own horn. I fed the community tonight. OTW is reviewing the stream, as you see. Bad Apple Media is playing the video as well that I played. I fed the streets tonight. I mean,
there you go.
You did. I thought that earlier. I was like, she wants Paul to review.
Well, it's not even that I wanted him to review. It's just that I wanted to say, hey, no, here's proof, bro. Everything you say is bullshit. Stop trying to downplay everything that people do because you're not that guy. You're not that guy that you claim to be. And the fact of his attitude about the way he has no compassion, no sympathy, no empathy, no feeling whatsoever towards this man who is looking at his family on the side of the road as he's being driven away in a cop car, and all he can say is, I think that woman secretly wanted me. This is who you're dealing with when you look at Paul. Paul is not an outstanding citizen, not whatsoever.
Oh, I thought he was talking about you.
No, he was talking. Paul is saying that he's concluded that the lady in this video, the wife of this man, somehow watches him, and she him. Yeah. So she tried to convince her husband, the guy in handcuffs, to be more like Paul.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's reaching.
Yeah.
Reaching.
Paul's a pimp. Paul's a pimp, right? Pimp gangster. Doesn't he call himself a pimp and a gangster?
Yeah, he does. But I can call myself a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. It doesn't make it true.
No, he's glorifying pimps and gangsters. What kind of Christian is that?
Paul's not a Christian.
Okay, well,
he's a Messiah.
I thought
I am a Christian. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, good for you.
Is that you, Stinky?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Step away from your system. Yeah, I have you on mute. So all right, we're gonna play. Yeah, you're killing her eardrum.
Just play it. And it's still. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I always wonder, what's the difference between me and what's this thing at my core that drives me at times to push these boundaries or not want to, really not want to listen, and then I'm sure there's two sides. So Paulie wasn't raised right, or he never quite grew up, That's what growing up is synonymous with. That at some point in your life, the decision is made for you as a child that you will do what you're told. And for some reason, I guess they didn't beat me enough, or they didn't medicate me enough, or they didn't do whatever they have done in certain ways enough, or there was just nothing they could do enough to get the program.
They didn't love you enough. They didn't show you love. It's not that they didn't hit you or beat you or whatever enough. They didn't love you enough.
His dad showed him love when he took him to the mental asylum.
In fact, Paul, you don't even love yourself. Paul, you don't have love in your life.
Nope.
Jesus. He needs Jesus
to stick with me, right? There's just something about being told that I can't do what I want to do when I'm not causing any harm or doing any wrong, and I'm perfectly able to do it without causing any harm, right?
I'll tell you
I gotta
something
do
my
what other
father
people tell me
used
to
to
do.
My father
What?
used to say to me, he says, Patrick, you're too smart for your own good.
Yeah, well, what does that even mean?
Oh,
Well, that means
boy.
that you were probably too smart for your own good. You caught on too quick
tell
to
you what
shit,
it
and
means. I know what it means.
that's it. And then, you would have the actual reasoning while everybody was lost in this pretend land, while you're actually sitting in actual reality and they're like completely lost. And eventually that creates a tension between yourself and the other people that you're interacting with, because I'm speaking from personal experience,
Right, but Fire Drake asked the
This coming from the guy who got upset that he didn't win the NPC award. Like, I know.
obvious question that comes to mind. Too smart to what? Be trained like a dog and be turned into a slave? Like, I didn't do that. So what are you telling me? I have to neglect who I am and how I was created to just do whatever?
Oh, wow. So I looked it up because they looked up my picture. It says, it suggests when they say too smart for your own good, it suggests that superior intellect or without proper wisdom or tact becomes a disadvantage, often causing personal or professional trouble. And I think that
that's
both
what
of these men have it.
My son is too smart for his britches. And what I mean by that is he's very intelligent. I mean, like Paul, he's intelligent, but he doesn't have no faith in the word of God. They use logic and reason. Philosophers are very intelligent, but they're too smart for their britches. They think that they can use reason and logic to figure out the universe and shit. They're fucking. That's what they do. They're very smart, but they have no faith.
They need Jesus.
They need Jesus.
I wish I had the clip.
I need Jesus.
Yeah. Bye. Thank you for stopping by, Dominique. Alrighty.
What everyone
Hey,
else
Dom.
does. I don't even know. This is what's so trying about this is they think that this is completely a choice of mine. It kind of is and it isn't. Because like how is it? I oftentimes wonder, is that maybe what led me at one point to just have no inspiration, motivation, and go on drugs was the fact that the world continues to demand that I be something other than I am to do what it does, the way that it does it. And it's almost like it's almost like, man, it's fascinating because it's almost like you will conform here or this will be your life or you will die because you will attempt to be like them and it will kill you from the inside out. Knowing that you have this thing at your core, but you are ignoring it because of what the world expects from you, right? And that's been my life in pretty much everything. It doesn't even begin with legal and lawful. I'd love to say that it
I tuned him out. What did you say, Chuck? Like, you just tuned him out.
It's mental health.
It is. It is.
He needs mental health is what he needs of some sort. I'm no expert, but I've seen enough of it in my lifetime. You're not firing on all cylinders.
I've heard the term failure to launch. When you talk about a child who grows up but somehow just doesn't come into adulthood, and I kind of feel like that's him.
Well, there's another one I'd put in that category too. Unfortunately, failure to launch would be flow state.
Oh, we're going to get back to this.
it begins and ends with legal and lawful. There's so many issues that,
No. It starts with the inner circle. It starts with the family node, right? It starts there, man.
Yes.
No, starts with
because
God.
it's like that's the only explanation. It's that your first data that you receive is from your parents, right? So all of that information that you process growing up, especially in your young years between 0 and 7 years old, you're literally taking all of that in from the outside. So all of the experiences that you have, you're a result of the accumulation of the data and how you process the information. Now you're a result of all of those things.
But see, I think it's beyond that. Like there's a kid out here, and snafu, this is where you say that I'm, what. But there's two children who live on the property with me, who are the children of the people who share the property. And I always joke with the kid
Who owned the
because,
property?
I know the kid's a baby goat. I should probably use another term, but it's an East Coast habit. I joke with the kid because at the core of his beingness, and I don't believe he learned this from anywhere specifically, but it's one and the same, right? He doesn't have to come through me for him to have at the core of his being this constant no, and I don't want to, and why. That's the only three things he says. And I go, man, it's like, you know, it's equivalent to that whole thing like in the scripture where they go, you know, come forth my son, because at the core of our beingness, that all comes from the Father, you could argue, if you want to phrase it that way, right? Like God gives us at the core of our spirit a no, I don't want to, and why. And then the world just fucking teaches you from day one and tries to beat that out of you that you don't get to ask why. We don't owe you an explanation. Do what we say, and no is not an option. I don't want to is not an option. So you're attempting to overwrite the free will that God gave us. And therein lies the greatest fall in deception, right? Potentially. You know,
but at the same time, we enforce that particular characteristic on our day-to-day lives and actions, you know, just like my dog, you know. It's like the dog has to operate the way I want him to operate in this house, right? He can't just go off and do what he wants, because he'd probably shit all over the place, or he'd probably eat everything. And you know, there's a certain form of discipline to keep the dog in a, you know, to keep him proper, right? So I mean, if you go from that to human beings, I mean, there must be similar traits there that are correlated that, you know, would actually make sense that we would need some sort of structure or discipline. So, you know, because we would probably be chaotic, you know, we wouldn't have any guidelines, or, you know, like things that, you know, like don't touch the stove, you know, for an example. It's like you're
right,
but
obviously that dynamic being legitimized is what leads to what we finally see as the external, you know, almost complete enslavement of humanity. Is there is little to no care, it seems, from parents who fancy themselves in some kind of authority position because they have an ability to physically, I guess, because that's all it amounts to, control a child, but they don't have equal, if not more, care to make sure that they're regulating without destroying the spirit, right?
I have no clue what he's talking about. I think that they're all
It's babble. Yeah, it's babble.
Babbling. I think
he's blaming his parents for his stupid
upbringing.
Well,
the same thing my son does. He blames me for all his fucking woes.
So does your son have kids? The one that blames you?
He has one, but he doesn't. He left.
Because I came up with this theory the other day, or something that, you know, struck me, is that people who don't have kids, you know how when you're little, you always think that your parents are perfect, that they know it all because they're the adults. And then when you have a kid, you realize, oh shit, this is hard. And you understand that maybe your parents were just kind of winging it themselves.
Yeah.
I remember one time I asked the wife, can I put this thing back in?
So I feel like, thank you, Mike. I feel like when you don't have a child, you don't get that growth part. You don't understand that part. And unless you develop the sense of taking care of something else, and not just your niece or nephew that you see every so often, but raising a dog or raising animals, and you have to put that care into something else, you may not ever understand that. And that's a horrible sadness.
Yeah. Children will like worship their parents till, you know, from 1 to, you know, when they get about 12, they start knowing it all. And when they're 17, they know better than you.
Yeah, they start rebelling.
And then it's about 40 years old when they nowadays it takes to 40 before they grow up and realize that their parents were right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I think when people who don't have their own kids or become parents, I'm not sure that they develop that whatever that is. And I see that
Paul has daddy issues.
For sure. But if he was
mommy issues.
Right. But if he was a parent himself, he might not have those issues. He might have understood things differently. He might be able to look outside of himself and see.
How old is he?
100? I don't know.
He's like in his 40s, ain't he?
I don't
Who,
know.
Paul? No,
Yeah.
he's younger than Flow State.
Is he?
Yeah, he's like 34, 35.
By 35, I already had 14.
Wow.
Yeah, me too.
I have to ask. I never. Okay.
And
because again,
people don't wait till you're 50 to have another one either.
For sure. I don't know why people do that. I'm always amazed at that. And I always say, y'all robbed the kid. The kid's getting robbed.
Yep, you're right. I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah.
Having children keeps you young.
What up, homie? And absolutely. Grandchildren to keep you young, too.
That's what turned my damn hair gray.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Grandchildren or children?
Children.
Oh, yeah.
I got 3 out there that I have no idea where they're at. I wish I did, but I don't.
Yeah, I can see how that would turn your hair gray. Okay, let's get back to this.
Termination of what's a little too crazy or chaotic or out of order.
Right.
I mean, we see where that leads us, where that gets us. Paul, you can't come to the store and breathe around us. You got to be 6 feet away and strap your face up with 15 napkins and all the rest of it. These people are insane.
Yeah.
And at the core of it is the same fear.
shit.
If we don't do this, then
What'd you say, Chuck? Paul's never going to let that go. That's his one
Yeah,
trick.
he's hung up on that shit like it's chiseled
sir.
in stone. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
When Paul looks back on his life, that is going to be one of the hugest things that he remembers.
I mean to stand against a face diaper. I mean to stand against a face diaper.
Oh, Ahimsa says that Paul is 36.
Holy
I was
shit.
close.
Is that the only accomplishment he has?
Yes. YouTube channel.
Well, it's dying. That's why he's going to all these other places again, because his channel's dying.
Yeah.
I've stood up. Don't get me wrong. I've had to stand up against the sheriff and deputies and shit before, but I don't go around bragging about it, how I did it, because it's a standard thing, When they told me to put the mask on, I told them fuck off. When they told me I had to get a shot, I said fuck you.
Well, you had your choice. You didn't have to do it. You're right, Rocky.
Excuse me, I don't really like him, the Paul guy. He's really annoying, and he doesn't.
I agree, Noel.
I agree, Noel.
Yes, thank you.
We have to
But we
discern.
still got to finish the video, though, Noel. We still got to finish the
Okay,
video.
thank you.
We all have to discern the spirits.
Indeed.
And Paul has a bad spirit he's kind of thinks he's better.
He's got the wrong spirit, Rocky.
Self-righteous, arrogant.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Preach it, Rocky. Preach it.
Listen, I don't know how y'all feel, but this is what I feel he has in him.
The media, man, it is one hell of an entity. It really can have you thinking that the bad people are good and the good people are bad. So what do we say to that? Well, it's interesting because what happened to Michael Jackson could never happen today, right? Back when all this was going on in the early 2000s, the media ran things. They completely controlled our minds. I, too, was warped to believe that Michael Jackson was a pedophile, and not that Michael Jackson had picked a fight with some very powerful people who have a leg in the media, who can make things appear and make things go away with the snap of their fingers. And since then, there have been a lot of artists who have tried to speak out about this type of mafia behavior, where when people don't get what they want, they will take everything from you and ruin you. To turn the king of pop, to leave him desolate and broke at the end of his career is a crime. But here's the thing that I will say. They can lie, they can steal, they can deceive, but they can never create. Because these people do not have the creator force within them, because Michael Jackson was right when he said that these people are devilish. All they can ever do is try to dissuade the masses via lies, and to go to sleep every night knowing that you are a liar, that you have no creative force within you, that you will always have to steal from people who actually do have talent. You will always have to lie about people who actually do have that creative force. That's a sad eventual ending for those individuals as well.
That's what I feel like. I feel like Paul does lack that creative force within him.
Wait. Is Michael Jackson? Did he say that he was?
Yeah. Well, that he.
Yeah, it's come out lately that Michael was framed by.
Oh, but we get off subject.
Me
But
and Michael were born the same month. I think we
August. Are you a Leo or a Virgo? Rocky?
No, not the same month, but the same year. We're exactly the same.
1960.
1959.
Oh, 59. Okay. All right. I do agree though with when she was saying that they're devilish. They lie, they deceive, they manipulate. I mean, I added the manipulated part in, but I feel like that is who Paul and others are. And when you lose connection to the higher source, to God, you lose that connection to creativity and life.
XYZ is going to happen. That mechanism right there is literally the road to hell paved with good intentions, right? And I think it's just so important. If I had to say there's one thing that I think is a race that we need to seriously take a step back from and look at as far as our day-to-day practices, it's this idea of legitimizing parents as some authority figure who are the first people in a child's life to teach him that he doesn't have any free will, that his perspective doesn't matter, that what he wants and what he wills in life isn't going to be as important as who can control him, what they want and will, right?
Oh boy.
He's anti-authority. He doesn't want anybody to be his authority.
He has no idea what parenting is about whatsoever.
The parents have to be an authority in the beginning of the years as a child.
He got the raw end of the stick, apparently.
Yeah.
Listen, that's an excuse for so long.
I know. But
truly
being this old, you're still dealing with baby trauma here.
Baby trauma. I definitely like the way you said that. But man, is there a quote unquote age that we think that the baby trauma ends, or an experience?
It could be any age, but to get this old and still be this hateful, when the Bible says honor your parents, but yet you want to fight them. And I realize apparently he had shitty parents from the stories that him and his dad told.
Mm-hmm.
So he got some damage there, but he needs to get some professional help to undo the damage. Not that I'm any good at psychoanalyzing people.
Either am I. So well said, Peace Dynamo. So well said.
Can you read that? It's too small.
Yes, it says, parenting is authority and responsibility. It made me realize how much God loves me when I loved my kids. And that's the experience that I'm afraid that those without children may not find. Not to say that it can't happen without kids. It's just that I'm afraid sometimes people won't have that experience.
I remember the first time the wife got pregnant, and you don't know what you're doing, and you're sitting there and you're erasing all. But when first time they hand that kid over to you, there's something that changes in you.
Indeed.
When they drop that little thing in your arms, there's a change that happens. I can't explain or tell you what it is, but if you've ever had a kid. What
do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Like there's a change that's interesting.
In your outlook on life, I got responsibility. This little creature needs protected.
Oh.
Paul was a parent for a minute. Paul was a step parent. Paul was a step parent for a little bit.
The girl he wanted.
But he was trying to fuck the girl.
The girl he was trying. No. Not the same.
Oh, it ends, but you dirty, dirty girl.
I had a pretty bad
I
job.
was hoping y'all would fill everybody in.
It was bizarre.
It wasn't very sweet.
It was very bizarre.
What happened, Rocky? What happened in your childhood?
Yeah, what happened?
Well, my mom cheated on the dad that was my legal dad, is not my biological dad.
Oh
I was the
wow.
youngest in the family,
Mm.
so my three brothers and sisters were full German, blonde, blue eyes. I was darker skin, black hair, brown eyes. They used to tease me about I was adopted.
Oh,
They
me
would go,
too.
they would go on rides and shit in the car with dad and mom and leave me in the basement all by myself.
Wow, that's
What? They did that?
terrible.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are they?
Se-
How
Yeah,
old were you when they did that?
I was like 5 years old and shit like that.
Oh, why
Oh,
when
come
they do that to you? That's horrible. That's really horrible.
In my imagination, it was probably because my dad didn't want I call him Dad, Leo Gordon
Okay.
Schaefer. My dad, because I never really met my real father, who's a Banassi from. So he was an Italian Banassi, Sicilian, kind of dark skin, and he was a player. So my dad, Leo, and this Banassi guy, my father, they were swingers, see. And after World War II, it's all fucked up. And when I grew up in the 60s, when there were them cartoons were brainwashing us, sexualized cartoons, and then I had to grow up through the 70s, and
More
I
sexualized.
remember they were the blacks didn't be bused to our school, and the whites didn't really want them there. They were both forced into it by the federal government. That was in the early 70s, and then I kind of lost track of history because I was in the Marines and couldn't really keep track of nothing for 4 years.
What year did you go in the Marines?
76 to 80.
Okay.
I was in the Marines right when there was no war going on. I thought that.
Yeah, I was 78 to 96.
Wow, wow. How long were you in the military? Like
14 years.
Wow.
I had a little break in service, but total was 14 years.
Yeah, I spent 4 years in the Marines and then 8 years as a contractor for the Department of Defense. Because of my Marine experience, they hired me as a driver. Because I was a driver in the Marines, a heavy vehicle operator.
Yeah, I made a mistake the first time, and I paid the price for that.
I'm so glad I never had to kill anybody in the Marines. You know what I mean? Because I found out they were all fucking. It was all a hoax. We were just fighting wars we shouldn't have been involved in. It's just terrible.
Well, I remember Grenada. That wasn't no fun.
My step grandfather had to kill a man once in World War II.
Why?
He was taken as prisoner of war in Germany, and so he had to slit his throat in order to survive.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Well, yeah, it's war.
War is hell.
Yeah.
Well, World War I, World War II were.
I would never go there. No, not for me. I would be passing away probably.
Smedley Butler, 2-time Medal of Honor, Brigadier General, Marine Brigadier General Smedley Butler once wrote a book called War is a Racket. He fought in World War I in the South American, for the banana plantations
Republic,
and it was all to take control of their bananas. America was they had this doctrine.
I thought it was for the rubber.
Manifest Destiny, which was what the old doctrine was. Yeah, they fought in the South America. They got the rubber. And then I forget where Panama. They got Panama, and then they have the bananas came from, I forget, the Banana Republic. Yeah.
I remember which country it was. Fuck, Rocky, you fucking up my head now.
All right.
Anyway, there was someone tried to, because he was a hero. Smedley Butler was a hero after World War I, and someone tried to hire him to bring about a fascist state in America. Wanted to.
Oh, I remember hearing about him.
Yeah. And there's a lot of history that we've been lied to about World War I and World War II. Like some people believe nowadays that the little mustache guy might have been right because we know about the Rothschilds and the banking system.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, so I went ahead and watched the rest of OTW, and it's just more Paul talking, and then Landry comes up and it ends. But they never got to the part. We'll go back and watch that. They never got back to the part that I was trying to show. So
where he says Paul enslaved.
Yeah, and it.
Well, Paul doesn't. He doesn't want to be affiliated with this.
Yeah. Well, and then apparently, because the wife was, once Paul, he could never live up to Paul.
The great albino.
We don't play that game, man. At the end of the day, dude, everybody out here pays their registration. Everybody out here pays their insurance. Everybody out here pays for a driver's license generally. Yes, sir. Okay? Everyone knows this is what you have to do. If there was some magic ticket that I could print out and I don't have to register my cars, believe you me, pal, I wouldn't have them registered. We'll do what we can to help out your is this your wife?
Yes, my wife.
We'll do what we can. Now, there's 3 cards in your wallet that have her name on it. Yep. You want her to have those?
Yes, please.
All right.
And my briefcase, please. That's all our money. And my deed to my house is.
Okay, well, she can have whatever she wants out of the truck.
That's crazy. He's driving with the deed to his house and all his money. Look, guys, we talked about the devil. The devil showed up. Hello, Landry. Good to see you.
Did you just call me the devil?
Yes.
Wow, that's a big.
She did.
That's a big title.
She just mentioned you a minute ago.
You have to live up to it now.
I don't know if I could be that bad.
So what happened over there at OTWs? I saw you interrupted them reviewing my stream. So now I have to jump over to this other stream to review the rest of it. What happened over there?
I don't know. I mean, I just went up there. I dropped, tried to get the link, and then I guess everything I do is for is me trying to be like Paul, which
really
I find that interesting, right? I thinking about him very rarely.
I wouldn't say that. I don't think you're trying to be like Paul.
You're trying to be like Paul?
That's what in Paul's mind. That's what his plan was.
Everybody wants Paul. Men, women, cats, dogs. Have you seen you didn't get a chance to watch this video I was watching. Stepdaughters. And it's this YouTube video of a police officer that reviews sovereign pullovers, and the guy ended up in jail, and he asked, "What YouTubers have you been watching?"
Killing me.
And he mentions Paul Unslaved.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
Right here.
Yeah. Now, there's 3 cards in your wallet that have her name on it. Yep. You want her to have those?
Yes, please.
All right.
And my briefcase, please. That's all our money. And my deed to my house is in there.
Okay, well, she can have whatever she wants out of the truck.
I mean, and my keys, the key to the truck also has the key to our other car.
If you have another vehicle that's insured and registered, why didn't you drive this?
Because we thought, honestly, because I thought we were lawful. And it's a truck. It's our other one's got a timing belt issue in it right now, and I haven't had the money, honestly, to get it fixed. That's the truth of it. We were going to the
beach. Did anybody tell you that was allowed?
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, Paul Unslaved. That's the name of the
Damn.
That's his name. Some guy that says the right travels.
He goes more.
Did he just name drop
If you look up
Paul?
Paul Unslaved,
He does it again too.
He did.
He'll go on to say a little bit more, but yeah.
Ahimsa, when did you get up here? Jesus Christ!
He's been up here.
I have. Where'd you go?
Yeah,
I had to go do Orthodox guy things.
Yeah, we were. I get it though, but this is what they were viewing at OTWs, but somehow they got off before it got to this.
What
part.
do you want?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. Cat jumped in my face, and I'm like,
Yeah, I
get
mean, Paul
off.
Unslaved.
No,
That's
it
the,
didn't.
and they let him go. Who's that? That's his name. Some guy.
You can get all up in my face.
Legit. That's where I got the case from. If you look up Paul Enslaved, they'll come right up. And they let him go.
I'm down for that.
Bro, he's snitching like a motherfucker.
Idiots, they fucking, I mean,
If you listen, if you look up Paul Unslaved, they let him go.
Yeah.
On YouTube.
Yeah. This was the issue of why I reviewed this video this morning, is because Paul will feed you this. This man had 3 kids and his wife. They're on the side of the road. Paul
Bro, if
said,
he's stupid enough to listen to somebody on YouTube for legal advice, he really shouldn't. 1, he shouldn't be breeding, and 2,
That's what I hit.
2, you get what you fucking deserve.
I said that, and then Rocky
Yes, you
argued
did.
with me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying it again. I double it up and send it to the next person.
There you go.
Exactly.
That it was just crazy, and I was just like, what? And this video of Sergeant Curtis, the one that I was just showing, this one, it's up to 840,000 views in 2 months. So
Paul's sure she's in love with him, though. That's the
yes,
problem.
apparently the wife wants Paul.
Yeah.
But she can't have Paul.
I've heard that one before.
She was trying to make her husband Paul and failed miserably at it.
Wait. Is that like real, or is that something that Paul says?
That's
Paul just said it. We just reviewed him saying that.
Yeah.
That she obviously watches him. She obviously watches him, and she dreams and fantasizes about a man like that. So she tried hard to make her husband become that. So she's the one that taught him about the sovereign citizen and all of that. However, he's such a dunce, he couldn't pull it off like Paul could.
Beta cuck. Yeah.
Do you think he really believes it, or he just sort of says it for the theatrics?
Bit, non-bit.
I think he believes it.
I think he believes that her wife or his wife really did that.
Yes, I do.
I believe it.
Yeah, I think he believes it.
That's wild.
Wait, Chuck, do you believe the wife wants to fuck Paul, or do you believe that Paul believes that the wife wants to fuck Paul?
That Paul believes. That Paul's made up this scenario.
Now we're in beliefception, okay? You believe that he believes that she believes. That's correct.
Well, I'm not no professional medical person, so I can't make a true connection psychologically. I can only go by the words that he speaks.
That's what Paul said. We don't think that about her. We don't know.
No.
Right.
No, God, of course not.
This was Paul said all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and so what I'm getting is you guys believe Paul.
No,
we're making fun of Paul.
So y'all think that this poor woman wants Paul so, but no, I'm just kidding. I'm gaslighting.
No, I think Paul is delusional. I think Paul is delusional.
What you're saying is this woman is so in love with Paul, she's delusional.
That's what
Paul.
That's what Paul thinks.
He's gaslighting again. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, he's gaslighting again.
So you want me to believe that Paul, this Paul person who I've never met, believes this one?
You've been on panel with Paul, haven't you?
You can't prove anything, Cynthia.
Oh.
He knows who Paul is. He's
Who is this Paul person that you speak of?
The great albino.
Uh-oh.
Paul Enslaved.
Oh yeah, that's what Mike always calls him, the albino.
Paul, who enslaved Paul? What's going on?
Well, apparently his parents. Well, his ideology is
brother.
His ideology is we have to train kids that parents aren't their authority. That's where the problem starts.
What?
Isn't
Paul
that what
said that. Yeah, that's what Paul said.
Paul was saying that
to his stepdaughter?
No, to kids. Kids need to realize that their parents aren't their authority.
I'm swiping again.
Well, you sure are hung up on that, sweetheart.
Because that's not normal.
That's fucking
That's
crazy.
Not normal.
That's fucking crazy. He wanted to get with his stepdaughter.
Yes. Absolutely.
I will
He has
agree.
been reading. He has been watching way too much Pornhub.
Yeah. He's in the MILF.
wild.
Not MILF. What do they call it? Well, she was a MILF, though.
Jennifer.
Yeah. She was
That was-
almost a GILF.
Hey, shout out to the gifts. We rock.
Hey, look. If she ain't got no teeth, do not knock a Gumby until you.
She wasn't a bad-looking girl.
She
Wait,
wasn't.
didn't she give him a BJ on air one time under his
What?
desk? Yeah, wasn't that
What?
like a thing? I don't know.
Uh,
I remember hearing
You know,
about
this
that.
Paul person sounds more.
I shall not speak of such
Paul
ill
is-
to Hensma.
This Paul person
I
sounds
cannot
more and
speak
more
of what
awesome.
I saw. I cannot unsee things.
You saw it?
Ugh.
Oh my
You
god!
did not see it.
Yes.
Stop
No,
it.
I'm just saying this Paul guy sounds like a total Chad, and should be respected and listened to. All right.
What the fuck you been drinking?
When the last time you got a lip job on air, Chuck? Hmm?
Well,
1942.
it's not
All right,
often
then.
that I get to chit chat with Landry. And Landry, I have been seeing you around different places. And am I understanding this correctly? You are do you have a church community now?
I do.
I love it.
Awesome.
Let's hear all about
Really?
it.
Yeah, tell me.
Well, hold on though. First, I want to acknowledge something just for the sake of it, right, that you said was that something like, "I heard he's going to church. Can y'all imagine if he ends up at my church? I'm so scared."
I am. I am. I am scared.
Guess what, Cynthia?
At my
Meet your new
last church,
pastor.
at my last church, I was known to go crazy, so they wouldn't have known. They wouldn't have. They would have been like, "Oh my God, it's Cynthia again." So, however, at this church, it's not been a year, but almost. They've never seen me go crazy yet, so it would be the first time.
Well, meet your new pastor, Cynthia.
So I'm excited. Tell me about your church. You don't have to tell me the name or anything, but what are you liking about the community? And what are you most shocked by in your church community that you didn't think about before you had it?
I heard most of the question, but
Yeah, there's a lot of extra
the
noise.
last part kind of got a little bit.
Well, I was like, what have you learned about your church community that you're shocked by or you didn't expect? Like the pleasant surprise.
That everybody in life, well, I've already kind of known this, but it more so now than ever, that everyone is a door. Like whether that be for opportunities or for connections or resources or whatever you might need. And that's what people do at church, right? They go out of their way to meet you, to go to lunch with you, to, just make it a part of their lives, to be part of your life, to learn about your kids, to learn about where you came from in a way that is very refreshing. I think that is the backbone of it, right? Is the community beyond just
Amen.
the service part, right? Everyone, I think, gets a little bit bored during service, right? I mean, there's nobody out there who doesn't, at least every now and then, just check the clock, right? Are we done yet? You know what I mean?
That's definitely me. Are you going to Sunday school? I have more fun in Sunday school.
I do
than
Sunday, Wednesday, but Wednesday night, the small group is the best part.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wednesday
Yeah.
night groups are good too, for sure.
For sure.
Absolutely. Are
Well,
you,
bless your heart, sir.
yeah, I'm excited to hear about this. And that
But
you
and I mean, there's one guy, like my main mentor guy, where he's talking to me a lot about it, and because I still wrestle with some of the specifics, right? Whether or not I really like, there's some things that still feel weird to say, which I guess means I'm not fully in the belief mindset yet, but I'm very open to it. It just, I don't know why it feels weird to sort of commit to.
Can
Just
you
part of
share
me.
that?
Well, just the whole, just saying like some phrase, like some words, right? Where it's like, I don't know. I'll say the word Jesus still kind of feels weird to me. I don't know what it
okay.
is. I don't know why. It's just like I can really.
Well, I didn't find God till I was 40, so I know what you do. I know what you're going through.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of like the stories, the allegories, all these things. Like I hear them and I'm like, that the meaning doesn't transfer yet, or I just don't know. I don't get it. But it's not that I'm not. I mean, here's what I'll say. Right, I believe sincerely this is the most plausible way of finding God in a way that is sincere and authentic, and that's why so many people come to this place, right? It's no coincidence that so many people who are Christian are great, successful people. I believe it's a system that works, and it's like got a lot of wholesome value to it. But the literal nature of the stories, I still kind of wonder, like, did that really happen like that, or is it just, you know what I mean, man's word?
I don't think it's literal. I mean, it's like parables, and so I don't really think everything's meant to be so literal. That would be horrible.
Sure.
Like Paul,
So when it
we don't
says
take it literally.
believe on the name, it does, in Greek, name means person. So believe on the person of Yahushua. It's not a magic name. You don't have to get the name right. It's the person who went to the cross. Magic name. Anyway, so you have a hard time believing in Jesus or Yeshua.
It's not believing in it. It's just like saying it right. I just feel like the word God. I just love that word. I can feel very confident in that word. I can feel confident in the word faith, what faith means to me. But the word Jesus, it doesn't feel as natural.
Is it because you don't understand the difference between God and Jesus?
The three, the triangle.
Yeah, the
I
Trinity.
truly no, I don't.
Oh, okay.
And the more I hear it, the more I don't. Like I feel like
Right.
it's a lot of like rigmarole. Like what? You know what I mean?
You're talking about the Trinity, right?
Yes.
It took me quite a while to grasp the concept. So
That's
don't
one thing.
feel like
I
you're
think a
out
lot of
there
people
alone.
fake it till they make it, right? And I've done that a lot in my life. But where people they just say, "Oh yeah, I get it, I understand," but I'm never gonna do that. So like it's where I get uncomfortable because I'm in situations where people are just all around me. Yep, we all think this, we all say that, yeah, and I'm still like, well, no, I don't really. You know what I mean?
Well, it's your right to ask.
It's
Yeah.
something I don't think we're meant to fully understand.
Okay.
It's
Well, I like the way St. Patrick described it. It's like the shamrock. There's 3 different leaves, but it's one shamrock. So that's the
That
best I
makes
could ever
sense.
well, I
grasp.
heard
Yeah,
a
my
way
head
to
around is
describe
like
it is like a book is one book, but it has many pages. Like God is one, but it has 3 pages. Like the book is one, but it has many pages. It's or you could look at it this way: Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Are you the body? Are you the body, or are you the spirit that's inside of you? Are you all 3, body, soul, and spirit? You're 3, but in one. And Jesus.
Wait, what's the difference between soul and spirit?
Jesus is
Oh,
the
good question.
Good
Where's my
question.
notebook? Where's my notebook?
I've heard that described before.
Shit.
Cynthia
Damn it.
does have notes on this.
So Jesus
She's
is
got a
the
notebook for everything.
I like it.
Jesus is manifestation in the flesh, just like your body is the manifestation of your flesh, but you're also a soul and a spirit. You can't separate the 3. You're a body and you're a soul and a spirit. Just like the Father is unseen, you don't see your soul. Do you see your soul? No, but the Father you never saw. Like talking to Jesus, like talking to himself. Yeah, he talks to him. I talk to myself all the time.
Good.
But I also don't think it's a coincidence that since I've been doing this, that things have gotten so much better in my life.
I'm
I think
trying to help.
that can't be a coincidence.
Don't get too
trying to
stuck
help
on that
you.
one, homie.
Well, it's
Don't
just faith,
get too
right?
Stuck on
It's
that
about,
one.
It's about trusting that things will be fine no matter what, because it doesn't matter what I do, right? It's just all going to go.
No.
Because you have to let go of control, right?
You've
Yeah,
been
you
listening.
do. I like that
to
part of
philosophy.
it is that it gets you a little more comfortable with the waves of life. Instead of like trying to control them, you start riding them better. I think a deep spiritual life for anybody, regardless, when you follow a spiritual discipline, you kind of learn to discipline yourself that way, so that you're not washed up on shore.
Jesus
as easily.
requires faith. The Bible requires faith. The Word of God, you have to have faith. You can't use reason and logic for everything. Faith is a perception, a non-meritorious perception. You believe the person who's telling you, not the fact. You believe That's a non-meritorious means of perception. It doesn't depend on you how smart you are. You have faith. It's perception through faith is not the same as using reason and logic.
Yeah, and I hate reason and logic, so that's why I'm perfect for this.
So
I've never been about logic.
So there was the verse that we were read, and it was in Hebrews 4:12, and it says, "For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It will penetrate even to divide the soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of our heart." So when it said divide soul and spirit, I was like, what? What is that? Like, oh, I never thought about it. Is soul and spirit the same thing? So when I looked it up, and this is just Google, it was saying that soul is the essence of a person, encompassing emotions, personality, and life force. It represents our individuality and is associated with our thoughts and feelings. Whereas in the spirit is the immaterial part of humanity that connects with God. It is the aspect of our being that enables spiritual communion and worship. The spirit is often described as the breath of life, is considered the part of us that can be spiritually alive or dead, depending on our relationship with God.
Right on.
Still a little confusing, but definitely know that that's how come I'm like, they're soulless, they're dead. Like, that's how come I'm always saying that. Like, they don't, even in the Bible, it talks about let the dead bury the dead, not necessarily dead people, but dead in spirit. Like, they don't have that creative energy, that force within them.
Yeah, the soul's a bit like the mind, in my opinion, because the mind is like a conscious part. But
were you atheist or agnostic before? Or do you know what you are?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was never atheist. I think atheists are dumb as hell.
Agnostic?
Yeah,
All
it
right.
takes a lot of faith to be atheist.
Atheists are the most cocky little, and that's coming from me, little mother effers out there.
Go online and look up the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, chapter 4, which is page 44.
Wow.
Is titled We Agnostics. And it breaks down kind of in a simple form how to open ourselves up to receive God, if that makes any sense. I'm paraphrasing because I don't want to read the whole chapter. It will be here all night if I get rolling. But it might help you a little bit with your understanding or being able to open yourself up for understanding is all I'm pointing out.
I mean, I got a really good resource, man. This guy, we talk. I mean, he's just this neighbor I found on Nextdoor. I don't know what I'd be doing if I didn't find him. He's just the one who led me this way. And it made me realize what it was like having a dad who was so, I mean, my dad's like an atheist. So like, I just think that was a huge part of my issue with it was, I never really had any leadership that would guide me to the right places because he made money. So I was always like, oh, he's a good dad. He makes money, but there's no spiritual path.
So was
my dad was
an agnostic.
Who, me or my dad?
Your dad.
Atheist.
My dad was an agnostic. He said, son,
Yeah.
he broke it down real simple because I wasn't too big when I started asking because there was kids at school talking about church and God. And I asked Dad, and he said, well, an atheist is a person that doesn't believe in or hates God. An agnostic believes in a God, but does not believe in organized religion.
I'm probably there.
And that's how I grew up always. And it kind of makes sense,
I thought agnostic means you don't know. Means knowledge.
Yeah, well, that was the explanation Dad gave me. So that's all I had to go by as a kid.
I mean, I believe that there's a higher power. I don't know what you want to call it, but I don't know if I believe so much in organized religion. I have a hard time with that.
We got Jack and Paul, the chosen two.
I don't want to rip off.
I don't think the way of Jesus is organized religion.
Yeah,
it might be organized, but it's not religious. It's a personal relationship.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Are you involved with the activities of like the mission work in your church?
Not yet. I'd love to be.
Yeah, we have a.
You just started though, didn't you?
Yeah, give that some.
No, I mean
Okay.
like the most local missions. Like we have a food bank that I volunteer at. Like I'm sure your church will have volunteer opportunities. Those are always good times.
Have you heard of Our Calling? Here in
No.
Dallas?
No.
You should look it up. They got like a very interesting concept where there's an app where if you see somebody who's like homeless and needs help, you can like report it,
That's
and then
cool.
they come and they don't like kidnap them, but they just say, "Hey, do you need any resources? Do you need help?" And then try to see what they can
Oh
do.
wow! Like an
It's pretty
outreach.
cool. Yeah. And
I used to like the Covenant House because they used to take teenagers that were runaway on the streets of Houston and help them. That's where I used to live for a long time. But that's again like runaway missions and homeless people. I'm big on that.
Good night, peace.
Bye, peace. Sleep good.
Good night.
Bye, peace, animal.
Yeah, because actually, you know,
I like that.
I'm a Fruit Loop. If you find your way with God, you find yourself walking with a hell of a lot of friends that you didn't know you had.
You should be his mentor. Give him the milk of the word. Someone needs to give him the milk of the word.
Well, he might. I don't know how he doing with his alcohol problem that he's been fighting for all these months, but that's up to him what he wants to do. I'm not going to interfere with the man trying
What are
to.
you talking about?
Yeah, who are you talking about?
Landry.
What have I been doing with an alcohol problem these past few months?
What? I was like, wait,
Many times on your stream, you kept saying how bad you wanted to go drink.
Because I love alcohol, but it's not like a choice for me. It's like what it will do to my body is so catastrophic that I literally I could be like, man, I want a Buzzball right now, but I won't do it because it's you know what I mean. It's hard to explain, I guess.
Okay, I got you.
Here's my issue: is I can never be like
I misunderstood what you said, so that was my fault.
It's okay, but I appreciate you.
Well, you got to remember, I walked that walk. You know, I went through the 12-step program. It changed my life, saved my life, and I always speak proudly on it.
Tell me this story. I've never heard this story before.
You didn't know Chuck's story?
No, I'm just kidding. I've heard it many times.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Now
I'm like an old preacher.
Indeed. Now, another big question is, does your church have open business meetings and let you come to the business meetings?
That's a great question. I love business. I have no idea.
Definitely check into that because all churches should let you know, like, hey, we received this much money in tithe. We've spent this. All you need to know, the business, that's your community. You need to know where your community money's going.
But don't they have to file taxes regardless? So you'll be able to find it either way.
What? No, you don't file taxes.
You have to.
Yeah, that's the whole point, dude. Duh.
Is your church a denomination? Is there a denomination?
I don't even know.
But even nonprofits have to report like what their income is and their expenses, even though they don't pay taxes. They have to file that. I mean,
Which a lot of things that people have to do that people do not do. So that's always.
I'm just saying, I was a treasurer once for a nonprofit. We still had to file.
Tax
You don't have to
exempt
pay
government
it, but-
church. Well, you don't have to go to a 503c1 tax exempt government church. You can get your bread, or you just.
Actually,
So you still have to keep records.
First of all, Landry, first of all, I want to know what you consider the gospel. Do you even know what the gospel is? How one must be saved?
You're talking about
Churches aren't required to file taxes, nor are they required to file any paperwork under 501c3.
Huh.
Yeah, that's a constitutional right.
Churches and religious organizations only.
Wow.
The church in the scriptures are those who
Thanks, Chuck.
believe the gospel, and we are one body.
I only know that is because I was involved in some business.
But government churches, yeah, you don't have to go to it.
They're like having two conversations at the same time.
Yeah.
with each other too.
Welcome to the panel verse.
Yeah.
Anyway, Landry, you didn't answer the question. Do you know the gospel?
Talking about whatever the hook. So you're talking about the accepting Jesus as God and as his
I
own.
got you.
Believe in
go
the
ahead.
name of the Lord, and thou believe in the person of the Lord who died on the cross, who's rose again, and thou shalt
Okay,
be
so
saved.
you're saying the exact. Okay. So, yeah. What about it?
I'm just saying that's how you be saved, and you just put your faith in that. Have you put your faith in the work of Yahushua or Jesus, whatever you want to call his name, the person, that person, Yeshua? Have you put your faith in him? Yes.
I'm actively.
You're thinking on it. That's what you're still doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just said that.
All right. I just want to make sure he knows the gospel, what to think on.
Hey, I got a big surprise for you. A lot of other people.
What other?
That's kind of the whole point.
Well, how are your videos going?
No AI. I mean, you know, I've been AI free besides the music, but AI free all year. You know.
So, July's coming up, right? And you know what July is
FIFA?
for Dallas? What?
FIFA?
Well, yeah, but it's also is it the 10-year anniversary of the shooting in downtown Dallas?
Oh, much less significant than FIFA. The World Cup, the biggest event in
Well,
the Olympics.
It was a day in Dallas
like soccer,
for sure.
I don't like soccer. I just think it's crazy that they're doing it here. And did you see they're demolishing the Kay Bailey?
Mm-hmm.
It's like already like halfway done.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Say that again?
A convention center.
Yeah, I know what the K Bailey is. I've been there once.
I was thinking about getting some drone footage of it, but I don't know. That's probably too close to downtown, or they get mad at me for it.
Yeah.
Isn't there a 250?
But what I was thinking is that if being a Christian is about doing things, and I think this is a huge part of it for others, right? It's like when you have enough, you want to do things for others. That's like kind of a pivotal point of being Christian. So many of them want to give and just go above and beyond for their community. If that's the case, and it's like doing things for God and just not being selfish, being selfless, I'm thinking, what can I do in the video world for people that are not me, so it's not selfish? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've always been pondering that since I've still, at least for the past month. I still don't have any answers, but what does it look like to showcase what God means and what Jesus means in a way that's not just Jesus came to do this and then God came to do this. Here's the story, but just to show the essence of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just tap into your own creativity.
For sure. And capture testimonies. For me, it's the test, but I would never show them on YouTube. I would never show any.
Either that or make them
that's fair, dude. A lot of stuff doesn't make YouTube.
When I hang with my old ladies, I call us geriatrics in the city. You know what I mean? But I would never share our testimonies with anybody on this Panelverse, but I would share it with other the church website and stuff like that.
That's where the money is too. Is that not YouTube? I'll learn that.
Well, that's what I'm working with Sasquatch on, to try to make it so people are anonymous, so they can't.
Right. You got to do a call-in, Chuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, trying to set up. I've had a couple of decent shows until Joe Cool showed up halfway between both of them and went sideways real fast.
Yeah, Joe Cool can do that.
That's
Joe. Funny.
I know. Kills me. So I got 2 videos that I'm splitting up, making 4 videos out of.
Nice. You could just definitely capture the testimonies and stuff. Or do you know who Lindsay Payne is? It's a guy. Oh man, I wish I could.
I've heard the name.
He went on to be a huge podcaster, but he started off as he would just make inspirational videos, and he would have a lot of like B-roll footage of people, going into a pool and diving in, but he would have an inspirational story behind that B-roll footage. So if there was a scripture or a biblical story, there's something that either spoke out to you or to someone else, and they spoke about it, you could add it on with B-roll footage. I'm trying to see if I can.
Though? I mean, I feel like go for what you're called towards, you know.
Mhm.
Like every artist has a different lens of how they view life and people and such, and I like that differences, you know, with different ways you can capture whatever the experience is. You know, what are you interested in, Landry? I mean, you said homeless.
Making things beautiful.
Drugs, sex, and rock and roll.
Beautiful things. Even if it's not beautiful, even if it's just something like a horrible situation, like presenting it beautifully, you know. I think that's what I've kind of learned is like what I like to do.
And I always ask God to show you, like, show me how I can use these talents you've blessed me with to honor you.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. I think.
Right. That's what I assumed.
When I first when I got into the program and they introduced me to this thing called God, there was a certain prayer in the book they had me do every morning, and it got to the point where I didn't need the book anymore. And then it got to the point where I felt what the words were saying. It's hard to describe the I guess it's the spirit. That's all I can say. Coming in and really changing my perception of life. Because the program's not about not drinking. The program's about living life on life's terms. Which is hard. Think about it. I turned to the alcohol to deal with the world. Well, that wasn't the answer for this dumbass. All I was doing was killing myself.
You got any children, Landry?
I do. One child. And you know what? They've found God too since they've been up in Indiana. Yeah.
Awesome.
She got plugged into the church and like what the people, you know, that in this space here, there's a lot of, you know, obviously hatred, shit talking, you know, whatever you want to call it. And you learn to get past most of it because, you know, people don't really care to, well, when they do care, they'll approach it in a way that's authentic or sincere, in a way that you can tell. Like Harmon the other day, I talked to him about it and he was very cordial with me, and where people don't ever think to wonder, you know, maybe is there any good that's come out of this situation that you might seem is really just only negative, and certainly that it has for I think it was a miracle, to be honest with you, that the fact that this happened, because I mean we didn't feel connected to God at all when she was here. And I mean we would go to church and feel like, oh, this is a miserable chore. We didn't feel tapped into it, period. And just the way that she's been in this, I mean, it's called Wiggle Church that Daisy goes to now. It's like a little kid church thing. Right? Yeah, and I think it was, you know, what do they say? There's a word or a phrase, when bad things happen and good things come out of it. What's the phrase?
All things work together for good.
Yeah, all things happen for a reason, something like that. Yeah, whatever. And I think it really was here in this case. So, I mean, I talked to...
Well, I look at it this way. It's God doing for us what we couldn't do for ourselves.
Yeah. Or forcing something to like, maybe like catastrophic to happen in order for you to make a change. Because often stagnation was the worst thing that we deal with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What do you think about Paul and Slavia?
Paul enslaved?
Yeah.
The Messiah.
That he's, you know, well, that's the whole problem, right? Is when we see God within ourselves, that's like probably not a good thing, right? Where we can be inspired by God, but to be like I am, like just the way that, I mean, it's obvious narcissism is thrown around a lot here, but it's plausible in this space because of the nature of wanting to be seen by an audience. So I get it's probably used appropriately a lot of the times too. But with him, just when I went in there today, he's just convinced that everything I'm doing is because I want to be like him and all this. And I'm thinking,
oh,
so
Lord.
Does Paul edit videos? Like, does Paul, like, you know, do anything that I do? And I'm like, not really. We don't have that much in common. Am I a soft sit? No. Did I ever believe in that? No. So it's like, what is he seeing? But he just can't see anything through any lens other than people want to be like me because he's so self-involved. And it's just
it was just like that video.
Deep insecurity, wouldn't you imagine?
Oh, it absolutely is almost every time. Yeah, almost
just
every
like
time.
that video we were watching. In his mind, he said that woman wanted to be his wife.
Yeah.
Or something, yeah.
He said my wife wanted to be his wife.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I
Well, he predicted I was When I first met him, he told me to put my wife in a nursing home and put my son in a center.
That's
for
crazy.
artistic people, and for me to go out and find a new woman, a fuckable woman.
What?
You
Yes.
weren't like that sovereign
Oh,
citizen
shit.
person we just watched.
No. And I mean, we locked horns immediately.
Good for you.
He crossed the line big time.
In the share room.
Chuck, you don't really lock horns with anybody very often. Maybe Imperious once, but I don't see you lock horns. I think you kind of.
I've locked with
retreat.
Paul. Yeah, there's only 2 or 3 that I've locked with.
But maybe you do it from a distance.
Dennison.
I can dig that.
Denizen,
You wanna travel on to
Imperious.
I like Dennison. He's
I like Dennison. I mean, he's a.
Don't get me started. I'm
Yeah,
trying to be
don't
nice.
get us
I'm trying to be
started.
nice.
I like
Be nice,
I like
Chuck. Be nice,
Dennison
Chuck.
and I like Dennison and Chuck. Okay, Dennison's cool. Chuck's cool. They both got keys to the car now.
I could see you locking horns at him though. I mean, Flo has a few times as well. It's funny.
I mean, well, you have to lock horns with Flo. It's a part of the game, right? But
No,
everyone
I
locks
mean,
horns
Dennison
until it's
and
not
Flo.
tolerable anymore. You know, people, that's what I've noticed in the space. People do it, and then they can't handle it anymore because emotions are real, and then they subside. Or another thing people do is they try to get them to pull back. Because I've had that happen recently, where people that are not me are like, Landry, just pull back because we're it's just affecting us emotionally. You know what I mean? In the space where it's like all fun and games until people are just like they just want to tap out. And
I
I
just
see a lot of that
don't
here.
go to channels that aren't interesting to me.
That's-
I mean, I think
yeah, that's a good
like if people
That's
are
cute.
on here, they should be entertaining or just provide or like getting something out of it for themselves. But a lot of times, if it doesn't, I don't feel like emotional with it. It's more like, not my flavor.
Would you agree with the overall, as a majority of people in the space have that emotional issue, where you
Yeah,
might
there's
not be as
some
emotional
senses-
as many?
Yeah, I mean, there's like some content creators that I've seen that try to guilt trip people into staying, donating, whatever, and I'm like, are you kidding? There's so many different other content creators that aren't trying to guilt trip you to get your
I'm gonna start
subscriber
guilt tripping you.
and your
Well, certain
your
people like
views.
Chuck can be very receptive to the guilt tripping.
I'm gonna start guilt tripping.
Not no more.
Good.
I broke that habit.
Good.
I just say it's like a low vibe. It's like you
Well,
don't end
Haimza,
up,
I'm gonna start guilt tripping you to come on
keeping
panel
people
more.
wanting to come back because it's mainly about entertaining. That's what it is. This platform is entertainment.
But it's not a lot of the time here. Like, even to be fair, like it's just a lot of this. Like, this is maybe a different crew. I'll be fair here. Like, there's not a lot of times where we're on the same place, but a lot of the time I look at it's like Beth's show is the same as Titman show because it's all the same people and they're all talking about something for 12 hours. And I'm like, where's the show? You know what I mean? So the distaste and the anger and the hate, that's why Paul feels so important, because we're all talking about, oh, did you see that shit he did? That's why Tarek feels important.
Oh my
Because
god.
Tarek, the most boring person in the world, Tarek is just like hated so much that he's like, yeah, I matter because everyone's talking about me.
It's different.
But he's certainly not interesting. But somehow,
At all.
somehow
You got a lot of self-righteous people in the space that think they're better than
Give me a
others
second,
and
Rocky.
just
I
do
will-
stupid shit.
I certainly think that I'm better than others, but sometimes, but we also got to be in fairness, right? I go to church, I feel like I'm the worst person there. I go
What?
online, I feel like I'm one of the best.
What?
You see what I'm saying?
You're the worst.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Seems
It's
a
just
little
all it is just the room that you're in, looking around the room that you're in.
I know. I'm the Sunday school class president. I'm like in the
There you go.
government at my church. I feel awesome at church. When I come here,
That's
I
good.
feel awesome too.
He'll get there.
Everything is awesome.
That's good. Then you've ascended, Cynthia. Congratulations.
All you need is an open mind.
For sure. Alrighty. Not OG. Rocky has a video in the back that he wants us to watch. I can only imagine what
Oh,
it is.
dear.
I feel like I should have previewed it first, but I didn't.
Penis.
It's not some corn brum, is it?
It's
Two
Paul
penises.
and his stepdaughter.
Oh, please. No.
It's an educational video. We were talking about.
That's not what I'd call it.
Okay, you push play. You got it, Rocky. Or you want me to take it?
Anarchism to me.
Oh, well,
Little Paul.
I know, it looks like a little paw.
That was like Chuck on a date.
Oh, damn.
Is this the same thing, Rocky? Or are we just watching your childhood favorite movies?
Oh Lord, he's reliving childhood memories.
He is. Oh my God, Rocky! This is a new video.
Yeah, this is Charlie Chaplin.
Rocky. Uh-oh, it went off. I think
You ran everybody off. Oh
Yeah, I
shit!
think Rocky froze. Uh-oh, I think Rocky froze. Well,
He ran everybody off.
yeah, he did.
Oh,
I
sorry
did
about
appreciate. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, sorry
Wow.
about that. Forgot to turn it off
Oh.
at the end of the clip. It was,
You know, Landry likes to dip, and
anyway, that kid was pretty smart, huh?
well, I
It was,
don't know
it
about
was
you
a
guys.
movie.
I don't know about you guys, but I really,
he was a anarchist little pipsqueak.
I've really been falling in love with black and white movies. They're so vicious. The black and white movies, the people. Oh, it's okay, Ahimsa. I always enjoy you coming up on the panel, though. You're always a great conversationalist, and you always have great wisdom. So, but yeah.
You know, there's a lot of self-righteous D-bags that come around. It's crazy.
The one thing you
What?
have to remember is that the internet is a place where a lot of people go because people in real life don't want to deal with them no more.
I don't know about all that. I can see it for some, but I wouldn't say a lot.
Oh, yeah, okay. For some, for sure.
Some people it's just an addiction. Some people some people it's an escape. Some people it's their only contact with the outside world. There's a vast array of people, different reasons.
You definitely have to have a balance for sure. Yeah. I'm enjoying doing my Lent. I can't wait to do on the 40th day and share stories. But after that, I'm going to get back to stories.
Apparently, okay, my bad.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Apparently, I'm a liar and a fraud.
Huh?
To some
What?
people.
What happened? What did you lie about?
Everything, apparently.
What are you watching?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out who you was talking about.
I was talking about Mandy. Apparently, I'm a liar and fraud.
Oh.
Mandy said that comment Mandy brought up.
Oh, what did she say? What up to freak? What's going on, homie?
I'm trying to read.
You deserve Dernos for days for your content, your situation, and your authenticity as well.
They won't talk shit publicly. They'll just come up smirking like a weasel in places that I'm at.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I know I went through that for a little while too.
You know who I'm talking about, Cynthia.
No, I do. Put in back chat, please.
I told you to quit doing that, Cynthia.
What, bro? I can't keep up with who likes me and who doesn't. You know, I just try to.
No. It's not Mandy. Yeah, Heemsa, we about to beef. You correct me like that again, girly.
No.
It's a Heemsa. I'm talking about a Heemsa. How about that? Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I always knew something was up between you two guys. I didn't know why y'all had such animosity.
No, I love a Heemsa. I love talking to a Heemsa. It's awesome.
Me too. Oh, we should have. While she was up here, we should have asked her about.
Oh, hold on, wait. Actually, there you go, Mandy.
Something about a Virgo lunar eclipse, but I don't know what that means.
I think we're supposed to turn it into a red moon. I think.
Well, the zodiac is saying that it's a. Hold on, let me see. I'll look back.
Let me get my. I don't even know. I don't even understand the houses or anything like that.
Nope, me either.
Oh.
I got a chart and I gotta know what it means.
Hang on.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Some people on the internet are stupid. My bad, Aheems. I was talking about Landry.
Oh. Virgo lunar eclipse. Is that the same as the sun? Virgo sun? Where's Aheemsa?
You're asking the wrong people, Cynthia.
I got it right here, Miss Cynthia.
What's that, bro? What is that? Lift it up. A century of moon phases. Oh.
Okay, so this right here is what it is, right? The March 3rd full moon, known as the Worm Moon, is a powerful total lunar eclipse in Virgo, signaling a time of profound emotional release, personal transformation, and ending of a cycle. It marks the transition from winter to spring, prompting reflection, cleansing, and preparation for new beginnings. And I'm going to be real with you. The Zodiac's kind of been on point the past few months for me. Because I know that for the past 3 weeks, that's what this shit has been going on. It's been a bunch of bullshit, faced after a bunch of bullshit, after a bunch of bullshit, dealing with a bunch of stupid people that is teaching me how to keep my emotions in check and actually make better content and ignore the fuck out of people till they cry like little bitches and want more attention.
Everybody's gay.
Today's a full moon.
All I gotta do is go look in the mirror and drop my drawers. I got a full moon every night.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay.
You
does it matter if our house, does our house have to be in something? I don't understand that.
You would definitely have to talk to Aheemsa or Lady K or Snow.
Yeah, I got my chart that Lady K did, and I'm more lost than I started.
Aheemsa, when I get my birth certificate, I want to give you the actual time I was born instead of the eyeballing it, and if we can redo my chart, that'd be awesome.
You don't remember what time you were born?
Jeez, you better slap your beginning.
No, Chuck, I'm not that old. I haven't unlocked extended remembering yet.
What do you think about the 13 months having 28 days apiece? 13 months, that'd be exactly 4 7-day weeks, 28 days, 13 months.
Hell no. That's another month of bills I'm not interested in.
364 days. 13 times 28 is 364. New Year's is the 350th, so it's a solar lunar calendar. They only pay us for fucking 12 months, and they should be paying us for 13 months.
Oh, come on.
Hey, 13 months in a year. 28 days. Every 28 days, there's a new fucking moon. It's because there's 13
Oh,
months.
Ahimsa is back. I'm
in a
sorry,
year.
Ahimsa. I was over here trying to Google all of my
That's
stuff.
okay. I think they were just talking about tonight is the blood moon. It's going to happen in about 3 to 4 hours where it's all red. And so it's a very unusual moon.
Yeah.
And then you have the eclipse that's going to happen, I think on the
the end of the
on the
world.
6th.
6?
The
6
rapture.
sticks in my head.
Yeah.
For some
the
reason.
eclipse is on the 6th.
So
But tonight
what?
is definitely a good visual night.
So what's
Unless you
happening
got clouds.
when this shift comes? You and I have had conversation. I've been on a panel, and you said that kind of it's like karma's coming back this time. But
That's this whole year. It's because of the particular nakshatra that the South Node is in. It has to do with everybody's individual karmas of what they've been doing. It's going to come back around for whatever you haven't been dealing with. And that's just for this year. It happens every 18 years, I suppose, but it's hard to predict this one. It's the only one that's not predictable, really, because it's so individualized. But insofar as the US, it's some astrologers predicting like the economy, and the war will be happening mostly in the rest of the world. But I don't see us staying in it with I think Mercury went retrograde last week. And so anything that starts during a Mercury retrograde doesn't tend to work out long term very well. It doesn't, I don't know. I don't see it happen last time we did this with Iran. It was also under, I think, a retrograde. So it's just short lived. I don't see this being a war.
Nah,
I see it different.
I think
fine.
you're wrong.
That's fine. You can think whatever you want. I mean, you're free to that. I'm just telling you, what started under Mercury retrograde doesn't have a tendency to last long.
I hope you're right.
I emphatically hope you're wrong. I pray for the nuke.
Well, my stocks need some help.
Well, you know,
pray for the
that
nuke.
the Chinese, ancient Chinese, back in the 2930 BC in their calendar, saying when Jesus was coming, they saw it in the stars. The 3 wise men were Chinese. And
No, they were not. They were Zoroastrian.
wise men were Chinese.
They were Zoroastrian Persians.
Shut up.
Hey,
You don't know
I
what
was
you're talking
Joseph
about.
in the Christmas play.
Listen, it's in their historical records, their documents.
No, it's not.
It is. I saw it
it's
on
not.
a video. I saw it on a
You
video, man.
well,
He saw it on a video.
Guess what? The 3 wise men were Zoroastrian priests.
they're not. There were more than 3, and they were the Magi.
The Magi are Zoroastrian priests. That's literally their name.
China.
So
we have that now.
What do the houses mean?
They were from the east.
When they say like, and does that
Persia's in the east?
China's
There
in the east.
is a house in New Orleans.
Hey, Rocky.
The
Rocky.
changes happened. The changes happened.
Magi or magus is a term for priests in Zoroastrianism. Oh, that's literally what magi are. You're wrong.
What's Zoroastrianism? The astrology?
Yes.
Zoroastrianism, it's heavily in
Yeah.
astrology. It's
Yeah.
It also influenced Judaism.
Sorry,
It's being a monotheistic religion from paganism. It also has a savior prophecy, which is really attributed to the Jesus prophecy in Christianity and Judaism.
When Jesus was on the cross, it was recorded in Chinese history that there was 3 hours of darkness, and the emperor.
There was an eclipse.
You know what the emperor said? He said that there was a man who was dying for the whole world, and you know what he did right after that? He forgave everyone in the China their debts.
Well, I mean that's pretty based. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but the three wise men were magi. They were literally.
But yes, because that's why, because there was star. That's why the Northern Star, because they would read the stars, and God knew that that's how they connect with.
The Chinese also read the stars, and they also in their history books state that the emperor saw, because they had royal were studying the stars, and the emperor saw that the star that was over Bethlehem, and that he said that at the time of Christ being on the cross, there was darkness in China too. That was recorded, that the darkness was in China. And that after that, he addressed his people and said that one man has died for the whole world. And therefore what he did, he said, because he forgave the whole world, he also forgave everyone in China their debts. So when you think, and the Christians in China right now, they're saying that we are going back to our ancestors, what they believe. They're Christians who believe that their ancestors were even Christians, that the emperors were Christians. So when people say that Christianity was not spread throughout the whole world, that's bullshit. It was. The Chinese even knew about Christ. So
yeah, I mean, they say that the Apostle Thomas, the one that said, "I won't believe unless I can stick my hand in his wound." Doubting he Thomas. He died in India. He went over there and brought the gospel out there. So yeah, they did actually have people come in from China, India, other places. I mean, they had all of the spices and trading oils and stuff. They did that.
And in Chinese ancient what's that art? They draw their pictures. What do they call that? Not an alphabet.
Hieroglyphics. Not hieroglyphics. Okay.
The picture for a boat, it's like a boat with a structure, and it has 8 living souls in it. That's the picture for a boat. It's a structure with 8 living souls in it. So they knew about it's in their fucking language.
8 is a special number with Buddhism.
8 souls in the boat. That's the word.
Yeah, it's like boat. The lotus flower, the 8-fold pathway. Unlike Christianity, it's more 12 and 3. But yeah, 40 days represents trials and stuff. 40 years in the desert. 40
trials
days
and tribulations.
Yeah, 40 is a number of tribulation. I'm doing Lent for 40 days right now. Today was day 13 of Lent. Yeah, it marks the time that you spent 40 days in the desert.
There's nothing new under the sun. What was, will be, and what will be was. It's like we're in a cycle. It's like Babylon fell once, and we're in Babylon now. It's going to fall. We can see it falling, right? Because we know it's going to fall, and we can just see it. It's the same thing over and over. It's like we're in a cycle, but there's going to be an end. One of these days, it's going to be the last Babylon that falls. You know what I'm saying?
Do you see Dom's question there? Are these stories for the mortal or for the immortal part?
Both.
It's both, man.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you for having me, Miss Cynthia. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Good catching up again, OG.
Nah, bad catching up. You always trying to start beef. I'm mad at you.
That's how she runs around hitting on all these dudes.
Me?
No, I'm just playing. I'm just
Oh,
playing.
okay. I was going to say, it's just Ashton I mess with. Dom says it's so easy to say both. Uh-oh.
What if it is? What if it is both?
Oh.
Yeah, who here knows for sure?
Still fun to hate each other.
What? I hate hating.
Oh. What do the houses mean, Ahimsa? I never understood. Like when it says a house, does that make a difference? It's based on the time that you were born. So that
So it's based on when sunrise was on the day that you were born. So if you're born at sunrise, the sun is going to be right on your first house area. And if you're born around sunset, it'll be right on the 7th house area. If you're born at midnight, the sun will be right in your 4th house at the bottom of the chart. If you're born around noon, your sun will be around the 10th house part of the chart. And so what that does is it breaks down, like with transits, they'll go through your houses. And so say like you have Saturn and you're transiting your 4th house, a lot of people will have a hard time with their homes, their mothers and stuff like that. It's the lowest part in a chart when it's transiting through there. So it's a lot of hardships. Jupiter is the planet of good luck. So say like it's traveling through your 10th house of career and your image in the world, you get noticed by other people more often. So the house placement of when you're born matters for transits and stuff. That's the short answer.
This is horoscope shit. I mean,
yeah,
it's
Yeah.
not.
I was raised on it. Zoroastrian.
Oh yeah. Do you still believe that stuff?
Well, I know it's there. I mean, it's
Yeah.
definitely there.
Didn't I send you? Didn't I send you my charts that Katie done?
Katie never sent it to me. Maybe I did. No, yes, I did see your chart. I did. Yes, I do have your chart. Actually.
But good to answer Rocky's question, I as I just said, you know, with the Magi, the Lord did talk through them through astrology. So I do think that there is some truth to all of that.
Yeah, they followed the stars. They knew where the stars were, but they didn't read the stars as like telling their horoscope.
But there were astrologers back in biblical times. However, I still though think that God is the true creator, and I would follow him before I would follow stars. But it is interesting to see how much people do change just on a full moon night. When I worked in the emergency room at the hospital, everybody knew on a full moon night we were going to be slammed with crazy stuff. So it's not necessarily that I believe or don't believe. It's more so that I've seen evidence of changes.
He put the sun
Like
and
Donald
the moon
Trump
for seasons and the
used a full
stars
moon
for
baby that was also an eclipse.
stars.
These
for-
are very rare. Like Donald Trump, he was a full moon baby, but it was also an eclipse he was born on. He has an extremely rare chart with different things that are happening. So it shows like a great rise in fame and stuff in his chart. So I mean you could see that, but I mean at the same time, it just shows you patterns. It's like a map, but you're not locked into it. You still have your own stuff it's just patterns, you know,
Right.
of energy. It's not something you should be enslaved in. You know, I didn't even know Mercury went retrograde last week, but everybody's afraid of it. And I'm like, that's not what it's supposed to be about, you know, but it's also religion that happens with religion. People get very afraid of going to hell. And it's not really, if you read the Bible, it's not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to be liberated from it and use, I don't want to say use religion or use astrology, but it's supposed to help you evolve, you know, to understand yourself better as well as others. But you can be afraid of whatever you want, Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You believe whatever you want. My mom used to believe that crap, and
Did
I had
she?
to get her out of it. And she was much better not believing in it. She used to read them books like they were the Bible or something. Like, oh my God.
Some of them do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ever knock them. I'm never going to knock anybody that believes in a higher source.
No, I just thought that there was a difference between how the believers believe that the stars were for seasons and for festivals. They were put in there it's like a timepiece. It's like a timepiece, and not necessarily one that applies to you, but personally. But it's like I don't know. Anyway, you can do whatever you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, you get to it like with
I'm
the
a
Farmer's
Taurus,
Almanac.
so I guess I'm
plan.
a bull. I'm bullheaded because I'm a Taurus.
Same.
They was talking about Morse code, so I put Morse code in there.
I'm trying to learn. What is it? The Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. Dang it.
Alpha Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India, Kilo, Juliet. Yeah.
What is
That's
that called?
I just went brain dead. Damn it.
I was just looking at it earlier today, and I can't find that notebook. Oh my god!
It's a military
Yeah,
thing.
but what is it? What's it called?
Well, we used to we'd tune our radios and we'd say, this is Alpha. We're going to go down to Charlie something. And then it's a code for
Phonetic alphabet. That's what it's called.
Letters equal words like A1, Alpha 1, or Bravo 2, Charlie 2.
Yeah, I used to be Delta Sierra Mike Alpha, Delta 3.
Hey, thanks for having me up, Cynthia. I'm gonna dip.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up, Ahimsa.
Bye-bye, Ahimsa.
Bye. Have a good night, y'all.
All right, I think I
You
am
too.
going to end it. We did go. Oh, Dominico's here. Ooh, Dominico's going to bring some wind to them.
Awesome.
I know. Hi, Dominico.
Hey, how's it going? Hi, guys. How's all my fellow believers doing tonight?
Go ahead.
Doing well.
I'm dipping out, but it was good to see you. I haven't seen you in forever.
Oh,
Talk to you. Yeah.
Hank, what did I do, Hank? He wants me to leave.
No, he was saying. Oh, thank you, Hank. Well, Don, what brings you up? I know that you were going to add some good conversation or ask a thought-provoking question that all of us will try to figure out or run.
It's about figuring it out now, is it?
Hmm?
It's about figuring it out now?
Or we'll run, whichever.
Yeah, hopefully go inwards. So everything that we read, is that a belief system?
Everything we read is at a belief system.
Yeah. Whatever they tell you in the story, is that a belief system? Hence BS.
Thank you.
Whatever we read, is that a belief system?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So if you read a story of a guy named Jesus or through Muhammad or whatever.
So you're anti-Jesus guy.
No. See, you've already made an assumption, Rocky.
No, you just come up here saying, do you believe everything you read?
Yes. I asked a question.
I read books. I don't believe every book I read.
Okay. So how do we cross over to know?
How do we know?
Experience.
Okay, I'm with you on that, Cynthia.
Faith, Holy Spirit, stuff like that.
Okay, so if you never met a character, I just happen to use that name Jesus. I could say Socrates if you wanted to. So if you never met these characters, then you're what? You're telephoning a story, a belief system, because you never met these characters.
Correct. Well, not in the physical sense, especially when it comes to Jesus.
Yeah, hence why if it's been inspired to be written or spoken through inspiration, you should be able to obtain it. But for most people, what they do is they read a book, more times than not in a book form, not in a scroll form, and it depends on what language you're speaking. But even that, who gave us the language?
God.
So they say, as they're talking about scattering those languages in Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
So again, who gave us the language? Most of us are conditioned with the language. So therefore, when you're reading with your limited sights, how do you know if that story is valid for you? And hence you said it. You experience it, or you observe it, or you observe it. We do more with our observation than we do with our experiencing.
I think for me, my experience would help me to see it more, observe it more in others, because I would have an understanding of what I was observing more so. But I would have to experience it first.
Okay. So when you're reading a book, are you observing it or experiencing it?
When I'm reading a book, I'm obtaining knowledge.
Okay. Knowledge. Okay. Good enough. So then when people pursue the knowledge of tree of good and evil, spiritual and material, are you able to obtain the tree of life, wisdom and understanding?
Am I able to obtain the tree of life? No.
Well, you're being humble enough to say no.
Yes.
But for a lot of folks, what they'll do is they'll parrot information and then they'll defend it and attack it. So therefore, that tells me if it's truly the truth, you don't need to defend it or attack it. This is.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I can only speak for myself. Like when I have an experience with Jesus and the Holy Spirit, I understood what I was having through the book that I gained knowledge from. Having that experience helped me to see it and observe it in others as well, which then deepened my relationship.
It made that knowledge real for you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It made the knowledge real, and it made me understand what I would like. It prepared me for what was to come. Like I wasn't just like, "Ooh, what was this?" And then had to draw my own conclusions. It became real, like Chuck said.
Well, it can be a conclusion. At that point, you're playing with your upper brain. So the language of consciousness is thoughts. What we do is we speak and we read things or rewrite things. That's called afterthoughts. That's why when people are in silence, they choose to break their silence, and then we play this fun game of talking with each other with words. And then now we have to deal with sounds and frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
This is why when they talk about language, language is not just about spoken language. It doesn't matter if it's American Sign Language or Braille or Latin or Hebrew. Those are just languages. Those are different types of language. But the main language, if people want to go, you go inwards. You go into that state of silence, peace, meditation. You listen inwards. What we do is we hear each other.
Sometimes not even that.
True. Yeah, sometimes it's just noise. People are just trying to project how they feel. They might say they're not in their feelings. I said, you're always in your feelings.
I hear you, man. I hear what you're saying, man.
The best I can ever ask, Rocky. We show respect to each other by hearing each other. When we say we agree or disagree, I say, well, that's disrespect. I'm not concerned about the I. You know what I mean? If that's, as long as the person are aware of themselves and they're true to themselves, nobody should actually move them from that position. That's why when somebody says, I am and whatever, I'm a Christian, I'm an atheist, those are funny bunch.
Oh, I'm a Christian.
Well, you say it openly, but if you truly are Christ consciousness, why would you need to say the word?
Cool.
I want to make sure that people know who I am and not my faith.
So are you serving the material or the spiritual realm? The spiritual realm already knows where you are at that point, Cynthia.
Absolutely. It does. However, as a fisherman of men, I want to clearly state my position, not so much to brag, but as to like, oh, hey, I do know a Christian I can talk to if somebody has that thought out there.
What kind of hook is you using to be a fisher of men?
Yeah, I agree with Cynthia.
Yeah, but I'm hearing you guys. I agree, I disagree. Well, why are you worrying about agreeing or disagreeing?
I hear you.
Yes, thank you.
Christian consciousness. So can anyone achieve Christ consciousness?
If you develop your intellect and your emotional development, yes.
It doesn't have nothing to do with Jesus, though, right? It's just Christ consciousness.
He was one example. If he existed, that was
one
able to
example of many Christ, right?
I would have to say yes. Yes, people can obtain that.
Well, okay, I have to disagree.
That's fine, but it's your journey, is it not, Rocky?
Yeah.
So why would you agree or disagree if it's your journey? Are you trying to cult up with people?
We're on a different journey.
Oh, I said it's your journey. I never said it's a different journey. It's your journey.
Cynthia, she told you like she doesn't identify as Christian just to brag or nothing. She wants people to know because they want to know about who Christ is. But see, you have a different Christ. You follow a different Christ. Your Christ is just like everyone can achieve it through consciousness, through like meditating.
Rocky, I never said none of that. Rocky, again, you're throwing words and you put my name. Now you're making fun of it. Does that make you feel better, Rocky?
I didn't hear you say that.
I know myself well enough. I just said anybody said the I am and whatever. The I am and then whatever persona or mask after it. I just put other words to it now. It's just a funny bunch. we like to entertain each other, whether we know it or not.
Well, we're social creatures.
Yeah, we are very much so, especially when we're in these suits.
I like you guys.
Like you too. Hey, Sarah, Raging Tomato. I'm so shocked to see you here. Thank you for tuning in. Yes.
Oh, Lord. You got tomato here? Good Lord.
We just started this conversation. Dom came up as always and asking very, very thought-provoking questions. So if anyone else would like to join the panel, please do.
I'm probably the dumbest one up here, but that's okay.
No,
Look at who's here. Hank O'Flamo's here. The Raging Tomato. Voy. The Freak.
Yeah, what's Void doing here? Where are you guys coming from? Appreciate you stopping by, though. I do. Dang it,
Well,
boy, you said something earlier that
what do you think about that Christ consciousness thing, Cynthia?
Oh, that was it. Okay, so well, I just don't understand how you can have Christ consciousness without Christ.
Exactly.
So I'm not sure about that. But Dom, why Dom is here, I called Joe the other day because I had this thought-provoking question and I didn't understand. Hang on a second, I'm looking for it.
Joe, which show are you talking about?
Joe Cool.
Oh, okay.
That's not his name no more.
It's not? What is it?
It's Joe motherfucking Cool.
Oh, okay. We're talking about Dom, you asking these questions made me think of language and when we hear things. Earlier in my Bible study, we were going over Romans 7 and we were talking about the law and sin. And one of the passages that came up, it says, once I was alive apart from the law, but when the commandment came, sprang to life and I died. I found that the very commandment that was intended to bring life actually brought death. The scripture goes on to talk about, like, I didn't even know what covenant was until until it was like, don't covenant your neighbor came about. And then as soon as I heard what covenant was, that sin sprung to life in me. You asking these questions makes me think that perhaps some of the words that we hear when we're talking to each other, not necessarily Christ conscious way, but just speaking with one another. I think some of these words instill stuff into us. Am I making sense, Dom?
As long as it makes sense to you. Again, Christ consciousness just gives you an opportunity to develop yourself so you can be teachable. You can be the student. So the word death, for example, it actually means transformation. So when somebody's in the death process, this is why you have to transmute. Whether you have your first death through the physical death, and then there's the mental death. We're all under what's called the mind.
Mm-hmm.
So when people say they have a near-death experience, they're having a near transformation. Most people are usually missing the mark. They're living more of a material existence opposed to a spiritual one. Revelation is based on spiritual. He was taken up into the spirit. That's what he got to see with the third eye. He wasn't talking about a physical experience.
Well, a lot of them have spiritual experiences.
That's right. Very much so. That's why the prophets have done certain things, whether they've meditated or they've done certain substance, and then they're going to obtain certain kinds of enlightenment. But for a lot of people, they want to try to rationalize this with their upper brain, opposed to their gut brain. Most men are usually scholarly. They want to pursue things from a scholarly pursuit. I'm going to read from left to right or right to left.
Logic, yeah.
More times now, women are very intuitive because they're childbearing. So this way, they're going to usually work from their gut brain. So for men, they would have to actually get into their feminine energy, hence where their Sophia and wisdom comes from.
Do women who don't have children, do they still have that gut brain, or is that gut brain?
They do, because they're able to actually bear children. It doesn't mean that just because they bear children. You're designed differently on the gender part. But then we're talking about energy, physical and masculine and feminine energy. One's a programmable in energy. That's why when people say they want to be positive or in the action, they want to be programmable. The teachable energy is the unknown energy, the feminine energy. Hence, order out of chaos. Yin and yang. You know, when they talk about black and white, they're talking about the unknown and the known. That's the cycle that we're talking about.
Do you think that, like, when you have the we're just going to call it the good energy, the light energy, the positive energy, is it just energy that the negative sees it and has to come in spring? Like, does it? Because I've always noticed that whenever there's good conversations, there's something bad that will pop up with it, and I just accept it. Like, hey, it comes. Figure out how to maneuver around it.
Well, the positive and negative energy, it's a cycle. So when people have a good energy, a spiritual energy, opposed to a evil energy, a material energy, that's all that means. Good and evil, spiritual, material. You're having a material experience. Your body needs food. It needs liquid. What we truly are, we're beings. We need air. You know, it's always fun when I hear somebody, well, you're materialistic. I said, last time I remember, unless I'm going to fast for 30 or 40 days, I still need food. Do I not? Do I need shelter? Do I need clothing? That's all that means. But most people lean towards the evil understanding, the material part.
Oh. If something is good, what is bad the opposite of it?
You're using the word good, bad. They just implanted that. It's just good and evil. You'd probably be better off healthy and unhealthy. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to teach your children how to breathe. That's already preset. That's what's called unconditional love, because it's offered to everybody, to all beings, whether it's an ant, whether it's an animal, whether it's a tree, whether it's water. That's the element that most of us reside with.
Rocky, what are you thinking, Rocky? Rocky tapped out. Chuck?
I was trying to fix something.
Oh.
But I mean, the truth, I think the truth is that he's full of shit.
Do you think words can hurt, Dom? Oh, hang on. Wait for it.
Dusty, why are you trolling people? It's mean.
Because it's fun. And it's just words, bro.
Do words have power?
Or the energy, it could be the intent and the energy, but I'm true to myself, so I'm not. I've ripped a hole into me. I'm pretty sure Rocky can't actually hurt me. You know, I'd be like, okay, what you do to me, I could do double fold. So him telling me I'm full of shit, I already know I'm full of shit. I'm okay with it. The fact that he has to tell somebody else, I would question him more. I said, are you really confident with yourself? Because if you did, well, then why do those words come out of your mouth? Who are you trying to convince here? I'm just sharing out loud. I don't mind being a fool.
Well, the yin yang shit and all this shit, talking about the yin yang and all this. I don't get into the yin yang stuff. I'm sorry. And
no problem. You don't have to apologize. I was talking to Cynthia.
And the Christ consciousness and so I just spoke what I felt like, because I was busy. I wasn't really paying attention. So the first thing came to my mind was, you're just full of shit with your yin yang philosopher. I'm just as good a Christian as you are. I've got Christ consciousness is good enough for me. Well, yeah, like Cynthia said, how can you know Christ without Christ? And it's like you try to come through this yin yang and this good thing, and it's like, I don't know. It sounds like bullshit.
Well, if you took away the yin and the yang, would you, Rocky, do you think that where there's something good, there like bad shows up? Like, as a Christian, I think we can both say when we tend to grow closer to the Lord, or we're just really on that path, it does seem like obstacles come our way more. And when we're not so close to God, it seems like life is a little bit smoother. So could you see perhaps the yin and yang is that?
Yeah, the devil pays good. I mean, we're tribulations. We're supposed to go through tribulation. Everybody has tribulations and stuff, you know. And you know, if you're doing good, the devil's gonna come at you more because he doesn't want to, you know, he doesn't want you to share your knowledge with these other people. So yeah, you come under attack when you're, you know, like you're following the Lord, and then if you're not following the Lord, the devil don't give a shit. That's what he wants. He doesn't want you to follow him. So yeah,
I agree.
Yes, I agree with that kind of stuff. But it's not really a philosopher's thing. It's not. I don't think it works for I don't think it works for non-believers. Like it's kind of like psychosomatic. Some people say, well, if you think and grow rich, or if you think riches, you'll be rich. And I don't. That's not what I'm saying. It's not a philosophical thing. Some people think you just think, and that's what you do. You know, you think it into existence and stuff like that. But I don't know. But there is a thing of, you know, like if you have bad feelings and you're gonna make yourself sick, disease. You're at disease with yourself. You're going to create. So there's a lot of philosophy, and a lot of these, you know, these Buddhists, and they have lots of knowledge about, you know, harmony and how the body works and through frequencies and just these things may be true, but you know, that's not the whole thing. There's more to this. There's a lot of wisdom. Buddha has a lot of wisdom, and even you know. I try to understand what the Tao and stuff. So I look into these philosophies. I try to understand where they're coming from, not because, you know, I try to have an open mind and try to figure out where they're coming from. And to me, it just leads, you know, I don't want to, you know, and if you're anti-Christ and you deny Christ, well, if you don't, you know, if you can't confess that Christ came in the flesh and dwelt among us and stuff like that, then you're either, you know, for, and I try to, you know, with these philosophers and stuff, anyway, I don't want to keep on going. Damn, it's hard to explain.
It is. And this is definitely a topic that we all have different experiences, different upbringings, different beliefs. Of course, you know, I would love for everyone to be a Christian and to believe as I do. However, even the Bible teaches that that's not even a thing. That there's others. Hence, fellow believers, indeed.
Philosophy is actually about the love of wisdom, Sophia. And for some people, they're not interested in that, which is fine. You know, most things are based on philosophy.
Well, the scriptures, we have wisdom too, and it's the Holy Spirit, sometimes is called wisdom. She's at the gate, you know. Sometimes, and even in the scriptures, it's called a woman.
Yes. Is there such Dom? Is too much knowledge a bad thing? Can you go down rabbit holes and then just find yourself getting lost?
Well, if you want to go down like an ostrich, that's fine. But if you go up in the air, but again, knowledge is the child to wisdom and understanding. Hence the tree of knowledge. Most people are stuck in belief systems. That's the stumbling block. But that's something they're going to have to journey for themselves, because obviously when somebody hears somebody else talking, they'll reveal whether or not they need to defend or attack, opposed to, are you teachable at that point? I get when people read, they don't realize how much they're being programmed. But are they actually in that teachable energy? And most people aren't teachable. You know, people that understand theosophy and all that, they had to become students.
Yeah.
But again, if people want to preach the name of Jesus,
requires humility to be taught. You need humility. But, you know, knowledge, the scripture says, get knowledge, or says get understanding, but most of all get wisdom. So you can have knowledge Now, understanding is better than knowledge, and wisdom is even better than understanding. So, you know, the Bible says that wisdom, she's before the gates, and she's saying, don't go in to the city because they're whoring around and they're having an orgy or something. So wisdom is sometimes called a woman. She's at the gate telling the people, don't go in that gate, warning at the gate, don't go in there. So yeah, and so we can speak the same language, kind of like Paul spoke to the philosophers, the Mars, and she said, I see you have many gods, and then you have this one over here about the unknown God, and he tried to tell him about it, and he got in a little trouble over it or something for even trying to tell him, I guess.
Rocky, were you born into? You said that your mom studied astrology. Was your dad a Christian? Like, how did you find your faith?
The scriptures. When I was 10 years old, I went to live with my uncle. I became a Christian around. Well, I think I was a Christian before that, but I reaffirmed my Christianity at 10, and I found a tract from a Greek scholar, a church called Baraka Church in Houston, Texas, and it's they study the original Greek supposedly, and so it's Dallas Seminary schools, and I studied tapes. They've sent free tapes. Like when I first started, I was 10, so that was 69. I started listening to tapes.
They would just send tapes out if you asked for them?
They were reel to reel, and they were free. So you could get like 10 lessons at a time, or I think you could actually get one lesson per day. It was free. They didn't, because they taught that tithes is unbiblical. That was a tax for the Jews, and the church goes on free love giving. Doesn't have nothing to do with tithes. Was a 10% tax. This is according to the scriptures and all this shit. So anyway, I learned under one of the leading Greek. He spoke Greek, wrote Greek, Hebrew and Aramaic. You know, he went to Dallas Seminary and became a pastor teacher, and he continued learning Greek. He didn't just stop at seminary. He continued to learn. And so I feel like I have a understanding of the scriptures, and but there are some things that he didn't know everything, and he's not like a super, like hero. Like Jesus is my hero, and because he had some faults. He was a Zionist. He believed that they were the chosen people and stuff like that, because they taught that at Dallas Seminary. They taught Zionism, the Schofield Bible. That's all. But now I'm figuring out that was wrong. So I've made mistakes. I believe things were wrong, and now I know. I move on. The scriptures. I used to believe that there's a certain people and they're God's chosen people. No, that they rejected. They 70 AD. They were destroyed. God divorced them in 70 AD. And so, as a matter of fact.
Did you see Dom's question? He asked, what were they chosen for? Thank you, Tomato.
Originally, they were supposed to represent God to the nations, but they failed so many times. And finally, at 30 AD, when they crucified their Messiah, God divorced them for rejecting the Messiah. Basically, they failed so many times, and that was the end of that age, the age of the Jews. We're in the church age now, where the body of Christ are, you could say, the chosen people, if you want to. It's not God's people. It's a condition. The condition is that you accept Christ as your Savior. They rejected their Messiah. They crucified him. Therefore, God divorced them and gave it over to the church. The blood belongs to the body of Christ. The church is the body. It's not a building. It's the church. So anyway, Zionism was taught everywhere in America. And we're learning, that doesn't matter. Even if your pastor was a Greek scholar.
Well, we have a raid coming in. Thank you to all the Gauntlet people coming in from the Raging Tomatoes. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. We've kind of gone over some reviews of videos tonight, and now we're having conversations about words, intentions, faith, beliefs, and discussing the changes. What's coming? The Mercury, the blood moon. The blood moon's going to be tonight, guys. Make sure to look out for the blood to moon. The panel is open. Feel free to join in and have conversation. I'm sorry, Rocky. Dom, I appreciate you, and Chuck.
Moon was originally, they were used as signs for, I think, Israel. And before the tribulation, I think the tribulation was between 70 and 76, 7 years, 70. So around and so there's always these people that are waiting for the rapture to occur, or the tribulation to occur. And that's ancient that's history. 70 AD, the temple was destroyed. There's no third temple in the scriptures to be built. So that's Zionism, is a false eschatology. And so they believe these moons mean something like, it might be there.
With your knowledge and faith, Rocky, do you fear death?
No, death is no, I don't feel death, but I have a natural, I don't want my leg cut off, like near the saw, like if I run a bandsaw or a table saw or, a 54-inch circular saw, I don't want to fall into it, and die because, I have children and I have responsibilities and, and it's not more that I'm afraid for myself, but afraid for, not being there for my children.
Dom, you called it earlier the transition. Is that what did you call it? Transformation. Do you view death as death, or is it the transformation? And are you afraid of that transformation?
Why would I be afraid of a transformation? We're always going through transformation. But what people are talking about more times than not is the dying of the vessel. Dying and death are different. You're living within a vessel. Most people become attached. They actually think they're the vessel.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that.
So
you think you think God can destroy the soul? It says in the scriptures, fear not, he can destroy the body, but he can destroy the soul.
My interpretation of the soul is it's data. That's why I use the word understand. Your understanding called the mind. That's data. Like the language you're using right now. How did you learn the language? Go ahead, Rocky.
Can you download your data into a chip?
Mm-hmm.
Dom, how would you describe first, do you think that there's a difference between the soul and the spirit?
Yes.
How would you describe each one?
Spirit travels through the air. The other one's just information. Like how does everything get stored? Humans have to learn how to learn a different language. So that means that's a conditioned part or whatever. This is why when we're talking about, I call it software, it's not AI. We're actually artificial intelligence, the being part of us. So now when people talk about Reiki and they talk about Archangel Mike and all that, how can they be in all places? So it's the same thing now. We have this technology where you could have the data in one part and data in another part. This is when we start talking about the essence. We're the essence to these things. What Jesus was talking about is the spiritual part, the essence part. That's why when, who was his name, John, was taken up into the spirit, he saw the thing called truth on a horse. If you know the truth, it'll remove you from the deception you're living. We're living in the material part. It's an expiry date on all our suits.
Absolutely.
So now on the spiritual part, are we looking for an immortal experience, an immortal thing? This is where when people used to talk about Sanskrit, for example, Sanskrit, the tonality of Sanskrit helps with the molecules. That's why they used to chant, because then whatever beings you are, you can exist in the vessel longer. As I'm hearing Rocky talk about Greek, Greek's a comprehension language. Philosophy is better spoken in a Greek language. But again, all of those human beings, whatever you want to call them, have to be conditioned to learn the language. So at that point, we're all being manipulated to a certain point, if you want to perceive it as manipulation. You know, that's why they use the word sin. You're missing the mark. Are you here to do the physical experience, or are you here to be the observer? Because we all have some essence within us that's always observing us. This is where people use the word subconscious. You know, and once you realize there's a subconscious running, you can call it God, the host. You know, when I hear people talking about God, I said, okay, are we talking about Lord God? Are we talking about God? Are we talking about the Lord? You know, because when supposedly Adam died, he had a physical death, not a spiritual death. Now, when I say death, I'm talking about transformation. Now, when they talk about the Lord, when Satan and all his sons of gods came to see the Lord, they went to see Adam. God Almighty does not, I would lean towards God, and the gods are indifference to us. But that's my view, and that's all it is, just a view. I'm not going to write a book because there's already a whole bunch of other people peddling books. You know, and even when I'm speaking, I'm acting like the fool right now because I'm speaking out loud. I'm just sharing with other people. How they want to perceive it, that's on them. Last time I remember, there's millions of people that are speaking on a regular basis. Arguing with each other when you can't even actually reside within each other's senses is a fool's errand. I can see the sunset through my eyes. I can't see it through Cynthia or Rocky's eyes. So, but we're going to use a common language that we had to be conditioned with. That's why I joke with people. I said, debating and masturbation is better done alone with the self. Why? Because know thyself. Know thy program.
Hey, do you think in another language besides English? What language do you think in?
More times than not, for me, it's in English. But yeah, some people, if they have different languages, they might interact with them. There might not even be it might be a different type of language, actually, at Rocky at that point.
Do you dream in a different language, Rocky?
Think. I think did you say think or dream? Sorry, Rocky.
No, I said think.
Yeah,
Dream.
I thought you said thinking. Yes. Even that, Cynthia, you just brought in dream, for example. When people get into that silent and sleep state, you know, silence and what's called stillness state, are your senses are even engaged then? See, when people wake up in the morning, they don't realize you're in a conscious state now. You're playing with your senses. And last time I remember, all my senses could easily be misled.
Can't they?
Sometimes I dream, you know, and I wake up and I say, God, you know, I say, oh shit, I want to go back to bed. That I like that dream, you know. And but you know, it's a part of my subconscious. I can control my dreams. My subconscious belongs to me. I don't believe it's God. I believe my subconscious is what, like, if I think all day on something, I'll probably dream about that. If I think on something else all day, I'll probably think on that. It's just a part of me. It's not really, I don't think it's like, some dreams might be a message from God and stuff, man. But you know, I think most dreams are just what we want to think about, you know. Like
You've done well, Rocky, to engage your subconscious, because subconscious is there to serve. It's like the ongoing recorder. It records everything going on.
Yeah. Sometimes I even wanted to like record my dreams, like wake up and speak it into something. You get some pretty good ideas in my dreams and shit.
No, I had a dream last night about the way I should organize my notebooks. And I woke up this morning looking forward to organizing them.
Yeah. Sometimes I solve problems in my sleep, you know. I'll sleep on it. And, you know, like I have a mechanic problem and then, gosh, damn, I can't figure it out. And I'll dream and it's like comes to me in my sleep and shit. And then I go out and fix the damn truck.
You said earlier that you didn't think the subconscious belonged to God. What did you say, Rocky?
Well, I think Dominico or whatever this guy's name is saying that he was saying something about that it's way God communicates to, like it's God speaking to you or something. Sometimes I don't think God speaks to us all the time through our subconscious. Like sometimes I think our subconscious is just what we've been thinking about all day or for a week or something. I can actually control my dreams, what I want to dream. Like if I'm worried about a part, like how to fix something, I'll dream about it and I'll have the answer in the morning, you know, like it's just what I wanted to get the answer for. And
Wow. Have you always had that gift?
I didn't know it was
I can't even remember. Like I remembered this dream last night, which I was shocked that I remembered it. And I probably can remember 2 or 3 other dreams in my lifetime.
It's just yourself telling you to get more organized, probably. So you want to grow, right? You want to start a channel. So in order to start, you're gonna have to be more organized.
No, I just want my notebooks to be organized because it would be easier when I have a thought and I need to go find my notebook. I would where to find it at.
Oh, so you think that was God telling you to go get your?
No, I just think. Well, maybe I was just wanting to organize because I had started on it yesterday, but I never thought I could control my dreams.
Again, guys. Sorry, guys. It's kind of like when you look at the iceberg. 10% is the conscious state. The subconscious is running the other 90%. So what I'm hearing Rocky talking about is when people talk about visualization. So you can visualize things opposed to actually practicing it on a regular basis. So some people will, it's like right now, most of us can probably become aware of your breathing, but more times than not, that's the role of the subconscious. It's taking over all of that stuff. You know, same with your blood flow. You know, but you can use mechanical devices to aid you. But more times than not, it's like when you have a cold and you become aware. When you go to sleep, your body takes over at that point. This is where people learn about body consciousness because the body has its own intelligence.
Mm-hmm. Where's Ezra?
What's that?
Where's Ezra when we need her? She's a sleep study person.
Yeah,
and she talks about the brain waves and what they're still doing through it all.
Yeah, I would advise people if they ever wanted to learn things, what you listen to or hear in the conscious state, try to do it in the subconscious. That's why, you know, when you listen to podcasts, you almost should be in a sleep state because the subconscious could take in way more information than what the conscious state can take. And those are easy ways to test it. Like right now, when we're talking to each other, are you monitoring your blood? No, you're not.
The Chatter King says Rocky gets how to download in his sleep. Hell yeah.
Yeah, well done, Rocky. Yeah. Some people download, some people
everybody did that. Yeah.
No, Rocky, you're freaking me out right now. Cause like what Don was saying, like I won't listen to like things when I'm going to sleep. I won't listen to music. I need silence because I'm like I don't know what's speaking to me in my sleep, and I don't want my body to pick it up, especially if my conscience isn't awake to discern it.
I listen to an audio Bible.
Oh, well, that's good.
If I have a problem with a certain, you know, verse or something, I'll just play the whole book. You know, like if it's 1 John or something, I'll play the whole book of John. If I have a problem with something, I'll figure out. You know.
Interesting.
That's a good practice, Rocky. Yeah. You know, again, because in the old days, the teaching was you were taught verbally, but you're not going to really meet an immortal more times than not. So then they have to do it in a recording form, such as a written work. That's more of the dumbed down version. So if you can put it in a podcast, you're going to pick up in biblical stories. Okay, where's the garden east of Eden? What was it? When the serpent was talking to Eve and said, did God say so? Because God wasn't actually speaking to actually Adam.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's your interpretation. But anyway.
Again, it's everybody's interpretation because unless you're actually there and it's inspirational, because they literally clearly talk about Lord God and God. This is why when God created something in its image, not a material, in its image, it's called man. And
we're still kind of trying to figure out what the image means. Like, is it because we have a body, soul, and spirit like he does? Or like, is it because we can create like God does? What does it mean we're created in his image?
I always think about he has the image of what we should be, and what our talents and gifts are, and he created this in his image, like the image he had for us. That's interesting. I didn't even think about what I thought about one of those other two, but not the other one.
So here's one for you, Cynthia, if you want to play with images. Look at any object in your room and then give a name to it. You'll come to the awareness. The words that you're using to describe those things, the material, those are images.
And I have like it says, make no graven images. So I think there can be like bad images. Maybe let me see. So, like
yeah.
What happens is you can actually be captured. This is why people don't value mirrors and all that. You can capture thoughts through images. In this case, through the material. Like the sun and the moon. Do you think that's material, or do you think those are images?
Yeah, God is immaterial. He's spirit. So that's why he says, don't make no images of God, because you don't even know what the hell he looks like. So, it's just, you be obedient to, and you'll probably get by pretty good if you just try to be follow the scriptures and stuff.
Again, it's one of those questions, Rocky, and you're allowed to be suspicious if you want to. What God was actually talking to the human race.
God was talking to the human race. See, I interpret that Jesus walked in the garden with Adam. And when Adam sinned, Jesus was in the garden. And as God, Jesus, Yahuwah, Jesus, manifestation, pre-incarnation of Jesus was in the garden, because Jesus has always existed. And the Father has always existed. The Holy Spirit's always existed. So Jesus was in the garden. When Adam and Eve sinned, Jesus walked up to him, and they blamed it on each other, whatever. But there was a sign of the cross. They covered themselves with leaves, but he covered them with a sheepskin, because death had to. It was like he put a sheepskin. He covered him with the lamb, and therefore, so it was a pre-sign of that there's no life. Life is in the blood, and Jesus' blood would be sacrificed through the lamb. He would be the lamb that covered him. And so Jesus covered him in the garden with a sheepskin. He says they wanted to be covered with leaves, but no. So then Cain went against, I'm going to give you fruit instead of, sacrifice and be obedient. So he went, and we don't even know, Cain could have been existing, because some people believe in this two, the two, like it says Cain went out among the cities. How do you go out? Like the two creations of man, the first creation in first Genesis, and then there's another creation in like Genesis 3, and those are two separate events. Adam was put in the garden and was to represent God, but he blew it, and so he was kicked out of the garden with the rest of,
It's interesting you say lambskin. One of my friends just had a skin graft, and they replaced the skin with lambskin. I thought that was interesting.
Oh yeah, they like to use.
Because you said he was clothed with the lambskin. Interesting. That was a little nugget I picked up. What up, Trey? Good to see you, homie. Hope you're doing well. I'll be talking to you later. But I'm really tripped out that you can you travel in your dreams? Like, do you do astral projection?
No.
Yeah.
I don't do that. I don't know. It's probably possible, but it's in the scripture says not to do that.
Oh yeah, I definitely. If I can't remember my dreams, I definitely can't travel in them.
No. I don't even try to do shit like that because I'm told not to do that. It seems. I believe it's possible, maybe through some kind of MK Ultra mind control or some kind of stuff, army crap. I don't know, some fallen angel technology or some kind of crap. Maybe. I do believe that like a demon can possess a person.
Do you?
And that, yeah. Okay. So listen, here's my theory. Demons can, bad entities can possess a person, and that demon may have lived for 1,000 years, and therefore know things, maybe speaking a language that you never spoke, speaking a foreign tongue, and then that demon can leave that body and go to another body, and then just kind of have the knowledge or something. I don't know. It's
I agree.
Get away with shit.
Love those fun walk-ins. Hello. I do. I have heard a lot of people, talk about their dreams, and sometimes I do get jealous. I'm like, man, but I always sleep so good though. So, and I suppose we each have our own gifts.
Yeah, but you can't dream all the time. You got to get up and work and labor and stuff.
What were you saying, Tom?
I was saying very true, Cynthia. We all do have our individual or special gifts. Could even be a curse.
Indeed, for sure.
Not everybody can run 100 meters under 10 seconds, but the ones that do can at least appreciate them. There's some people that can play musical instruments and see colors. Again, it's one of those things, best respect we can give to each other is hear each other out. By condemning them, then what, are we meant to judge each other?
Oh, I like it. That is the best respect we can give each other, is hearing each other out.
Yeah. I'm not here to question. I might question things and say, okay, so you can astral travel, you can do remote viewing. For me to say, well, I don't believe in all that, I say, well, that's just all about me. That's the ego talking. Poor me, because I can't do that. So therefore other people can't do that. I don't know.
No, I didn't say I can't.
I was talking to you, Rocky. I wasn't talking to you, Rocky, but you quickly responded. So that must tell me a little bit about you.
I don't want it. I believe it can be done. I believe maybe people can channel, but I believe that's like maybe a dark force, a dark knowledge.
It could be
dark knowledge, and
it could be.
It's a good knowledge or something.
But then again, right now we're using technology called Wi-Fi. What do you think gave us that technology?
AI, I believe, stands for angelic intelligence.
It could be
fallen angelic intelligence, or
it could be.
Yeah.
Like I said, I can speculate. It could be. No, same with the languages. Who gave us all the different language? We can speculate. If you knew for sure, it'll be like me. If I knew for sure I met an alien, how would I explain it to you guys with this cumbersome language I'm using?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe you're using AI. You use AI.
Maybe.
That's the same way I feel about your relationship with God. If I've had this experience, how can I explain it to you?
With words, especially even if me and you were there, Cynthia, and we saw, let's say, called an alien, and said, "Yeah, good luck trying to explain this to other people."
You think it's suspicious that they're coming out with a movie called Disclosure by what's his name? Steven Spielberg.
Steven Spielberg?
The Congress, huh?
Who? What? By Steven who?
One of the famous directors is coming out with
Is it Steven Spielberg? Let me look it up. Disclosure.
What's the movie
but
about?
Also, Congress and somebody just they came out with they're coming out with this alien shit as if aliens are real and shit. They're coming out like this whole alien thing. They're trying to say that aliens from outer space are like they did us and stuff. And
it is Steven Spielberg.
It is? Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm. It's an upcoming science fiction film directed by Steven Spielberg from a screenplay by David Kemp based on the story. Doesn't really say what it is though.
Disclosure should.
I mean, it says, but it doesn't give me like.
Is that the name of the movie? Disclosure.
Disclosure Day.
What's the name of the movie?
Disclosure Day.
Disclosure Day. Okay. Disclosure is the day they disclose the aliens. That's what that means, disclosure. So it's basically based upon, and the Senate and the Congress and the president have been talking about alien disclosure and UFOs for the last 3 or 4 years. So they're going to get everybody to believe in this alien bullshit. And they're not going to recognize that they're not aliens. They're fallen angels. They've been here. They're demonic. And this whole thing is a setup to get people to believe in something's going down, the blue beam bullshit that they want to play us for.
Rocky, what about if these aliens, because you can use the word alien, reptilian, God, whatever word, what about if you find out that these aliens are the ones that have been giving us all this technology and you've been eating it up?
Yeah, aliens, I believe you're right. The aliens are not out from outer space, though. They're not extraterrestrial, they're extra dimensional, and they're fallen angel technology. It is an alien to us. They are alien to us, but they're not from outer space. They're living among us now. They're probably our leaders, or half our leaders are probably. I mean, I think for sure all of the leaders are these fallen angels, shapeshifters and shit like that. They're just, I mean,
I do think that there is the battle of good and evil, and
yeah. Well, we all know
that
the 1%, the people that rule the world. We all know that.
I love
there's something about them. Right? They're not right in the head. They're not right.
Well, I don't think they. I think they serve a different power, and I think that sometimes
demons. Yeah, demons.
Right. And so I do see, but I also see that power that they serve, that it's becoming more rampant. It's becoming more vocal. And we talk about the veil is thinning, that we can now, we're starting to see it more. You're starting to see it more and more with the things that are coming out about Epstein. And it's just,
they said they
we're
would
supposed to be like desensitized to it. And
right.
What happens if you find out you're the offsprings?
Come out with the externalization of the hierarchy. They write about it in their books, where there's going to be a day where they're going to have to reveal who they are.
What did you say, Dom? What if I find out I'm the offspring?
Yeah, what happens if you find out you're the offsprings from the fallen ones? And this is why when they talk about we're not fighting against flesh and blood, but against higher principalities, who's the ones that are speaking? We could literally be the fallen ones and the offsprings.
We all have a little
are the offspring
of that DNA, because we're leftovers from the thing. But these 13 Illuminati bloodlines, they like to inbreed because they don't want to share the power, it's, I don't know, it's freaky.
They want to be worshipped.
Why do they inbreed and keep it all in the family? Because it's something about their DNA. They like it. They keep it. They like we have outbred all that stuff, but they just keep it in. Yeah, it's really spooky. I don't know what's wrong with these. Yeah, the world is stranger than I thought it was. For sure.
Well, the world's pretty normal. It's the human behavior. So how would you not know that governments, the elites, they're just middle management? At least you can respect.
They were human beings, but they're not. They're like psychopathic, fallen, demonic entities.
Sure, you can go with that because they told you that.
Some of them, we thought they were transgendered, but they're not. They're hermaphrodites. They're like lizard people. I mean, they're like frogs or something.
Didn't they say that the angels do not have a gender and they don't marry?
Yeah, exactly. The angels.
So therefore, Rock, I'm hearing you, but allow to flow the energy here. So knowing that, then when people talk about the material, they're talking about the beast part, the human part. But what about the being part?
Baphomet.
Sure. Again, that's a story that they told us, and we telephone it back and forth. Those could all be distractions at that point.
It took a lot of us to get that out. I mean, we had to get that out of them. Truthers had to we've been telling people for years, and now people are waking up and saying, oh.
What are they waking up to, Rocky? As they're conditioning everybody to have cell phones and all that.
The Bible is true.
Is it true or truth? Which one are you talking about?
Truth. It's the truth, and the truth.
How do you know that? How do you know that? Because you're reading it. I'm asking. Rocky, I'm asking a question.
You need to listen to your elders once in a while. Put some faith.
I'm elder now.
Believe in something.
Based on age?
Believe in me. I have the gospel.
Okay, so I asked you earlier, I'm with my fellow believers. I already told you earlier, I'm with my fellow believers. You know what a belief is? When you read a story and you believe it, but can you know it?
Faith alone.
Okay, faith. Okay, faith in the unknown or faith in the known? Which one are you talking about, Rocky? Please.
Believe, trust in the Lord Jesus Christ for your eternal.
Okay. I'm hearing you. Obviously, that's what you practice. So when you're communicating with other people, are you trying to ask other people?
You said you were a believer.
I'm a believer in stories. If they tell me that Donald Trump is going to invade another country, I can only believe it because they're using a broadcast to tell me. I'm not there confirming it. That's a belief. If they tell me they went to the moon, I can only be a believer.
I'm here to confirm.
Okay, so
faith in Christ will set you free.
Okay,
I confirm it.
So it's not the truth, but it's Christ that can set you free now.
Cynthia will confirm it.
No, forget about Cynthia because she speaks for herself. I'm hearing you, Rocky. You're using the word truth. Most people use words in vain. So can you confirm? Can you confirm what truth is to you?
Christ will set you free, and I testify to it.
Okay, good enough. I've heard you. Thank you.
Mm. I do think that there's definitely some truth to what you're saying, Rocky, about the different entities taking over certain people, particularly in power. And it is interesting, like, why do they want to keep their bloodline that like that? And but not everyone believes the same way, though, unfortunately.
Because they serve entities, Cynthia. They actually stay true to their bloodlines because they have, when you're like royalty, you basically have to learn all these different traditions. Most of us are puppy mill mentality. We're not actually going to teach our kids.
These motherfuckers now. Jeez.
What?
Rocky,
what, Rocky?
Yeah, Rocky,
it sounds like he's justifying their actions.
I'm telling you what they practice, Rocky. Rocky, you're too busy defending. Just hear me out.
I'm sorry, but
well, you're sorry for what? You don't agree with me? Throw that shit out the door.
Is what I'm sorry about. I thought you were defending them. They just do it because it's a tradition.
I'm just trying to tell you they follow traditions.
They grew up with it, so they're just making excuses for them.
Rocky, if you ever raised or heard other people, just let me talk. Rocky, please just let me talk. You're so quick to respond. I'm like, I haven't even finished. At this point, I might as well just mute up and you can tell me stories.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Lizards to consumption without knowing. I like this. Angels probably have to take over a meat suit when they come here too, just like demons. Rules are rules. I have heard someone tell me an angel story. However, when they in the angel story, there was no person there. And actually, now that I think about it, a couple of that one was the one someone told me face to face. And the other testimonies of people I've seen, not anyone I was in a room with, but they've also not seen anything, but felt it. So I'm not sure, but I also think if we're going rules of rules, I think entities are the same as well. Yeah. That they don't have to have a meat suit.
I heard that too about the feeling. Excuse me.
I got you on mute until you're coughing. Dominica says that he's just going to mute up and listen to us talk. Rocky. Got you muted up. If you guys are enjoying the conversation, it's a heavy conversation to have at 2:15 Central Standard Time in the morning, but this is how we roll down here, especially when we have the mind of Dominico and Rocky and Chuck. Chuck has stepped away. He said he'll be back shortly. I'm not sure if he means that.
Yeah, I heard that same thing, that it's more that you can feel them, and I think they can see you too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're afraid of us. That's why they don't go out in public and shit. You never get to see them in public because they hide, and
Oh, there was another one though, but they think and it was a person, but she said, it was a person, and they think it was an angel too. So I have heard that story now that I think about it.
Oh yeah, you can. The Bible says you can encounter good angels too. So don't. It might be a messenger sent by God, but I believe also that damn, I believe there are demons and fallen angels living among us.
I agree. I do too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think that's why it's important to have conversations about faith and beliefs, because people can get tricked out of not believing in anything, and by the time they realize it's time to believe in something, it might be too late. So I do think that conversations like this at least plant seeds, if nothing else.
Yeah, the movie They Live, like that was a documentary about the future, and it's basically coming to pass. You can kind of see him now. You can almost see him. Yeah. It's like
Someone's calling for your exorcism, though. Angels and demons are the same creatures, like water moccasins and a cottonmouth. Yeah, but I see. It always baffles me how people think that they know that, like, in the spiritual realm, it's this or it's that, because it's like, how would I know what's in the spiritual realm if I've not experienced it? If I'm human, just like you were saying, someone was saying a while ago that angels or whatever are scared of us, like they're not human, so they don't experience it. How would they understand? What is that? Obey, sleep, submit, reproduce, eat, watch TV, money, conform, network. Work 8 hours, money.
Yeah,
What is that?
That's from the movie They Live. Remember, he put the glasses on and he could see the leaders weren't human.
Was to the coffee. Oh.
That's from the movie. Did you know when I was growing up, they had 3 channels: ABC, NBC, and CBS.
Yes.
And at night they would play the national anthem. And when they were playing the national anthem, they were subliminal message that read, let me see, what did it read? Check it out. So it read subliminally that they would write the letters of the national anthem, but the letters would come to these words first: trust the government, God is real, God is watching, believe in government, God, rebellion is not tolerated, trust the U.S. government, God is real, believe in government, God, rebellion is not tolerated, obey, consume, obey, consume. These were subliminal messages every night around 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock when the ABC, NBC, and CBS turned off for the night. They used to turn off. TV used to turn off.
Yeah. And we get that beep sound.
Yeah, they would play this national anthem before. I've got it on video if you want to watch it.
Oh yeah, let's see it.
Okay, let me find it. I'll be right back. Where is that?
Okay. Dominique, while he's away, do you have anything you want to add? That's crazy that they used to put that on TV, and we talk about subconscious and what we take in when we sleep. I can only imagine they were probably trying to program MK Ultra people that way.
Well, that's the masculine energy again. That's why you have 3-letter words like CBS, NBC, BBC. BBC stands for British Broadcast Corporation. CBS, Canadian Broadcast. And then you have NBC. It's all about programming the upper brain. So then they give you these little tidbits. Watch these movies and obey. Well, most of us already are obeying. Think about right now, Cynthia. In our lifespan, you know, you're probably around 40. I think you're almost 50 or in that age group.
53.
How old are you? Sorry,
53.
Okay, well done. Again, your body's 53, but I get it. We use identification. So in a short lifespan, you've seen landlines, pagers, and cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
We're all the frog in the water. So we're all being conditioned. So the language is no different. Like the written work, do we really even need the written work in this age? We probably don't. Because it's cumbersome. You literally have to use your eyes to go from left to right and right to left. You know, this is why when they do marketing, when you have a book form, you put the advertising on the right-hand page. So that's all conditioning. So that should be no surprise when people really pay attention to it and then go inwards and say, okay, I'm going to listen inwards. It should resonate with somebody. But when they start hearing stories, there's demons and angels. Well, last time I remember in the biblical story, if we're going to base it on the written work, God's rested on the seventh day. Do you know why they rested on the seventh day? Because they wanted to play in their creation. Now, what they created probably don't know where the gods are. Because whatever created the sun and the moon or the waters and all that, that's not human intervention. That's something else. What we make, we don't create, because humans don't create anything. Even when they reproduce children, they're not creating.
Yeah, you're the one that says that.
What's that?
You're the one that says that we don't create anything. And then there was, go ahead.
Okay. So once you realize we're manipulating the environment, that's already preset. So nature, if you look at it, everything is curvature. That's in harmony, chi. What humans basically make is all
thing in the back in the share thing if you want to play it.
Yeah, that's a hoax, by the way, in case you want to know.
I don't see anything back there.
It's in the share.
I'm looking at the back chat.
It's not there.
No, it's. What do you mean it's not there?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, this is a hoax. Chuck, is that what you're saying?
Yes, I've researched this about a dozen times. This is a hoax.
Oh,
really?
Oh.
Yeah, it was somebody took and inlaid these messages in, was about 2009 to post on YouTube, claiming that they had a 1961, something like that, film reel, but the film reel doesn't exist.
Well, they destroyed that evidence, and it's
if this guy had it in order to copy it, then he had the evidence.
I used to remember that they played this national anthem.
Yes, they played the national anthem, but not the subliminal messages.
Back then, nobody had recorders, so it'd be a rare thing to find. Like nobody had DVD recorders or VHSs or nothing in the 60s. We couldn't record this shit. Okay.
It's not a hard thing to do.
Okay, anyway.
From what I read.
I'm going to play it anyway.
We'll play it.
We don't hear anything, Rocky.
Our national anthem.
I don't hear anything, Rocky. I see it, but I don't hear it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to hear nothing. You're just supposed to look for the subliminal.
Oh.
It's the national anthem played by ABC, NBC, and CBS. Right before they turned it off, and then you'd get the buzz sound, and you'd have a cross. But they played this, and this guy is saying, and people have said that there were subliminal messages. And then the movie came out, They Lived, and some of the messages in They Lived are, it says obey, consume. Anyway, it's a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I'm glad they don't do that now.
Back then, you couldn't pause your TV. There were no recorders. VHS wasn't even in the 60s. And I remember they did this. They played the national anthem every night before they turned off.
I remember them. I remember that sound of them turning off that beep and that the color strips, but I definitely don't remember.
Right before they did that, they played the national anthem, and they would write it out so you could read it. But this guy is saying in the background they were given subliminal messages. And nobody caught it because nobody back then could pause it. And it's real. If you go fast, you can't see it. You can't see it. You can see it now. It's because it's going really slow. It's just a theory, I guess. But I remember that they did that. Made us watch that before we went to bed. Okay,
Subliminal messaging is the idea that people can be subconsciously influenced by messaging they are unaware of. To use this form of influence to sell products, services, or ideas is what we think of as subliminal advertising. And spoiler alert, it may not be a conspiracy. Today we explore this idea and even include hidden messaging of this very video for a little experiment of our own.
Okay, I definitely think there's always been tons of subliminal messaging. Rocky, oh, hang on. I'm going to remove this. These, the subliminals. Rocky, show your words better because your words are kind of cut off.
Yeah, it says trust the government.
There you go. I gotcha.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That's
so this was played, Rocky saying before the TV went off back in the days on the 3 major channels that it was subliminal messaging. But it would be interesting. But like Don was saying, that your body can still take in things even while it's asleep. So if you fell asleep with the TV on, this more than likely you're like, trust in the government. God is real. God is watching. That would subconsciously.
If I can share for a second, Cynthia. When people are doing things like backbiting or talking unhealthy about other people, your subconscious thinks that you're talking to it. It doesn't know the difference. Consciously, you're thinking you're making fun of somebody else, but your subconscious thinking you're making fun of yourself. That's why you have to be wary how you speak. You know, it's like when I hear people say, I'm making money, I'm like, okay, so you're making it or printing it? I mean, earning it. Or when somebody calls a woman a chick, I said, "Are you dating farm animals?" Because you should be looking for clarity. Even though people said I'm empathic, but you should also be seeking clarity if you're not empathic. So when we speak with each other, we should really be aware of what am I truly hearing, and then it's called meditation. What am I listening to inside? This is why they use the concept of peace be upon you with the Muslims. Peace be upon you, silence be upon you. Why? Because the chattering of the subconscious, it's serving the way it's been programmed. It does not decipher good or bad or right and wrong. You have to be conditioned to think of those games. Right and wrong is a pious position to be in. Who are you to judge somebody that's right or wrong, opposed to healthy or unhealthy? And even that, if I'm looking for directions, am I looking for right, or am I looking for right or left, straight, forward, backwards? I'm looking for directions. You could tell the people that are asleep because they say shit like I'm right or you're wrong. I'm like, you're still asleep, aren't you? You just don't know it yet. That's why I say anybody that says I am an atheist, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a humanist, they're a funny bunch because they're trying to cult up. I said, okay, so where's the sovereign being of you?
Where is the sovereign being of me?
Well, where's the sovereign being? Because most of us, we've been conditioned. We go to somebody's grocery store, we read somebody's fucking fairy tale story. I don't care what fairy tale story. It could be the Constitution, as far as I'm concerned.
Is there something wrong with making fun of yourself?
I think it's a beautiful thing. I can be just as silly as I can be serious, but I'm also very sincere. So yes, I find myself funny. And I'm okay with it, Rocky. Most people aren't. I said, so you're not even fucking balanced with your emotions. That's usually a childlike state between the age of 7 and 14. I get it. Most people think wisdom comes from age. I said, okay, so if I put my hands on a stove and then somebody else doesn't do it, who's more wiser? But they needed me, right? Because if we're going to base things on wisdom of age, well, then a person's had a heart attack, that person's diabetic. Wisdom comes from an internal thing. And that's even that. We're receivers of that information. But getting it from a book, it's an aid at best. But to think that any book written, I don't care if it's the Quran, whether it's the Bible, whether it's the teaching of the Bhagavad or the Buddhism teaching, because that teaches about attachment. The word ment gives it away. You're in the mind. You're in what's called life, the breath of life. Without it, you're no longer going to exist in that physical form.
That English magic on us, cast spells. Speaking
all languages can cast spells, but it's how you perceive it. If you think it's a negative thing, it's a negative thing. If it's a positive thing, it's a positive thing.
I like the way when you brought up, your body doesn't, when you're talking negative to someone, your body thinks it's there. A lot of times when we hear things, our body doesn't realize, like our body does receive it. And I think sometimes people who use their words so careless and think that they can't hurt, they don't understand that deathness of the depth that those words really have. Also, when I watch something tragic, like I react like I'm there with it because my body doesn't know. My body doesn't know I'm just watching a video.
That's why when you hear people online, when you're online and you're having a conversation both mentally and emotionally, but people say, but I want to beat you up. I said, this has nothing to do with your body. They can't even decipher the difference. Wisdom to know the difference. Is my body in
the games that they play, like Call of Duty, and can't separate the fact that you're playing a game, killing a bunch of different people you don't even know, and your brain doesn't. So they do that in games and stuff and all kinds of stuff.
One Big Pawn asks, is empathy the crutch to war? Which I do think so. I think that is what the games and other things along the way have desensitized us, because we don't need to have empathy anymore, because that's gonna get caring about the fellow man's gonna get in the way of the bigger agenda that those that be have.
Unfortunately, Cynthia, when you don't have
PC, you're like an NPC, a non-player character. You're in
Hey God, I want to hear what Don was saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Don.
When a person is not fully developed emotionally, whether you're an empath or you're not, that is what's going to cause a strife within oneself, and then you act it out. A person that's truly developed with their emotions, they're going to say, okay, I'll be an empath, but I'll know when to pick and choose. I'm not here to stop wars. I'm here to understand why human behavior. Because, again, human behavior and personalities, that's not who we are. Those are just human behaviors and personas. But if you think you're human, then the question would be, how do you think all this technology came to be? Animals that are beasts don't create the technology that we have. This is why when they talk about the body snatcher, that's already occurred.
But we're not animals.
No,
we have our brain is completely different. than animals.
I'm with you, Chuck, to a certain point, but again, if you look at the humans, you look at animals.
Animals
They're
have
both
instincts.
true. So a lot of this technology is transforming to favor the being part. Now, when we introduce radio frequency, Wi-Fi, and putting electricity around your house, it's gonna do a mess onto the physical body. That's why most people, when you hear about it, they go into disease mode. It's not what you consume as much as how your body's being bombarded with all that technology. This is why they openly talk about transhumanism, because most people, Rocky might be the exception to the rule, most people don't want to live on their own and be a farmer or a hunter. You know, anybody that tells me they're independent said, you're full of shit. You're probably living in a heated house that was given to you. You're driving a car. You're going to somebody's gas station. You're going to somebody else's grocery store. Tell me where you think you're independent. If anything else, you're more dependent than when you were a baby.
Correct.
And then you're chasing down a piece of paper. I don't care if it's just a piece of paper, digital currency, or they twist a piece of twig. You know, when I hear people say, well, I'm going to have gold, I say, okay, so when gold was traded for 1-to-1 with currency, it was an equal value. Now when you're trading that same piece of gold for $1,900 or $5,000, you know what that means? That means your currency's collapsed. And people are still asleep. Those are the people that are NPC people, or the, what you call it, useless mouth breathers, because they think they're awake. I said, you're fucking so asleep, you don't got a fucking clue. But you hide behind your fucking Bible or the Quran. You'll quickly defend it because you're not going to go inwards and say, okay, have you truly challenged yourself? Rip the hole, pat yourself up, do it again. Because if not, the system is going to be ruled by the people they understand that stuff. They pay people to understand astrology. They actually follow. Okay, there you go. You're mocking things now at this point.
What? Are you talking to me?
Rocky.
I'm hearing noise in the background.
What the hell? You calling me names and shit?
Now, you're so quick to respond. Fuck, Rocky, you sound so self-absorbed.
Me?
Yes, you.
I'm self-absorbed.
Fucking to no end.
I give everything to Jesus. He takes care of me. He hasn't let me down yet. And I'm the one that's self-absorbed because, oh my goodness. Oh, forgive me.
There you go. Oh my goodness. There you go. There's
and myself.
You hide behind fucking Jesus. Don't think for 1 second. Sure you do. You put your faith in something that you really don't truly investigate.
Oh, I didn't investigate Jesus. Oh my goodness.
Do you hear your voice now?
Should have done a better job.
Is that your normal voice, Rocky?
You don't believe in Jesus, and you're going to tell me about Jesus.
There you go. So you're not talking.
You're going to tell me
we're believers.
Who Jesus is and everything, and you know better than me because you got Christ conscience. You're Christ conscience, but you don't got Jesus in you. Oh, you don't need Jesus to be Christ conscious.
There's the mockery in you there.
Oh, I'm mocking. Oh, I'm doing the mocking.
If you're true to yourself, Rocky, no matter what I say, you should stay true, right? If you're true to yourself and you value whatever you're following, it could be anything. You could be a Muslim, as far as I'm concerned. You shouldn't be disturbed by because I say things. Those are just words.
I should just keep my mouth shut.
You would think so. You would think so.
That's what the Bible says. So just keep your mouth shut when you talk.
There you go.
This.
There you go. If I'm going to play the fool, why do you have to participate with me? Silence is golden. I don't mind playing the fool, Rocky.
Really, I'm just here to help you.
You're helping me now.
I'm trying to help you get out of your whatever you're in. You need to get.
So you're going to help me know what it is.
I'm sorry.
I like to apologize. Are you sincere when you apologize?
I mean, I don't do it to show off or nothing. I don't give to show off or nothing, but I like to help my neighbor. If I
find a lot of projection coming out of your mouth.
Kind of if they're confused or maybe need some help, some guidance.
Are you sure you're not confused, Rocky?
Maybe.
Okay, as long as you're honest to say maybe. Well done. You're humble enough to say maybe.
No. I was thinking maybe you need a daddy or something.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Wow, I need a daddy now too.
Okay, well.
Carry on, guys. I'll let you. Thanks, Rocky. You're entertaining me now. Thank you.
Well, I think that we have been going live for 5 hours, and I think before it gets any more crazy, this would might to end it. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but do you guys have any final words or anything?
Wow. Yeah, if nobody's told you they love you today, I love you.
Oh, thank you, Chuck.
Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah, I'll get out of here. I love everybody. I love you, Dominic. I just,
Thanks,
I
man.
love everybody, but I just try to tell it the way I see it. I love you, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Rocky. By the way, thanks, Cynthia. Enjoy yourself, okay, guys?
Thank you. Alrighty, guys, that was the show. I did 5 hours. I don't know what to say. I really don't. As usual, though, I do agree, Mandy. It was a great conversation, and that's just what I like to have up here. We had a lot of guests come up, had Landry come up, OG came up, Ahimsa was up here. I might have missed a few, of course, the Rocky and Dom and Chuck. I'm sure. Oh, Mike 23 was here. I know, but I enjoyed each and every one of them. I enjoy you guys for tuning in and listening to the crazy conversations. You never know how they're going to go here. This is my favorite clip to go out in. Guys, if you're new here and you haven't seen this, this is truly words of wisdom from the great Purple One.